For the past 6 months, he has remained trapped within the confines of his room, lacking the courage to step outside. This hesitation stems from something far deeper than the condition of his legs, despite his futile attempts to overcome it. The source of his misery is the existence of the Awakened, individuals who randomly gain superpowers and are transported to another dimension exactly 24 hours later. Very few ever return, as they must survive for a year in a place where time passes 10 times slower than on Earth. Consequently, many of these doomed individuals spend their final day committing reckless crimes, acting as if they were in a violent video game since they believe they are going to die anyway. It was during one of these rampages that a criminal killed his parents and permanently damaged his legs. Now, half a year later, the dreaded blue system window appeared before him, announcing that he had unlocked an ability known as Avatar and would be teleported in exactly 1 day. He was terrified, realizing that his physical disability would make surviving 10 years in such a dangerous realm impossible. Although he grudgingly dressed in preparation, he felt utterly hopeless until he decided to test the nature of his new power. When he activated the skill, a perfect copy of himself manifested in front of him. The experience was immediately disorienting because his consciousness was split between 2 bodies, allowing him to see from 2 perspectives simultaneously. With the departure timer ticking down the final 5 minutes, a desperate idea struck him. Reasoning that the clone was technically him, he wondered if it could take his place. Acting on impulse without considering the ethics of the situation, he pushed the duplicate into the portal, and to his surprise, the switch worked. Even though the clone was the one teleported, the shared sensory link caused him immense pain and confusion. Unable to handle the overwhelming sensation of existing in 2 places at once, he quickly unsummoned the avatar to break the connection. Overcome with nausea, he rushed to the bathroom to vomit, realizing with relief that he had successfully escaped the forced transfer to the other world. He summoned the avatar once more, and as it appeared, he couldn't help but notice that he was actually quite good-looking. However, he questioned the utility of the ability, frustrated by the difficulty of controlling 2 bodies simultaneously. Suddenly, a notification from the system left him stunned. It announced that he had completed the mission of returning to Earth alone without utilizing the Karma Shop. This new achievement meant he could now access the dimensional portal daily, and he realized he held the record for the fastest return of any awakened individual. Along with this freedom, he had accumulated nearly 2 million karma points, a currency awarded based on one's impact on the other world, regardless of whether that influence was heroic or villainous. For a moment, he wondered if his method had technically broken the rules. He wasn't sure if unsummoning the clone counted as a death or a successful extraction, but he quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning that his actions hadn't been intentional anyway. Feeling wealthy with his new points, he decided to browse the Karma Shop and purchased a recovery enhancement for 10,000 karma. Almost immediately, he felt a reaction in his lower body. His previously useless legs began to ache and tingle as they regenerated. The physical disability that had forced him into seclusion was not only cured, but his legs now felt incredibly strong. Driven by excitement, he returned to the shop to evolve his avatar ability. He noticed the clone looked even better than before, but the true upgrade was mental. His consciousness was no longer split, allowing him to issue commands to the clone without sharing its physical pain. Deciding he needed a domestic helper, he assigned the clone a job. He then realized the upgrade allowed him to summon a second duplicate. Needing names for them but admitting he lacked creativity, he took inspiration from his love for ketchup, naming the first one Hans and the second Heinz before ordering the pair to start working. One clone is assigned to household chores and training, while the other is sent to explore the alternate dimension, leaving the most critical task for the protagonist, using a clone's body to overcome his personal trauma. When Heinz stepped outside into the sunlight, he surprisingly felt no anxiety or fear, a result of the avatar's passive Mind Core ability. Each copy possesses distinct skills, so attention shifts to Hans, who is currently navigating the other world. Unfortunately, a wild panther caught his scent and decided he would make a good meal, attacking swiftly. Although Hans isn't a skilled fighter, having a body that doesn't transmit pain makes combat much easier, and after a struggle involving only a small sword, he managed to defeat the beast. After recovering his energy, Hans spotted a nearby village where he met a bald man named Malcolm, who introduced himself as the village chief. Welcoming travelers, Malcolm remarked that the young man must be strong to travel alone and offered him a place to sleep so he could continue his journey during the day. As they walked, the old man asked several questions, eventually deducing that the clone was from another world. Hans, whose real name is Seongyun, was simply happy to speak with someone after being a recluse for 6 months, so he accepted the room. However, while the clones slept, an intruder broke in. Back on Earth, Seongyun was celebrating his new life with a meal while Heinz trained to his limit in the next room. Suddenly, when he tried to access Han's controls, he realized the avatar was dead. Confused because the village seemed peaceful, he reviewed the clone's stats and memories, concluding that the old man was not as kind as he appeared. Then, something abnormal occurred. Seongyun successfully reconnected with the deceased avatar. In the other world, Malcolm and another figure were complaining that the adventurer was just an average guy who had only survived the forest by luck, resulting in a mere elite skeleton level. Seongyun realized that Malcolm had murdered Hans and resurrected him as an undead creature, granting the avatar new class-specific abilities. Looking around, he saw numerous other skeletons, realizing they were all deceived adventurers. Just then, a man who had been at the tavern the previous day entered the room and stared intensely at Hans. For a moment, it seemed he might have noticed something was wrong, but he simply ordered the skeleton to move to the correct area with the others. A strange force compelled Hans to obey the command, and although he possessed the strength to resist, he chose to comply to prevent blowing his cover. Thanks to his specific affinity for mana, he could distinctly feel and understand the magic trying to control him. Over the course of a week spent infiltrated among the trainees, he finally grasped the basics of necromancy, though his current limit was controlling a single undead entity at a time. After days of trying, he managed to catch a troublesome rat, killed it, and resurrected it as a zombie to serve as his eyes outside the room. Using the reanimated creature, which he named Alfred, he watched from a hiding spot as a man approached a warehouse, grumbling about having to check something on the old leader's orders. As the man undid the padlock, Hans seized the opportunity to send the rat inside to investigate. However, as soon as Alfred entered, an overwhelming and dangerous aura forced him to stop. Hans instinctively knew getting closer would be fatal. Meanwhile, 2 guards outside were discussing the situation. One asked when the maturation process would begin, while the other complained that his life force felt drained every time he went out, noting that their master spent every day stuck inside. They also questioned the logic of building such heavy defenses for the village when there seemed to be no threat of invasion. From this conversation, Hans deduced that the warehouse likely concealed a fragment of the immortal king. Satisfied with the intel, he directed Alfred to use a shadow dive ability to travel stealthily toward the village chief. Malcolm noticed the movement on the ground and initially dismissed it as a regular pest, but as the rat emerged from the darkness, he realized it was an undead creature overflowing with dark mana. He mused aloud whether the environment had naturally transformed the animal before Alfred lost his form and collapsed lifelessly on the floor. Confirming that this was the only place saturated with such dark energy, Malcolm turned to his men and demanded to know who had been in charge of the warehouse that day. Back in his room, Hans solemnly vowed to avenge his fallen spy, asking the rat's spirit to watch over him. Elsewhere in the village, a man stormed out of a building, cursing the old chief because the intruder had managed to escape. An overseer was brutally enforcing order among the undead, stomping his foot and shouting at them to get back in line. After punching one of the reanimated corpses in the face, he crouched down to inspect it and realized he knew this particular creature. It was an arrogant old man who had once rebelled against him, a memory that made the guards scoff as he recalled threatening the man's family and cutting out his tongue. Bored by the encounter, he threw the creature's head to the ground, casually remarking that the old man should be happy to be reunited with his wife in death. However, the situation quickly turned violent. As the guard reminisced about hunting down the villagers, the creature suddenly snapped its jaws shut on the man's arm. Shocked, the overseer shouted for the thing to stop, but before he could retaliate, another undead grabbed him from behind and silenced him. While the guard struggled, the old man bit down even harder, and from within the crowd, hands watched silently, marking this moment as the beginning of the victim's revenge. Meanwhile, outside the compound, Heinz was creating a diversion by insisting to the guards that his younger brother had entered the village and never left. When a sentry tried to block his path, the disturbance drew the attention of Malcolm, who approached and introduced himself as the village chief. Heinz greeted the leader but stood his ground, explaining that he was certain his twin brother, Hans, was nearby. Taking advantage of this distraction, Hans slipped through a portal and entered an underground chamber with ease. There, he discovered a dark object pulsating with power, which he identified as a fragment of the immortal king. He noticed that the reanimated corpses in this chamber were significantly stronger than the others, and realized the artifact was connecting with them to fill a void. Grimacing at the thought of consuming something so repulsive, he pressed the fragment against his chest, triggering a massive explosion of energy. Back on the surface, Heinz pointed to his head and explained to Malcolm that because he and Hans were twins, they shared a mental connection that allowed them to always know each other's location. Malcolm struggled to believe what was happening, but his skepticism quickly turned to panic when he sensed a disturbance with the artifact. Shouting that something was wrong with the fragment, the village chief immediately ordered his guards to kill the intruder. Two men rushed forward, cursing Heinz as they prepared to attack, but before they could strike, the target vanished instantly, leaving them confused and searching for him. Meanwhile, in the underground chamber, Heinz was fighting a mental battle against a torrent of negative thoughts. Although his mind core offered some protection, the pressure was so intense that he clutched his head and screamed, wondering if it was even possible to endure such agony without losing his sanity. Suddenly, the accumulated power detonated, triggering a system notification. It announced that he had met the requirements to evolve into a Demolic Immortal Wizard, a rank boosted by the Immortal King's fragment, and had acquired a skill called Malignant Wisdom, which granted him mastery over dark magic. Upstairs, a man was complaining about the trouble caused by a subordinate named Jeffy when his master's voice interrupted, calling him an idiot and ordering him to check on the fragment immediately. The man obeyed, shouting through the window and then at the cell door to get Jeffy's attention. Instead of a verbal response, a blinding light burst from the chamber, and before the man could react, undead hands seized him. Heinz emerged from the shadows surrounded by his minions and casually remarked on what a beautiful day it was. Terrified and in shock, the man couldn't comprehend how a monster was capable of speech. Desperate, he tried to push the creatures away and cast a banishing spell, but the magic dissipated harmlessly, leaving him utterly confused. Heinz approached the man and chided him for being rude. Examining the dark energy in his own hand, he realized that his new malignant wisdom allowed him to understand and use dark magic simply by observing it. Following a distant explosion, Heinz stepped forward and commanded his children of death to slaughter every human in the village, ensuring that no one escaped. As the horde swarmed out to cause destruction, Heinz pointed at a specific fallen undead. From that body, Malcolm emerged enveloped in energy, bitterly remarking that Heinz was only supposed to have become a simple elite skeleton. Revealing his true identity as Marcos Jokale, the elder demanded to know what had become of the Immortal King's fragment. Heinz simply stared at him, asking if the old man remembered who he was, and explained that while Marcos was responsible for the loss of his original heart, he had successfully acquired a replacement core from the mansion. This revelation enraged Marcos, who felt the precious fragment was wasted on such an inferior vessel. Screaming for the skeleton to die, he cast a Death Finger spell, firing a beam of energy directly at Heinz. However, the attack was easily blocked by hand, with Heinz chiding the elder for the impoliteness of striking while they were talking. Marcos yelled at him to shut up, bitter about the resources he had wasted maturing a body that was supposed to make him the most powerful being, not turn a skeleton into a Demolic. He then unleashed a Thorn of Darkness. Heinz analyzed the move, noting it was a high-level spell used with beginner skill, and allowed himself to be hit. Marcos insisted the fragment only worked because of his preparations, and vowed to destroy Heinz for experimentation, following up with a broken ectoplasm spell. Breaking free, Heinz complained about the cliché of shouting attack names and yelled for Alfred's enemy to just die. The reference confused Marcos, who asked if Heinz had known someone in the village prior to infiltrating. Suddenly, the magic backfired, and the energy thorns struck their creator. Marcos realized Heinz was adapting to dark magic unnaturally fast, attributing it to the fragment's power. Unwilling to waste more time, the elder initiated a Pact of Destruction. Simultaneously in the village, a hooded figure betrayed a companion, triggering a chain reaction where dark energy burst from the victim and infected others. Marcos raised the Crown of the Broken, draining the souls of his followers as he placed the artifact on his head to activate the Resting Place of Death. Heinz asked if he was powering himself by sacrificing his own people. Marcos acknowledged the fragment's defense but launched a Flame of Drained Souls Darkness. Despite the effort, Marcos was struck down by dark magic. Standing over the defeated elder, Heinz joked that the long technique name nearly put him to sleep and suggested they finish it. He thanked Marcos for the lesson in dark arts, leaving the old man to lament his wretched end. Heinz struck him down, mocking him as ridiculous as he fell to the ground. Staring at the lifeless body, he asked if Alfred was watching, assuring the spirit that he had been avenged, before looking up at the moon to wish his little friend a peaceful rest. The scene then shifts to a large castle at night. where a woman was kneeling in prayer before a statue. Suddenly, she lifted her head in surprise, opened the door, and called out for Bishop Martin. The bishop greeted her, noting that she had finished her prayers, but Saint Restar urgently asked him to contact the others. She informed him that she had detected signs of the immortal king's resurrection coming from the west, a revelation that left the bishop terrified. As Martin ran off to organize an immediate meeting, Restar remained behind, frowning as she recalled how the king's previous resurrection had plunged the continent into destruction hundreds of years ago. Looking out the window, she vowed that she would not allow history to repeat itself. Meanwhile, surveying the battlefield, Heinz realized that his troops had suffered extensive damage. However, he reminded himself that the best part of being a necromancer was the ability to use fallen bodies to replenish his ranks. First, he decided to tend to his own injuries. Spotting a fallen skeleton with suitable parts, he tore off its arm, remarking that it looked good. He then activated his super recovery skill to merge the new limb with his own body. Testing the repair, he deemed it perfect and wondered if he should start rebuilding his army. Turning to one of the fallen corpses, he commanded it to become his subordinate, channeling his power through malicious wisdom. The fragment of the immortal king lent its strength to the spell, and his magic contaminated the remaining power in the target's body. However, the process stripped away the thought fragments, causing the skeleton to fall apart. Confused by the failure, Heinz questioned why it wasn't working while his remaining undead watched in silence. After a few more attempts, he concluded that he was slowly getting the hang of it. He then turned his attention to Marcos's corpse, planning to turn it into an undead with a soul to extract information. However, as he lifted the body, he stopped, discovering that the old man had no soul. Finding a magic circle on the man's chest, he realized the soul had been artificially extracted as a security measure. Dropping the body, he decided he could still use it even without a soul by turning it into a high-level undead with self-awareness and combat skills. He began the process by contaminating the remaining magical power, removing residual thoughts, and inserting a new ego. The body rose as a death sorcerer, awaiting orders. Surprised that the creature not only had self-awareness but could also speak, Heinz named him Malcolm and ordered him to obey. When the creature hesitated, Heinz punched him, prompting Malcolm to finally respond with a yes. Although his new servant retained no memory of his past life, Heinz decided he would continue to punish him for his previous crimes. He summoned Malcolm and took possession of the staff, admiring how it looked as he posed in front of the pile of defeated enemies. Scanning the corpses, he recognized a specific zombie, the young man responsible for killing Jeffy. Placing a hand on the creature's head, he looked out at the burning village and silently granted them all a final release. The scene shifts to Han Sung-hyun's apartment, where he wished eternal peace for the young zombie and his family. After finishing his meal, he used his phone to check current gold prices and review his total earnings. However, he was startled when his avatar, Han, suddenly materialized in the room. The skeleton appeared to be malfunctioning and tried to speak, forcing Sung-hyun to frantically command the system to cancel the summon. Once the avatar vanished, he took a moment to recover from the fright, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a disaster. Deciding to focus on progress, he accessed the interface to upgrade his unique ability. He was pleased to find he had earned more points than anticipated, allowing him to boost his mental strength significantly. A notification confirmed the acquisition of a new skill called Tranquility, which protected his mind from external attacks. As he packed gold bars into a bag, he noticed the calming effect extended to his main body, leading him to wonder why the system always seemed to provide exactly the skills he needed at the right time. Ready to cash in, he went to the bank and requested to deposit all the gold into his account, a request that left the employees visibly shocked. After thanking them, he left the building, feeling secure because he had secretly hidden his skeletal avatar, wearing a mask for disguise, within his own shadow using black magic. Just as he concluded that his precautions were likely unnecessary, a massive creature smashed through a shop window directly behind him. A beastman and a masked accomplice emerged, celebrating their mega jackpot heist. As the thieves prepared to flee, with one jumping onto the creature's back, Han Sung-hyun stepped into their path to intervene. He shouted that they were villains misusing their awakened powers and called for onlookers to report them, trusting that the city's guardians would handle the threat. However, his attempt to stop them ended abruptly when the beastman delivered a direct punch to his face. Collapsing to the ground, Sung-hyun could only cover his injured face and watch helplessly as the criminals escaped. The masked accomplice was confident that their escape plan was succeeding, believing they had plenty of time before the guardians could catch up. Their only remaining task was to locate their partner, Portal, whom the beastman quickly spotted lying on the ground ahead. He knelt to wake her, but instead of rising, she pointed frantically behind them. When the duo turned around, they were confronted by Han's avatar, and the beast man immediately noted that this creature was certainly not a standard guardian. While Han Sung-hyun himself remained powerless to act, his skeletal summon took control of the situation. Magic hands burst from the earth to grip the villain's legs, immobilizing him as the avatar prepared to fight. By the time the association's pursuit team arrived at the warehouse, shouting that the fugitives couldn't escape, the battle was already over. The guards were confused to find their targets, including the beast man lying defeated on the ground. The squad leader deduced that an unknown party must have intercepted the villains before vanishing and ordered his men to search the perimeter. Unnoticed, a shadow slipped away from the scene, and Han Sung-hyun emerged from his hiding spot on the street, remarking to himself that it was a relief to de-stress once in a while. Meanwhile, in the other dimension, Han's second avatar, Heinz, stood before the gates of a castle city, confirming that old Malcolm had been telling the truth about its location. Eager to make his debut in this new world, he entered the city, but was immediately struck by how empty it seemed. There were no guards at the gate, and nobody seemed to care about strangers. As he walked, he witnessed a man threatening a child and a young woman, warning them that they had 3 days to pay a debt of 2 silver coins. Heinz initially decided not to get involved, but fate intervened when he accidentally bumped into the woman. After she apologized profusely, he asked if she knew the city well enough to serve as a guide. When she asked who he was, he simply showed her 2 silver coins and introduced himself as her future boss, offering the money to discuss the job. Later, the woman, named Dadun, took him to an inn she recommended and introduced him to the owner, Diana. Satisfied, Heinz gave Dadun a coin and instructed her to return the next morning. Lying in bed at the inn, Heinz decided to view hiring Dadun as his guide as a good deed, but his attempt to sleep was thwarted by a terribly uncomfortable mattress. As he tossed and turned, a sneeze escaped him, immediately answered by another sneeze from outside. Curious about the noise, he looked out the window and was surprised to see Dadun sitting there, cheerfully wishing him a good night. He was confused as to why she was waiting for him until dawn. The next morning during their meal, he told her that she didn't need to wait for him so early anymore. She agreed excitedly, though he had to reprimand her for calling him a juicy. Noticing she hadn't touched her food, he asked if she was going to eat and offered her more if she was still hungry. Dadun thanked him and accepted the meal with a smile. As they walked through the town later, she explained that the city was named Azanthu, located in the west. Heinz observed that it looked like a common medieval town, but a symbol spread everywhere caught his attention. Touching the mark on a wall, he realized it wasn't paint, but blood. The girl seemed uncertain about the symbol, prompting Heinz to recall a detail from the previous night. Turning to Dadun, he asked if she had eaten deer soup. She confirmed it, surprised by his knowledge, to which he smiled and explained that he had a very good sense of smell. Changing the subject back to the mark on the wall, Dadun revealed that it was the emblem of the Varkalak organization. Heinz paused for a moment, reflecting on the name. Suddenly, he stopped and commented on a scent, making the girl curious. When he asked what she smelled, Dadun excitedly responded that it was freshly baked bread and insisted he try it. Even though he reminded her they had just eaten, she ran ahead, claiming there was always room for more. A few days later, a wind blew through a dark, silent alley where someone was being dragged, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. Meanwhile, Heinz waited for Dadun, noting that she had never been late for their meetings before. Instead of the girl, the group of men he had encountered earlier approached and greeted him, with the leader stating they wanted to have a chat. Heinz extended a handful of coins, offering them as a contribution to maintain public order. However, he noticed the same symbol he had seen on the walls tattooed on one of the men's necks. A memory surfaced of Dadun advising him not to loiter in the alleys and to leave the city, followed by another recollection of a man asking why they had taken that little child. Connecting the dots, he realized they might have captured Diana. As the men turned to leave, Heinz shouted for them to wait, deciding to intervene. He clenched his fist and approached the young man, saying he was curious about something, but just then Dadun suddenly appeared, calling out to him and urging him to look for Diana. The men asked what he was so curious about, but instead of answering, Heinz shifted the focus to the money he had given them earlier. Showing them an empty pouch, he pointed out that they had already taken everything he had. He then turned his attention to Dadun, scolding her for being late, and warning that she would miss her meal. However, she cut him off with devastating news. Her little brother had disappeared. She explained that although the food had helped him recover, he was now nowhere to be found. This triggered a memory for Heinz, who recalled the men mentioning a captured child. When he asked if the Varkalak gang was responsible, Dadun confirmed it. He tried to reassure her by offering to pay a ransom, but she screamed back that money was useless because they wanted blood, not gold, revealing that her brother Aaron was in mortal danger. Shocked by this revelation, Heinz held her and asked why they would need blood. Dodden confessed the horrifying truth. The entire city served as a feeding ground for vampires. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, a mysterious figure perched on a rooftop noticed the heavy scent of dark mana in the air. He speculated that an internal conflict had broken out over the immortal king's fragment, lamenting that he had planned to steal it once it matured. Despite missing the initial event, the vampire smiled, confident that he knew where the target had gone and that he would catch them quickly. Back on the street, Heinz pressed for more details about the vampires, and Dodden explained that every organization in the city, Varkalak included, was under their control. She broke down in tears, crying that escape was impossible and that no one ever survived despite their best efforts to live one day at a time. She was convinced that she and her brother were doomed. Refusing to let her give up, Heinz grabbed her face and shouted for her to snap out of it. He insisted they had no time to waste and demanded to know where the boy might be. Although Dodden was skeptical and warned him of the danger, Heinz simply told her not to worry. He declared that he was an expert at making fools suffer and immediately set out to save the unlucky girl and her brother. Inside a nearby tavern, a thug slammed coins onto a table, betting his entire stash. When his companion asked where the windfall came from, he bragged about ripping off a tourist earlier that day. Suddenly, the door crashed open as Heinz kicked his way in. The gambler stood up, demanding to know who dared to interrupt, while his partner laughed, recognizing Heinz as the donor from before and mocking him for coming back to give them more money. Ignoring the taunts and having already silently disposed of the guard outside, Heinz grabbed the man by the collar. He demanded the location of the child they had discussed earlier. The thug tried to bluster, asking if Heinz knew who he was messing with, but Heinz didn't let him finish, silencing him instantly with a powerful blow. Heinz stated he knew exactly what kind of trash people were who messed with families out of greed, simply calling the man garbage before defeating him with a single punch. He warned the room that only 2 opponents remained. The final pair advanced to attack simultaneously, one wielding a knife and the other an axe. Heinz moved forward with confidence, and although the knifeman managed to strike his abdomen, the blade failed to pierce his skin, leaving the attacker stunned. Taking advantage of the distraction, Heinz punched him in the face, revealing that he was wearing a Korean stab-proof vest. Meanwhile, the last man swung his axe, but the weapon was instantly blocked by an invisible barrier, leaving him confused about what had just happened. Seizing the moment, Heinz grabbed the attacker's wrist and took him down, successfully neutralizing the trio. Looking at his gear, he commented that bringing so many magic items had been a good idea, though as he stood over the fallen men, he wondered if he had perhaps brought too much. However, his relief was short-lived. A new group suddenly appeared on the staircase, demanding to know what was going on before rushing to attack. Realizing he had spoken too soon, Heinz was forced back into the fray. After the dust settled, he stood surrounded by unconscious bodies, catching his breath and pulling a weapon from his shoulder, while lamenting that he had lost count of the enemies during the brawl. He stepped on the head of the last conscious man and demanded to know where the taken boy was. The thug refused to talk, threatening that his boss would arrive any moment to end Heinz's life. Heinz thanked him for the unintended tip, retorted that the man should worry about his own life, and headed into a nearby room. There, he found a boy shrinking into the corner, begging to be released. Heinz approached gently, explaining that the boy's sister had sent him for a rescue. Just as the boy, Aaron, asked if Heinz really knew his sister, a large bat landed in the window, interrupting their escape. A mysterious voice demanded to know who dared to touch his food and interrupt his meal. A vampire then materialized before them, asking if Heinz belonged to the Oath of Audacity or was the child's brother, warning him of the consequences of interfering. Pulling Aaron close, Heinz clarified that he was just a tourist who had been robbed and decided to help. The vampire found the answer unamusing, and while manipulating blood magic, declared a preference for the blood of little boys. He launched an attack, stating that Heinz would die there, but Heinz grabbed the vampire's neck with a hand engulfed in flames, screaming for Aaron to run, while warning the monster that he would be burned alive. Heinz shoved the vampire away with all his might, screaming for Aaron to run and not look back, no matter what happened. Taking advantage of the distraction, the boy fled, while the vampire, now recovering on the floor, commented that Heinz was faster than he had imagined. Treating the fight as mere entertainment, the creature advanced, declaring it would be a good warm-up before dinner. He lunged, and although Heinz managed to block the initial strike with his sword, the vampire's other hand extended, driving claws deep into his chest. The monster noted Heinz's resilient body and rapid recovery, but pointed out that the gap in their strength was simply too vast. Heinz realized the truth in those words. He would have already been dead if the vampire hadn't been toying with him. Suspended in the air as the creature prepared to take a bite of his main course, Heinz decided he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. The vampire blocked a desperate punch, grabbed him by the neck, and declared that their useless struggle ended there. However, just as the monster leaned in to bite, warning that Heinz would pay dearly, the protagonist decided that if he couldn't win, they would die together. Suddenly, his body was engulfed in flames, shocking the vampire, who recoiled and asked if this was a hidden magic item. Heinz revealed that the idea came to him when he saw alcohol spreading on the floor earlier. He realized he could turn the tables by igniting it. The vampire, thinking him crazy, asked if he really planned a mutual suicide. In response, the burning Heinz slammed into him, mocking the creature's earlier insults. When the vampire called him a weak piece of meat, Heinz surprised him with a brutal headbutt, throwing him to the ground. He reminded the monster that this gourmet food was tough and recovered fast, screaming that he wasn't in the mood to be eaten. As the fallen vampire begged him to stop, a massive explosion of fire consumed the entire area. Amidst the burning ruins of the city, where only a single tower remained standing, Heinz lay fallen in the flames, remarking on how impressive the scene was. Reflecting on his condition, he admitted that surviving such an event might actually be a problem, given his crumbling body. Yet he seemed to accept his fate, content that his mission to help the unfortunate girl had been a success. In the distance, Diana hugged her brother as he screamed toward the fire. Sometime later, Diana was working when a customer interrupted to say he had left money on the table. She thanked him, and shortly after, another young man asked if he could also get in line. She agreed with a smile and invited him to sit, but upon looking closer, she recognized him. The young woman ran and hugged him, relieved that he was alive. Comforting her, Heinz asked if he really looked like someone who would fall for a trap like that. Unfortunately, the avatar had truly died this time, and Han Sung-hyun knew that summoning a replacement would take a week, which would surely worry Diana. After considering his options, he decided to seize the opportunity to control a new body, declaring that this one would also go by the name Heinz to maintain his cover. He sent a previously created avatar to the location, anxious that the young woman might notice the switch. However, Diana was certain it was him, because his soul's essence remained unchanged. She warned him that he could never return because the vampires would be hunting him, but he reassured her that he had already finished his business there. He felt confident that, with the immortal king's hands at his disposal, the vampires posed no real threat. Back in his room, Heinz discovered he had to wait 10 days for the interdimensional transmission, a delay much longer than he had anticipated. Suddenly, the vampire who had been watching the city materialized and grabbed him by the throat, accusing him of being the culprit. The creature explained that tracks leading to the forest had given him away, confirming that the vampires had already found him. The attacker demanded to know why a tourist was in the territory of a murdered vampire. Heinz tried to fight back, but his strength failed him, forcing him to admit that this opponent was a true monster. Holding him firm, the vampire remarked that he couldn't detect any dark magic aura or the scent of their kin's blood. When Heinz feigned ignorance, claiming he didn't know what happened because he had been sleeping, the vampire insisted on making him understand the situation and bit him on the neck. After tasting the blood, the creature warned he would speak slowly. Heinz touched his neck, feeling his body transform into a vampire and realizing he had acquired the lesser bloodline ability, which theoretically made lying impossible. Releasing an intense pressure, the vampire asked again if he was truly unconnected to the Oath of Daring. Although his new blood screamed for him to submit to his superior, Heinz discovered he could ignore the urge thanks to his mind core, which filtered out the instinct. He lied, answering that he was just a simple traveler. Seemingly convinced he had misunderstood, the vampire ordered Heinz to follow him, saying they had work to do. Deciding to play along to gather information, Heinz accompanied him to the Azanthu branch of the Varkoslak clan. As they entered, the other vampires greeted the Lord but eyed Heinz with disdain, questioning why their leader had accepted such an inferior turning. Suddenly, a female vampire named Rosalika grabbed him, celebrating the arrival of fresh blood. She introduced herself and offered him a drink, asking for his name in return. When he replied that he was Heinz, she told him not to be tense, noting that they were both of lesser blood. Insisting that he try the freshly drawn liquid, she watched as he took a sip. To avoid suspicion, Heinz drank it, but he had to mentally block the taste and smell. Despite his mind core, the bloodlust was still overwhelming. After forcing it down, he commented that it was delicious. As Rosalica flirted with him, Heinz asked what she meant by lesser blood, prompting her to realize he knew nothing about vampire hierarchy. She explained that those of lesser blood were akin to knights, while purebloods, like the Lord Vampire, were the nobility. Above them were the clan leaders, the royal bloods, and finally, the sacred blood, which represented a type of faith in the progenitor to whom they owed absolute obedience. From atop a balcony, the Lord Vampire called for everyone's attention, announcing that he would get straight to the point since they were all gathered. A pure-blooded vampire informed the crowd that the Immortal King's fragments, previously possessed by the Oath of Daring, were missing. T-Pole, another pureblood, added that they were last seen heading toward the city before vanishing without a trace. When Heinz asked about the fragments, Rosalica seemed surprised by his ignorance. She explained that dark sorcerers from a nearby village had been cultivating them, which made Heinz realize she was referring to the Oath of Daring. The Lord Vampire then ordered everyone to investigate their designated areas and report anything suspicious. Later, as they walked through the city, Rosalica complained that her skin would burn if she kept walking around. Heinz agreed that sunlight made him weak, and she hurried him along, sighing that moving their fragments here had been a wasted effort. He interrupted her, asking if they also possessed Immortal King fragments. Rosalica confirmed this, explaining that the plan had been for the Dark Sorcerers to merge their fragments with those of the vampires. Heinz realized this was a stroke of luck, deducing that a pure-blooded vampire was likely guarding them. Grabbing Rosalica, he demanded to know the location of the artifacts, but she just laughed, asking why someone of her rank would know such a secret. Suddenly, Diana, who was eating nearby, interjected that she might know something. To a surprised Heinz, she clarified that she believed she knew the location of the Immortal King's fragments, a revelation that left Han Sung-hyun completely shocked. Diana confirmed that she might know something, though she admitted her memory was a bit hazy since the events took place a year ago. Back when she worked cleaning tombs, she noticed that members of the Varkalak organization visited a specific stone chamber every Friday, and a terrible, evil stench always wafted from inside. Han Sung-hyun decided this lead was definitely worth investigating and thanked her for the tip. He told her he would handle the situation alone and instructed her to hide, but Diana grabbed his arm before he could leave. Narrowing her eyes, she noted that his scent was different than usual. Realizing he couldn't fool her sharp nose, Han admitted the truth about his condition, but promised he wouldn't let it affect her, urging her not to worry. Despite his reassurances, Diana kept her grip on him and offered to let him drink some of her blood if the hunger became too difficult, provided he didn't take too much. Han placed his hand on her head, affectionately chiding her for talking too much, and told her to stop. He insisted that all he needed was the location of that foul smell. Later that night, screams echoed from the cemetery. Inside a hidden chamber, a vampire named Tiapol commanded an injured man to stand up straight. Taunting his prisoner, Tiapol asked if he wanted to die before making a cruel proposal. If the man could land just one sword strike, he would be allowed to leave in peace. Desperate, the injured man gripped his weapon firmly and charged. However, before he could make contact, tendrils shot out from Tiapol's hand, wrapping around the attacker and piercing his body. As the man was drained completely dry, the vampire complained about how boring the encounter was and left the shriveled corpse suspended in the air. He then ordered a servant to clean up the trash and bring a more resilient sacrifice. The servant obediently dragged the body away, but suddenly stopped, calling out to ask who was there. Out of nowhere, a group of skeletons ambushed him. Turning around, Tiapol demanded to know how such filthy corpses had breached his sanctuary and ordered his minions to destroy them. However, a massive skeleton crushed one of the servants and conjured a barrier of thorns on the ground, trapping the vampire. Confused and on the defensive, Tiapol wondered aloud what kind of creature this was and if a necromancer from the Oath of Audacity had found them. Facing the silent intruder, Hans, the vampire realized he wouldn't get an answer. Dismissing the silence, Tiapol declared that it didn't matter, as he would simply interrogate the intruder's severed head later. Tiapol lunged forward, shattering one of the surrounding skeletons with a powerful blow. However, his confidence faltered when the destroyed creature immediately began to reform. Hans, the one controlling the undead, mocked the vampire's earlier threat about taking his head and challenged him to try again. As if in response, skeletal hands and sharp thorns erupted from the ground, encircling Tiapol. Just then, another vampire arrived, announcing that the vampire lord's followers were outside and that he had come to assist. Tiapol, acknowledging the strength of the skeleton, ordered the newcomer to focus on stalling for reinforcements. Suddenly, Han Seong-hyun bit the newly arrived vampire. Confused by the blood on himself and the betrayal, Tiapol screamed, asking if Han Seong-hyun had gone mad. Ignoring him, Han Seong-hyun extended his hand toward Tiapol, who instantly recognized the energy as black magic. Horrified, the vampire wondered if his ally was in cahoots with the skeleton and ordered him to stop, shouting that drinking the blood of one's own kin was a sin that stained the mind. However, as the bitten vampire withered away, Han Seong-hyun stood over the body and calmly stated that such rules didn't apply to him. Having acquired blood magic through the act, he noted that this new ability would give him a significant advantage. Han Seong-hyun claimed he could break the barrier, but Hans warned him that there wasn't enough time for subtle methods. Deciding to use brute force instead, Han Seong-hyun launched an attack that blew the chamber's ceiling apart. Both looked up and exclaimed that they had found their prize, the second fragment of the Immortal King. Hans reached out to grab the artifact, but upon touching it, he was bombarded by an intense flow of negative thoughts that persisted even through his mental filters. To manage the strain, he focused all the mental power of his clones onto himself. A massive surge of energy erupted from the site just as the vampire lord arrived with his followers. Wondering if he was too late, the lord spotted a figure floating in the sky and ordered his men to open fire. Although the creature was hit by the barrage, Han successfully absorbed the fragment into his chest. Tiapol attempted a surprise attack from behind, but it was futile. The vampire lord observed in shock as the entity before him evolved. Its regeneration ability upgraded to true immortality, and it acquired forbidden knowledge, transforming into an archlich. Meanwhile, in the distance, a knight noticed a strange disturbance and asked his companion if something was on fire near the city of Xanthu. A man coughed as he caught one of the strange particles drifting down from the sky. Realizing these were not ordinary ashes, the knight beside him immediately ordered the group to turn their horses around, declaring that he needed to report this phenomenon to the saint without delay. Meanwhile, the vampire and Han Seong-hyun watched a figure floating in the air. Recognizing the sight as the sign of the Immortal King's resurrection, the vampire paled and marveled at the immense power on display, noting that the entity had become nearly 10 times stronger in an instant. Driven by the fragment's power, Hans's rank had escalated, causing his dark magic to increase explosively. He now possessed the traits of malignant wisdom and forbidden knowledge, which granted him unconditional mastery over the secrets of dark arts. Gripping his staff, he summoned dark smoke from the ground to envelop his enemies. Confused, the vampire wondered if this was some sort of trick, while one of his subordinates panicked and suggested they flee. However, before the man could escape, a shadowy hand snatched him and threw him high into the air. Suddenly, the vampire found himself surrounded by shadows that pierced him from all directions. Hans remarked that while his opponent was certainly stronger than other purebloods, he was now nothing more than a blood bag. Shocked, the vampire asked if he had absorbed the entire fragment and questioned how he had managed to withstand so much malice on his own. Hans replied that the answer was simple. He was not alone. At that moment, a silhouette emerged behind the vampire. Standing over the defeated enemy, Han Seong-hyun received a notification that he had met the conditions to evolve his lineage into a pureblood. Satisfied with this growth, he vowed to evolve even faster by hunting his own kind, promising to devour every vampire he could find. Later, the survivors regrouped in the forest, uncertain of their next move. Rosalika lamented that they wouldn't have been defeated so easily if Parita had been there, but another vampire warned against underestimating their foe. Examining the magical traces left behind, Parita concluded that the opponent was simply too powerful. With the sun beginning to rise, she decided their only option was to return to the main base and request reinforcements. Back in the city, a man fled desperately through the streets. He tried to hide, whispering to himself that the vampires who thought they were superior had been killed in a second, and he regretted ever trusting them. His fear deepened when a shadowy figure appeared and placed a hand on his arm. Moments later, screams echoed through the city as Hans finished off the remaining members of Varkalak. Meanwhile, Heinz hired merchants to ensure Diana's children were safely transported out of the city. As they sat around a campfire, he prepared a meal, adding a dash of pepper before serving the special steak to the two young ones. When one of the boys thanked him and mentioned how delicious the food was, Heinz simply told him to eat up, observing how much better they looked now that they were far from the city's dangers. He double-checked if their uncle owned a store in the eastern part of La Pelas, and the boy confirmed it. Although the child expressed uncertainty about whether they would be welcomed, Heinz reassured him not to worry. For a moment, He reflected on how attached he had grown to them and realized it would be painful to say goodbye. It struck him how much he had changed since arriving and how long it had been since he felt this way. Snapping him out of his thoughts, the girl asked if he was okay or if his blood sugar was low. He assured her he was fine, silently noting that he had already had his fill by devouring the remaining vampires in the village. Elsewhere, Hans was busy transforming bodies into undead, urging one of them to enter quickly. He commented on the incredible convenience of the location, noting that it seemed endless and musing that with further research, he might even be able to open a subspace on Earth. Suddenly, an attack was launched toward the portal, directly hitting a skeleton guard. A female vampire approached, asking if he was still wandering around their city, and questioning if he was underestimating them. Ovore Vaskoslak, a true blood vampire, demanded to know if he was truly part of the Oath of Audacity. Hans accepted the compliment and claimed to be a proud member, but the female vampire called him a liar, asserting that their hideout had been attacked and he had stolen the immortal king's fragment. Dismissing the details, she declared that it didn't matter because he would die either way, and lunged forward to attack. However, the blow from her scythe was blocked by Hans's bare hand. Leaning in to assess her strength, he then leaped backward, causing the vampire to realize just how close the encounter had been. She admitted that a pureblood with such power was not an easy opponent. Suddenly, Hans found himself trapped inside a barrier. Ovore revealed that her clan possessed the best blood sorcerers, who had created the containment field specifically to prevent his escape. Although Hans concluded that he could break through if he really tried, he knew he needed more time to adjust to his new power. Undeterred, the female vampire threatened to crush his head and rip the fragment from his body. Realizing he had only one option left, he embraced his persona as Hans from the Oath of Audacity and dramatically declared himself to be their death, promising that although he was retreating now, he would return to finish them off. Deciding that a true villain needs a theatrical exit, he took a deep breath before Han Sung-hyun ordered the system to cancel the invocation, causing the creature to vanish instantly. This sudden disappearance left the sorcerers stunned and confused, with Ovore wondering how he had managed to escape their barrier. Her confusion was cut short when she spotted a figure atop the wall just as one of her sorcerers collapsed, struck by a holy silver arrow. Realizing they were under attack by paladins from the Church of the Supreme God who had surrounded the tomb, one of her companions shouted that they were doomed. Furious, Ovore cursed the Lich, wondering if he had stayed in the city solely to delay them so the paladins could arrive, and swore she would hunt him down and kill him no matter where he fled. Back in safety, Han Sung-hyun celebrated that Hans was alive, though the skeleton complained that canceling the invocation felt like cheating. However, as the adrenaline faded, Han Sung-hyun recalled the dramatic lines he had used, introducing himself as the Incarnation of Death, and threw himself onto his bed in despair, burying his face in his hands. He felt like he was dying of embarrassment, questioning why he had uttered such a generic villain line while Hans sat silently beside him. Yet, upon reflection, he admitted to himself that he felt a little proud. After all, he had single-handedly dealt with a group of vampires and saved both the girl and the city. Stretching out, he concluded that when he framed it that way, he actually sounded like a hero. Curious about his reward for such a significant feat, he wondered if he had earned a lot of karma points and opened the shop interface. He was shocked to see a balance of over 700,000 points, especially since he had spent everything on the previous upgrade. He speculated that causing discord between the dark mages and the vampires must have generated a massive bonus. Deciding not to question his luck, he resolved to upgrade his unique skill again. After selecting the option, a notification informed him that his avatar summon limit had increased, and he wondered if there were any additional benefits. A second notification confirmed that he had acquired a special skill called Persona. Letting out a small laugh, he read the description. The skill allowed him to use an avatar as a vessel to contain specific emotions. Han Sung-hyun understood immediately why the system had determined he needed this ability. He reflected on how he had connected with strangers and helped them defeat powerful enemies, realizing that he, a recluse who had been locked in his room for 2 years, had managed to accomplish all of this. The reason was simple. To him, everything felt like a game rather than reality. However, he was now forced to face the truth that he was still trapped inside his room, burdened by the loneliness, sadness, and anger he had suppressed for so long. As all these accumulated negative emotions surfaced, Han Seong-hyun called for Hans and ordered the avatar to transfer those useless, rotting feelings into a vessel. The transfer cleared the emotions from his body, leaving him feeling refreshed, though he quickly noted that the feelings hadn't disappeared but were merely stored. Worried, he turned to Hans, concerned about the effect of absorbing such negativity. However, Hans reassured him, stating that pain and despair were his life companions and no longer bothered him. Confused, Han Sung-hyun realized that the avatar's tone of voice had changed without him noticing. Hans seemed to understand the shift, leading Han Sung-hyun to question if an avatar filled with emotions would develop its own personality. Just then, an explosion interrupted his thoughts. Looking out the window, he wondered if another villain was attacking the city, but initially decided not to care, telling himself that the Guardians would handle it and that it wasn't his problem. Hans, however, challenged this apathy, asking if a specific reason was necessary to eradicate evil. Han Sung-hyun looked at his avatar in silence, the transfer of his negative emotions bringing a sudden clarity. He realized he had been avoiding the situation just as he always did. The truth was that he wanted to eliminate villains more than anyone, but had used his lack of courage as an excuse. Hans explained that since the world's order was shaken, outlaws were causing chaos everywhere, and declared that he would now become their law. From a distance, two guards watched the destruction, wondering how many times this had happened already. One noted that the villains had started organizing terror attacks, while the other questioned why reinforcements still hadn't arrived. Meanwhile, a masked man observed that the villains had formed a faction and concluded that the situation seemed to be reaching its end. Deciding it would be a shame to leave empty-handed, he released spheres that revealed themselves to be large eyes. He sent them into the darkness to act as his eyes and ears, ordering them to seek out the sinners hidden in the shadows. Elsewhere, a man asked for an ashtray, and one of his companions callously offered a young man to serve as a human one. One of the floating eyes silently observed a man preparing to harm a young victim's face. Meanwhile, the sounds of a desperate mother echoed from a nearby house. Clutching her child, she wept and wondered where they could hide, but the man threatening them simply raised his belt to strike. Elsewhere, a thief shattered a shop window with a crowbar and approached the cash register, noting that it was full. However, the masked vigilante saw it all. Declaring that he would punish these worthless villains, he moved swiftly to intervene. He grabbed the thief by the throat and seized the abusive man from behind, promising that their punishment would be deeply traumatic. Confronting the aggressors, he vowed to engrave fear into their very souls, warning them to remember this encounter. He added that if they ever embraced evil again, he would return from the shadows to find them. As screams of terror faded with the night, the vigilante stood atop a building, feeling increasingly comfortable with his new power. With the sunrise, he stretched and took a deep breath, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction after a long night of cleaning up the city's trash. However, he realized that his Eye of Darkness had significant limitations. Exposed to sunlight, its power weakened and vanished. Since he couldn't simply release undead creatures into the city, he needed a more efficient way to track his enemies. Just then, a flock of pigeons flew overhead and soiled his clothes. Annoyed, he muttered a threat to kill them and turn them into servants, but the incident sparked an idea. He realized he could use familiar magic, a slavery technique for animals, to create a spy that was everywhere yet went unnoticed. Hans retreated to a cave filled with pigeons to begin his research. His initial attempts failed because balancing the magic was difficult. He needed the birds to look normal but still carry a strong contagion. If he lowered the magical output too much, the spell became ineffective. At one point, he thought he had succeeded, only to be shocked when a monstrous creature burst from the cage. After 3 weeks of continuous failure, he turned to his last test subject with renewed determination. Ordering the struggling bird to stay still, he carefully adjusted the energy levels and cast the definitive version of the slavery contagion magic. Relieved that the process was finally over, he was caught off guard when the bird suddenly flew out of his hand. It ascended into the sky and blended perfectly with the other pigeons, appearing completely normal. Now, the only thing left to do was to verify if the contagion worked. The pigeon landed among a flock, and soon after, 3 birds gathered together. Almost immediately, their eyes changed, confirming that the experiment had been a success. Watching through his new network of spies, Hans observed the creatures that now served as his eyes and ears before ordering them to fly out and locate his enemies. Meanwhile, in a forest, a man watched the birds circling overhead, his mind drifting back to Hans's chilling final words introducing himself as Death. As night approached, the man reported to Archbishop Ladius. Tuscan informed him that interrogations of the last captives revealed the vampires were not actually allies of the Immortal King's descendants. Ladius noted that they needed more clues because the Immortal King was growing stronger by the moment. Suddenly, the cross of the night began to glow, signaling a call from the saint. She revealed that the Immortal King's presence had been detected again, specifically inside a cave to the north. Latius thanked her, promising to meet her expectations. Deep in the forest, the cave entrance lay hidden. Hans had programmed his familiars to transmit information whenever they encountered a monster, but he still needed to verify if the process worked in the field. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. The movement of the birds on the surface became erratic, as if they were fleeing in terror. Although they seemed scared, he wondered why he hadn't received any specific data. Then, through a pigeon's vision, he realized his familiars had encountered humans as a group of knights advanced through the woods. He questioned if their arrival in such a remote place was an ambush, seeing through the bird's eyes that the cave entrance was already surrounded by dozens of people. Before he could react, the pigeon was struck by an arrow. One of the soldiers shouted Hans's name, warning that his tricks would not work on them. A paladin stepped forward, declaring that no evil could escape the divine gaze and demanding that Hans surrender to face God's judgment. Recognizing the emblem from his time in Varkalask, Hans identified the man as a member of the Holy Order. He was puzzled as to how they had found him, knowing that divine power usually interfered with dark magic tracking. The paladin wasted no time, rushing forward with his blade, but Hans managed to catch the weapon with his bare hand. The knight stated that he had never intended to let Hans speak, refusing to be deceived by a glib tongue. Hans merely commented that the man was just as stubborn and closed-minded as he appeared before attempting a counterattack. However, the paladin easily blocked the blow with his hand, dismissing it as a crude trick. Declaring that Hans would not corrupt God's message, he drove his sword squarely into Hans's chest. Gasping, Hans asked if he was really being accused of a crime for punishing evil, but the paladin shouted back that touching forbidden power made him no different from the monsters he fought. Confused by this flawed logic, Hans suddenly realized that something had been interfering with his magic the entire time, just before he received a brutal punch to the face. The force of the impact knocked him backward into the trees, and as Hans scrambled to recover, he found himself surrounded. The paladin immediately ordered the choir to begin their chant, and as they sang in unison, Hans felt his strength draining away. He realized the song was weakening him, but since he refused to harm innocents to silence them, he summoned a shadow version of the choir members instead. Seizing the opportunity, the paladin attacked with an artifact, shouting that it was time to restrain the target. The choir responded by casting magical chains, one of which snared his leg. Completely immobilized and suspended in the air, Hans admitted to himself that he had let his guard down. Unable to move or use magic, he watched the men praying and understood they had prepared this trap specifically to prevent his escape. A warrior noted how hard they had worked to capture him, to which Hans replied that it was to be expected. The man declared that no evil had ever escaped their confinement and asked if he had given up resisting. Instead of answering, Hans laughed, realizing negotiation was impossible. He bid them farewell, challenging the church's minions to catch him if they could. Confused, the warrior advanced to attack, asking if Hans really thought he would be allowed to escape. However, Hans knew their efforts were futile. He simply issued a command to release the summon, and his body vanished instantly, leaving the warrior incredulous. Elsewhere, an observer wondered who the mysterious figure was. Back in his room, Han Song-hyun lay in bed and sighed, acknowledging that the situation was becoming problematic. He reflected on the chaos he had caused, listing his formidable enemies, the Shadow Faction, the Oath of Daring, the Varkoslak Vampire Clan, and now the Great Divine Order. Suddenly, he jumped up and pointed at the screen, confused as to why the Karma Shop had rewarded him. He realized it must be payment for causing turmoil across the continent. Deciding to deal with that later, he resolved to focus on his original plan. In a dark alley, a mask emerged from the shadows, as the man declared it was time to reap the results of his research. He explained the mechanism behind his controlled entities, noting that whenever they encounter another being, they spread dark magic. This chain reaction ensures his surveillance network expands rapidly, with the potential to easily cover a massive city like Seoul. Suddenly, a signal caught his attention through the eyes of a cat, causing him to wonder if they had already found a target. Confirming it was the first hit, he tuned into the scene where a woman's desperate pleas echoed. Lying on the floor, she begged a man holding a knife to spare her, promising to do anything to survive. Through a window, she spotted a man with glasses passing by and screamed that she had been kidnapped, but the stranger walked away, oblivious to her cries. The kidnapper threw her down and grabbed her by the hair, taunting that her efforts were useless. He revealed that his unique ability isolated the space, meaning only he could hear her screams and see her suffering. Dragging her toward a microphone, he urged her to scream louder, declaring that she would be one of the top prizes in his collection. However, just as he raised his weapon, the studio window shattered. Startled, the criminal demanded to know what power the intruder possessed. The masked man stepped forward, correctly identifying the killer's technique as sound suppression and invisibility, but he calmly stated that such tricks had no effect on him and that the man's disgusting actions ended today. Using the woman as a shield, the kidnapper asked if the intruder was a guardian and threatened to kill her if he took another step. Unimpressed, the masked man simply questioned the validity of the threat. In a flash, the woman was pulled to safety behind him. Realizing he was facing a returnee, the murderer accused him of stealing his prey and charged forward, swearing to kill them both. However, his attack was halted instantly as his body froze mid-air. The masked man remarked that the killer's words suggested this wasn't his first crime. To confirm, he touched the man's forehead and activated the Lament of the Dead, a necromancy skill that revealed a memory of the killer attacking a previous victim. Satisfied that the man was a serial killer, he declared that death was too merciful a punishment. Instead, he decided to transform the criminal into an undead servant to help him on Earth. As he began the blood-draining process to create the creature, he admitted he hadn't expected to build his army so soon. The transformation was successful, resulting in a horrifying intermediate-level undead. Seeing potential in his new creation, the masked man ordered it to come closer, remarking that it might actually be quite useful. Before leaving, he glanced at the unconscious woman lying on the floor and debated whether he should clean up the scene or leave it as it was. Outside, a crowd had gathered around the building where the police were already processing the crime scene. Park Hanschel, the head of the Special Abilities Agency's Criminal Investigation Division, was overseeing the operation when an agent approached with an update. The officer confirmed that the footage from the scene matched the serial killer they had been hunting, but added that a returnee had apparently killed the suspect. However, no body was found. Only bloodstains tainted with dark magic remained. Although Hanschel felt the criminal deserved to die, he was annoyed by the complications this added to the case. Spotting a mask symbol drawn on the wall, he concluded that vigilantes who get drunk on power and play hero are just as dangerous as the villains. Meanwhile, an officer in the crowd looked up at a nearby rooftop, wondering who the lunatic standing there was. Unaware he was being watched, the masked man stood atop the building holding a white cat, muttering that he had wanted to see the detective's face at least once. At the South Seoul branch of the Returnee Association, an assistant entered the manager's office to find her boss asleep. Sighing that it was happening again, she woke up branch manager Yoon Ji-yoon, insisting that there was an urgent matter. Ji-yoon groggily asked what the problem was, and the assistant explained that the skill management department had sent a cooperation request linking the arrest of 3 jewel thieves to the recent murder. The suspect was described as a black magic user wearing a long coat and a traditional ha-ho mask. Leaning back in her chair, Ji-yoon complained about the chaos in public safety, admitting she was tempted to just let this vigilante handle the case. When her assistant reprimanded her, Ji-yoon argued back, insisting that the man clearly had the necessary skills and would make an excellent hunting dog if properly controlled. She lamented that he hadn't simply joined them as a guardian. However, the assistant ignored her complaints, pointed to a stack of documents, and told her to stop talking nonsense and get back to work. Frustrated, Ji-yoon threw the papers into the air, shouting that she felt like smashing all the villains herself. Elsewhere, Han Sung-hyun stretched his limbs, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction from taking down the bad guys. He reflected on his methods, noting that unless he was dealing with a serial killer, he usually preferred to simply plant a terror curse to ensure they were punished appropriately without killing them. Looking at his reflection, Han Sung-hyun decided it was time to investigate the villain organization disrupting public order. Having wrapped up his affairs in one location, he felt ready to focus his attention on the broader world. Meanwhile, a heartfelt reunion was taking place nearby as a man shouted desperately for Diana and Aaron, rushing over to hug the children and tell them how hard they had worked. As the children consoled him, Hans watched from a distance, relieved to see that the man appeared to be a genuinely good person, which meant resorting to threats wouldn't be necessary. The man approached Heinz and shook his hand, expressing deep gratitude for bringing the children back safely. Diana then stepped forward, reminiscing about the time they had spent together before giving him a warm hug. Heinz assured her that this wasn't a final goodbye and promised to visit them again, urging everyone to stay healthy. The girl confessed that she had been worried about his shift in personality, but was relieved to see he was still good at heart. This comment made him question if his personality really had changed, wondering if it was an influence of the persona skill. He reflected that while the original Heinz's persona was a mix of negative emotions and attention-seeking behavior, Heinz II, focused on infiltration and deception, had been granted a calm and composed nature. When Eren asked where he planned to go next, Heinz revealed that he would be making a pilgrimage to the capital of the Kingdom of Thalia. The scene shifts to the city of Thaleria, where Heinz stated that he had come for only one reason. The capital served as the headquarters of the goddess church and housed the largest temple on Earth. Finding a secluded alley and ensuring no one was watching, he prepared to bring forth his fourth avatar. With the command Avatar Summon, he called upon Heinlich, a new entity possessing the unique warrior spirit trait, which granted combat bonuses. Heinz explained that walking through a sacred city in a vampire's body had its limitations, so he handed a pouch to Heinlich and instructed him to go toward the light. Inside a nearby building, a voice called for the next believer to come forward. Heinlich approached the counter and poured out a massive amount of coins and jewels, prompting one of the men to ask in shock how much it was worth. Heinlich replied that it was his entire fortune, declaring his desire to dedicate everything to the goddess and become a holy knight to fulfill her will. Watching from afar, Han Song-hyun reflected that his previous avatars, an undead, a dark wizard, and a vampire, had all been children of darkness. This time, however, his avatar would be a holy knight wielding a sacred sword, respected by all. Heinlich confirmed his resolve with a firm, "Certainly." A man with a mustache extended his hand, introducing himself as an instructor and promising to train him into an excellent knight, but a scribe quickly interrupted, arguing that they could not simply accept a stranger into the order, regardless of how large his donation was. The instructor laughed off the scribe's concerns, explaining that training inevitably exposes a person's true nature. He then challenged the recruit, asking if he had the confidence to reveal his true self, to which Heinlich replied with absolute certainty. Later, despite being exhausted and begging for water, Heinlich faced a massive stone sphere rolling toward him. Calling the situation madness, he braced himself and managed to halt the heavy rock with his bare hands. As he struggled under the weight, he reflected that a month had passed since he began his Holy Knight training. Although he initially believed the order to be noble, he had since realized it was merely a gathering of obsessed men. While Heinlich fought to keep the sphere from crushing him, an instructor scolded trainee number 121 for losing focus, reminding him of the strict rule to never stop praying. He ordered the young man to concentrate and sing his prayers to heal his broken body during the exercise. Urged on by the instructor to complete just one more repetition, the trainee shouted out to the goddess as he pushed through the pain. Watching the chaos, Heinlich had to admit the brutal methods were effective. One man celebrated how great his back felt, even asking to be hit harder, while another flexed his arm as a spiked mace struck him. However, surrounded by these shouts of faith and physical punishment, Heinlich couldn't help but question if such a perverse style of training was truly necessary. From a balcony overlooking the grounds, Marco remarked that the new recruit was impressive, noting that Heinlich was already strong even before his baptism. He expressed excitement to see the young man's future progress. Down below, Heinlich noticed the stairs and felt uncomfortable, wishing he could avoid attracting so much attention from the group. 3 months into the program, a panting Heinlich realized that he would have collapsed long ago if not for his warrior spirit and super regeneration abilities. While his physical stamina had improved significantly, he found that the social environment presented a much bigger problem. A man grabbed his arm, asking if he was done with leg day, while an instructor invited him to join them for some holy chest exercises. Another interrupted, insisting that the weather called for a solid back workout instead. Disgusted, Heinlich pulled away and ordered the muscular perverts to leave him alone. Later, sitting outside the chapel with a colleague, he sighed and complained that he couldn't go a single day without being pestered to train. His companion explained that this happened because the elders held high expectations for him. Their conversation was cut short when a group of novices announced the arrival of important figures. Looking at the crowd, they identified Grand Archbishop Ladius of the main church walking alongside Sir Tuscan. Standing beside him, a colleague remarked that the group must have just returned from an expedition. Seeing them, Heinlich recalled the specific holy knight who had previously pointed a sword at his alter ego, Hans, and wondered if they had been hunting him the entire time. Meanwhile, at the altar, a priest announced the beginning of the baptism ceremony for those who met the criteria. He explained that although the event was taking place earlier than the usual 6-month schedule due to special circumstances, the selected trainees were to step forward when their names were called. While his peer expressed confusion about the sudden schedule change, Heinlich claimed he could guess the reason. He deduced that the order was desperate for reinforcements to hunt down the immortal king's heir. Regardless of their motives, he viewed this as the perfect chance to save time and test a new application of his persona and mind core abilities. The high priest then called up a trainee named Max Warrowan, asking if he swore to dedicate his life and everything he had to the Lord God. After the young man confirmed his vow, it was explained that during baptism, initiates sacrifice all their mana to the deity. In exchange for losing the ability to use magic, they receive immense holy power. The magnitude of this blessing depends heavily on the individual's faith, meaning that the purer and more genuine the belief, free from doubt or lies, the stronger the resulting holy knight becomes. When Heinlich's name was called next, he stepped forward, declaring that this moment was exactly why he had chosen this path. Internally, however, he was executing a complex strategy. He realized that while he had previously used his mind core to suppress emotions, he could also use it to manipulate them. His plan was to use his persona ability to inject a manufactured emotion of intense faith into his current body. Then, as the high priest extracted his energy, he would use the mind core to filter out any distrust or doubt, leaving only pure mana filled with the essence of faith. To ensure he absorbed the maximum blessing possible, he concentrated the mental strength of all his avatars into this single moment. The result was immediate and shocking. The high priest was astonished by the massive amount of holy power released, which sent a wave of energy rippling through the hall. The other novices exclaimed in disbelief, pointing upwards as the light rose all the way to the head of the deity's statue. An instructor grabbed his arm, respectfully addressing him as Sir Heinlich, while the high priest praised him, stating that despite being newly baptized, his impressive faith placed him on the level of a priest. Encouraged to keep up the hard work, Heinlich simply thanked him. After obtaining the holy baptism ability, he felt a wave of relief that his deception had largely succeeded, though he suspected the trick hadn't worked perfectly. He wondered if he had already reached the limit of this new power. Reflecting on the experience, he realized that the church's deity felt less like a god with a distinct personality and more like a detached system. When he opened his mind earlier, he had sensed a vague feeling that, if described in human terms, resembled curiosity. This led him to question whether he was being watched, and he decided it would be wise to use this power strictly for good. Meanwhile, in another room, a knock on the window interrupted a tense conversation. Ladius expressed his frustration, lamenting that they hadn't found a single shred of evidence regarding the immortal king's heir in months, and admitting he lacked the courage to face the saint with such failure. Sir Tuscan added that securing further support from the kingdom of Thalia would be difficult, as he suspected a vampire organization was involved. Pointing to a map, he noted that the friction with the vampire clan and the defense circle during the pursuit of Hans had been too severe. Ladius realized that the kingdom was using the squad's lack of progress as leverage to increase political pressure. Consequently, Tuscan informed him that the extermination squad was being disbanded and requested that everyone be sent back to the capital. As he left the room, he couldn't help but feel they were surrounded on all sides with woefully insufficient reinforcements. While standing in a corridor pondering his next move, a sudden noise startled him. He looked down to see the new holy knights sparring. Although he asked them to wait a moment, one trainee saw an opening and lunged with his weapon. Heinlich took a hit to his flank, but managed to block the sword with his arm before countering with a brutal elbow strike to the attacker's face. The trainee collapsed, and the victory was immediately awarded to Heinlich. Through this exchange, he unlocked the Crusader combat technique by merging his super regeneration with holy power, causing the wound on his side to heal almost instantly. When the defeated opponent asked if he had taken the hit on purpose, Heinlich explained it was a calculated tactic to ensure the win. However, he internally concluded that this level of strength was still lacking and that he needed to change if he wanted to grow further. A colleague observing the fight remarked that Heinlich's holy power was already on par with that of an instructor or a high-ranking knight. However, Sir Tuscan suddenly stepped in, stating that despite this raw power, Heinlich was still too inexperienced to truly be a holy knight, a fact he suggested Heinlich felt more than anyone. Declaring that he could make the young man stronger, Tuscan invited him to the Temple of Roselia. He confirmed his destination to the other knights, challenging anyone to object. Heinlich quickly expressed his eagerness to go, prompting Tuscan to order him to follow, as they were departing immediately. As they approached the teleportation circle, Heinlich asked for a moment to pack his belongings, but Sir Tuscan refused, assuring him that someone else would handle it later. Once they stepped into the circle, the knight placed a reassuring hand on the recruit's shoulder and promised to provide a full explanation upon their arrival. The young man agreed to leave immediately as the magic took effect. When they reached their destination, Heinlich asked if the structure before them was the famous Great Temple of Roselia. Together, They walked toward the building known as the greatest sanctuary of the Divine Church, located in the heart of the continent where both the Pope and the Saint resided. Saint Restar was waiting to receive them, welcoming Sir Tuscan and Heinrich after their long journey. Sir Tuscan formally thanked her while supporting the young recruit, who allowed himself a discreet smile before kneeling reverently in front of the saint. Elsewhere, under the cover of night, Hans surveyed the city from above while bodies lay scattered across several floors of the building beneath him. Scrolling through social media on his phone, he noticed numerous posts discussing his actions and realized that destroying the human trafficking ring had unintentionally made him famous. However, a detail in the posts caught his attention. The victims mentioned a divine retribution society that appeared to be linked to various other organizations. He decided to investigate this further by continuing his campaign to eliminate them. But for now, the hooded figure resolved to liquidate the loot from his last mission. He adjusted his mask, well aware that being caught with items from unknown sources would make him a prime suspect. Seeking a discreet location for the transaction, he entered a gambling house. When he placed a bag on the counter and stated he wanted to sell some items, the attendant initially dismissed him, claiming no interest. In response, Hans poured out a pile of gold coins, remarking that he heard they appreciated such goods. The attendant immediately recognized the trade syndicate emblems on the currency and remembered that the group had been wiped out by a masked lunatic. When the hooded man asked if he was interested now, the employee smiled and instructed him to go through the back door without deviating from the path. Behind the door, a man in a suit and mask greeted him, asking if he was there to sell. After confirming, the hooded man handed over the bag of coins but asked if he could be paid in something other than money. The negotiator held up one of the coins and asked what kind of goods he was looking for, to which the seller simply raised his index finger. He asked for a lottery ticket that had already won the first prize, emphasizing that he needed it as soon as possible. After all, money was useless if he couldn't spend it, and his priority was securing legal, usable funds for his human identity, Han Seong-hyun. The negotiator warned him that the commission fee for such a request would be extremely high, but the seller simply accepted the terms and asked for the price. The negotiator informed him that he had a ticket worth 6.1 billion won with 4 months left before the redemption deadline. Unfazed, the hooded man requested 2 more identical tickets. Surprised by the scale of the demand, the negotiator pointed out that the current payment wouldn't cover the cost, but his client reassured him, claiming to possess many valuable items. To prove it, he placed several gold bars on the counter and asked if that was enough. Shocked, the negotiator grabbed his arm, demanding to know who he was and where he had obtained a subspatial storage tool. Pulling away, the hooded man coldly stated that he hadn't come for a friendly chat and ordered the negotiator to finish the business quickly. Apologizing, the merchant agreed to conclude the transaction, though he noticed a faint scent of blood lingering in the air, realizing it wasn't his imagination. The hooded man gripped the negotiator's shoulder, firmly stating that from now on, they would stick to clean business. Back on the street, he held the lottery tickets, hardly believing he had achieved his dream of winning first prize in such a way. Sitting on a bench, he looked at the tickets and wondered what he should buy with the money. More importantly, he considered how convenient it would be to have subordinates handle these errands, as going back and forth himself was becoming annoying. Deciding to think about the details later, he took a moment to enjoy the night air for the first time in a long while. Months ago, that street had a terrible safety record due to a human trafficking network, but now it was bustling with life again. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction knowing he was the one who had made that change possible. Suddenly, a man approached from behind and asked where he was from. Startled because he hadn't sensed anyone coming, the hooded man listened as the stranger urged him not to be nervous, gesturing that he just wanted to chat. Indignant, he called the man scary and asked what his problem was for sneaking up and smelling him. The stranger leaned in and asked if he was a vampire, before smiling and revealing that he was also one, a level 6 from the Dotmere dimension. The vampire then asked for his name, and when he had returned to Earth. Realizing he needed a cover story to escape the situation, he introduced himself as Heinz, and claimed he hadn't been back for very long. Internally, he questioned why he was answering so easily, suspecting the stranger might be using some form of mind control. Understanding that Heinz was likely a novice, the stranger decided to make a proper introduction. He called himself Gamma and handed over a business card from the Blood Pact organization, explaining that his job was to recruit newly arrived vampires. Heinz questioned the very existence of such an organization, but Gamma insisted that joining them was essential for survival. When the hooded man asked about the level mentioned earlier, the other vampire seemed intrigued by his curiosity and pressed a button on his car key, inviting him into the vehicle so they could talk more comfortably. Heinz agreed, telling him to lead the way. Unbeknownst to them, a woman watched from a distance, touching her communicator to inform headquarters that the target was moving as planned and that she was tracking him. After parking in a garage, Gamma invited Heinz inside, leading him down a dark corridor. As they walked, Heinz asked about the nature of the place. Gamma explained that every vampire possesses a vampiric factor that determines their power, and the Blood Pact organization specializes in measuring and quantifying this factor into levels. Passing shelves filled with strange vials and potions, they arrived at a room featuring a magic circle on the floor, where Gamma claimed they could measure Heinz's level. Heinz expressed his distrust, finding the entire situation incredibly suspicious, but Gamma urged him to enter the circle anyway. Heinz figured he could simply cancel the summoning if things got too dangerous, but as he stepped closer, he noticed a skull on the floor and sensed traces of black magic. Turning to Gamma, he remarked that it wasn't just black magic, but a complex mix of several magical arts, wondering aloud how such a thing was possible. Although the Returned began appearing about 20 years ago, the advancement of magical technology had been slow, because energy laws differed between dimensions. The combination of such distinct abilities made the Blood Pact seem far more impressive than he had initially imagined. A hooded figure then asked for his arm for the next examination and cut him with a dagger, warning that it would sting a bit. As blood floated from Heinz's wrist, 5 orbs formed in the air. Gamma observed the firm connection of the spheres, noting that he was a level 5 and deducing that his regeneration abilities were strong. He then asked another member about the level of Pertrian purebloods, admitting he had been nervous since Heinz came from an unknown dimension. However, seeing that Heinz was only a level 5, Gamma considered it a waste of time and stress. With a sinister smile, he stated that at this level, there was no need to cut off any limbs and ordered the hooded men to begin. As the group responded affirmatively to Lord Gamma and started the ritual, Heinz was suddenly restrained by an unseen force. Realizing they truly had ulterior motives, he concluded that the ritual was far too complicated to be just a simple measurement of power. Just as he was preparing to summon Hans, the door suddenly crashed open, catching Gamma off guard. The woman who had been trailing them burst into the room, shouting for everyone to stop before lunging at one of the hooded figures. Backed by her team, she announced that Gamma was under arrest for the kidnapping and murder of his fellow vampires. Gamma addressed the intruder as Lady Jin Saran, asking if her behavior wasn't a bit rude, while Heinz watched her with a strange sense of familiarity. Jin admitted that she hadn't been entirely certain about the abduction rumors, but the scene before her confirmed the truth, so she ordered him to release the captive and surrender quietly. Mocking her, Gamma called Jin a small, naive slave of the Blood Pact and questioned why they should accept such servitude. He argued that since they were stronger than humans, they shouldn't have to hide or follow human rules. Jin shot back that it was precisely because of militants like him that their kind was forced into hiding. Gamma simply smiled and remarked that that was just her opinion before asking if her companions felt the same way. Suddenly, one of her men attacked another from behind, striking him in the neck. Horrified, another teammate named Min Jung asked the attacker what he was doing, but she was quickly assaulted as well. Demanding to know why he had betrayed them, she was grabbed by the hair as the traitor explained his simple reasoning. He revealed that while he had been a powerful lord in his own dimension, back on Earth he was reduced to living in a basement and working security at a nightclub, pointing out that not everyone lived as comfortably as she did. Gamma stepped closer to explain his rebellion against the Blood Pact, which involved kidnapping low-level vampires. He noted that since accumulating karma to gain power was no longer an option, they had discovered a foolproof method to get stronger quickly. As he spoke, Heinz's body began to float in the air. Jin Saran asked if he had tampered with forbidden arts. Smiling, Gamma held the other vampire's body and asked where she thought the missing victims had gone. She realized he was creating bloodthirsty vampires again, a practice involving cannibalism between different dimensional variants, and reminded him that this madness was why they were persecuted. Consuming a vampire from another dimension combined their factors, creating immense power but often driving the consumer insane with bloodlust, marking them as a global threat. However, Gamma reassured her that the risk was gone, explaining that after extensive research, they had finally found a way to purge the victim's lingering will from the blood. He declared that everyone present would serve as excellent research material as the magic circle beneath his feet began to activate. Heinz quickly realized that the circle wasn't designed merely for categorizing or restricting vampiric factors. Instead, it was a tool created to refine vampires into a drug with no side effects. Holding the result in his hand, Gamma was approached by the traitor, who demanded that he fulfill his promise, citing the risk he had taken to follow him undetected. Gamma agreed and handed over a small pill, which the man consumed immediately. Screaming in agony, the traitor's body underwent a grotesque transformation, taking on a monstrous appearance that confirmed the rumors of cannibalism he had only heard about. The now transformed vampire grabbed Jin Saran by the neck and demanded more of the drug, reminding Gamma that the deal was to provide the substance in exchange for the vampires he had delivered. Gamma explained that there was a process to follow and that the guest who had arrived earlier was still waiting. With a chilling smile, he asked the wounded Jin Saran to wait just a little longer, ignoring her weak plea for him to stop. Heinz, observing the 2 purebloods and 4 lowbloods, noted the effectiveness of interdimensional cannibalism and could barely wait to see how strong he would become after devouring them all. Suddenly, he materialized in the center of the magic circle, surprising everyone. He commented that while his stealth abilities were decent, their security was completely pathetic. Summoning 2 more skeletons, he declared that from that moment on, no one would leave without his permission. Although the transformed vampire was startled by the creatures, Gamma yelled for everyone to stay together and not to panic. Spikes suddenly sprouted from the traitor's body as he lunged forward, destroying one of the skeletons with a single punch before rushing toward Heinz, screaming for him to die. Observing the unusual transformation, Heinz concluded that a vampire's appearance must change depending on their dimension of origin. He slammed his staff onto the floor, causing multiple spikes to emerge from the ground and impale the attacker. Jumping down, Heinz expressed regret that he couldn't do anything to save the creature, as he had hoped to capture them with minimal blood loss. Grabbing the injured vampire by the shoulder, he remarked that it was no big deal before biting into his neck, stating that there was still plenty of food to come. Watching the scene unfold, the traitor wondered in horror how he could have betrayed his companions only to meet such an end, insisting he couldn't die like this. However, Heinz simply responded that the mental contamination was much worse. Suddenly, the young man stopped, sensing a strange shift within his body. He realized that the various vampiric factors were merging and evolving, a fact confirmed by a notification stating he had acquired a special ability called hybrid evolution. As his hand transformed into claws, he commented that this new power would make him dangerous. Turning to Gamma, he proposed using the blood cult for his own purposes, smiling as he warned that anyone who dared to resist would either become his next meal or join his undead army. Han Sung-hyun then bit the neck of another vampire, triggering a system notification that announced the acquisition of a new trait and a skill called perception. He quickly understood the value of this skill, as it allowed him to measure an opponent's physical condition and statistics. It was explained that vampires possess a special ability known as bloodline power, and thanks to his new hybrid evolution, he could now steal these powers. Across the room, Gamma watched in disbelief, wondering how this was possible. Trapped in a ritual, he questioned how Han Sung-hyun could devour his own kind and yet remain sane. Approaching him, Han Sung-hyun asked if he wanted to learn the secret to keeping his mind from being corrupted. Leaning in, he simply advised Gamma not to listen to the whispers heard while feeding. Gamma reacted with confusion, asking what kind of nonsense that was, but his body dissolved before he could get an answer. A new system window appeared, informing Han Sung-hyun that he had obtained the stealth skill. Reflecting on this, he noted that the ability to erase his presence would have many uses. Next, he placed his fingers on Gamma's head to peer inside his mind, discovering the name of a superior called Beta, and finding yet another mention of the Society of Divine Retribution. Looking around the ritual site, Han Sung-hyun wondered what on earth they were planning. Later that night, a red car drove down a city street. In the passenger seat, Jin Saran began to stir. Han Sung-hyun asked if she was finally regaining consciousness, but she immediately grabbed him, demanding to know where he was taking her and accusing him of being a traitor to their kind. He told her to look closely, pointing out that he was the vampire who had been captured earlier. Realizing her mistake, Jin Saran apologized and asked for an explanation. He recounted that he had managed to escape during the chaos caused by a group of vigilantes raiding the location. Grateful, she thanked him for saving her and introduced herself as Jin Saran from Nocturnia. When he asked what exactly had been happening, noting that members of the same blood pact were fighting each other, she explained that the pact was currently divided into radicals and moderates. She added that they had found evidence proving the captain had kidnapped one of their team members, so she went there with some colleagues, expressing her relief that they got out safely. Now, she said, they just needed to report the others' plans to their superiors. However, Han Seong-hyun realized the situation wouldn't be resolved so easily. as it was obvious that even the highest ranks of the radicals were involved. Curious about his background, Jin Saran asked which affiliation her savior belonged to, suggesting she call him Appa due to his strength. He replied that she should do whatever was most comfortable for her, revealing that he had just returned to Earth and had no affiliation. He had only followed Gamma out of curiosity about the Blood Pact. Seizing the opportunity, she invited him to join the Blood Pact, assuring him that the moderates didn't engage in dark activities and had stable blood supplies. As he considered the proposal, Jin Saran offered to guide him there. The car sped through a tunnel before she pointed out a house, indicating they had arrived at their destination. A little girl ran out to meet them, calling out, "Soren," and hugging her. Jin Saran asked if her little Nahi was doing well, and introduced Mr. E. Hines as someone who would be joining the Blood Pact. After he greeted the child, Jin Saran announced she was going to show him his room, and asked Nahi to play alone for a while. The girl asked her to come back soon. As he followed her upstairs, Han Seong-hyun asked about the girl, questioning if her young appearance was just superficial. Jin Saran explained that Nahi wasn't a returnee. Instead, she was born and raised on Earth. Han Seong-hyun wondered if all vampires weren't supposed to be returnees, but she clarified that the girl's father was the returnee who had turned her into a vampire to save her from a terminal illness. Han Seong-hyun now understood why the government wanted to keep vampires under control, as they were no different from an invading race. Jin Saran mentioned that this wasn't a common method because infecting someone on Earth consumed much more energy. Nahi's father had truly given his all, mainly wanting his daughter to be able to live confidently, even under the sun. She then stopped before a door, announcing they had arrived. Jin Saran advised him to rest a bit since it was already late, telling him to call her if he needed anything. With a nod, she said goodbye and left him in the room. Alone, he recalled a familiar gesture and voice, suddenly remembering he had seen her in a broadcast. He identified her as BJ Orchid, causing Jin Saran to turn around in surprise at his exclamation. She commented that the final phrase from her livestream must have stuck in his head and asked if he happened to be a subscriber. Han Seong-hyun denied this, explaining that he had merely seen her pop up in his algorithm a few times. Visibly relieved, Jin Saran recounted that she had originally been an aspiring idol, but after giving up on that dream, she decided to start streaming instead. When she mentioned that she was 22 years old and had awakened at 18, she naturally asked him about his own age and awakening. However, he quickly changed the subject, vaguely promising to tell her later, which left her confused and wondering if she had said something wrong. Back in the safety of his room, Han Seong-hyun sighed in relief. He had assumed she was younger and had been speaking to her informally, only to realize that at 20 years old he was actually the younger one. Sitting on the bed, he decided to look her up online since he had heard she was quite famous. On his phone, he found a hiatus announcement and realized that she had gone to the dangerous location shortly after posting it. He concluded that if it hadn't been for his intervention, that post would have been her last. It really had been a close call. The next morning, Han Seong-hyun woke up to the sound of a furious voice echoing from downstairs. The shouting was about someone failing to find anything in such a large place. He went down to investigate, while the voice continued to demand answers regarding the lack of evidence. Finding Jin Saran on the phone, he asked what had gone wrong. She greeted him, asking if he had slept well, before explaining the situation. Her colleagues had gone to the location, but everything had been burned to the ground. Consequently, they had no leverage to pressure the radicals, and she remarked that it was a shame they had gone so far to erase the traces. Taking the opportunity, he asked her for a favor, to mark the location of the radicals' base. Surprised, she questioned the existence of such a base and asked if the blood bags provided didn't suit his taste. He calmed her down, leading her to understand that he simply wanted to know the location to avoid running into dangerous people. Jin Saran agreed to help, assessing that Heinz's power level was likely around 6 or 7 by Earth standards. She handed him her cell phone with the locations marked, assuring him that he would be safe if he avoided those areas. Meanwhile, secretly, she thought about turning him into a true blood brother. Jin Saran then offered to prepare a meal, but he politely declined. Showing her the map on his cell phone, he claimed to have spotted several great restaurants nearby. With a smile, he mentioned that he was thinking of heading out to explore some of those good places to eat. Later, inside a restaurant littered with bodies, Han Seong-hyun remarked that the meal had been delicious. The owner, who had collapsed on the floor, cursed him as he watched, threatening that his clan would hunt him down without leaving a single trace. Unimpressed, Han Seong-hyun simply asked how they intended to find him. He explained that thanks to the hiding skill he had stolen from them, tracking him would be impossible. With the security cameras deactivated and the restaurant emptied, he noted that neutralizing the surveillance had been no trouble at all. Grabbing the man, he demanded to know where his comrades were. By peering into the boss's mind, he saw a vision of a hooded figure issuing a warning and discovered that all Gamma members were scheduled to gather for a meeting the following day. Realizing that the radical leadership was assembling, he saw this as the perfect opportunity to catch them all at once. Han Seong-hyun decided he needed to leave immediately, but first he had to clean the crime scene. To do this, he invoked a new skill called Blood Flower, which the system described as a flaming blossom that burns only the desired target. He used this technique to destroy physical evidence while planning to use his hiding ability to erase any magical traces. Once the cleanup was complete, he stated confidently that no one would be able to track him. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his chest. Looking at his hand, he realized his body was evolving once again. As the transformation took hold, a system notification announced that his lineage had evolved into true blood, and that due to the effects of his hybrid evolution, he had acquired the blood flow amplification skill. Moments later, another message confirmed that his healing capabilities had upgraded to hyper-regeneration. He understood that he had not only become a true blood, but had also gained a new set of powerful skills. Curious to test his new abilities, he cut his own wrist. Instead of falling, drops of blood floated in the air before rushing back into the cut, sealing the artery in an instant. Observing this, he noted the incredible synergy between his skills. If he could absorb blood from the environment to recover during battle, he would be practically invincible. Glancing at a portrait on the wall, he found himself wondering just how powerful the holy blood must be. Meanwhile, during a live stream, Jin Saran excitedly thanked a fan for a donation of 1 million cheeses. As she calculated that the money would cover her blood pack expenses for the month, she noticed Han Seong-hyun entering the room. The visitor stood silently at the door, simply watching her. Jin Saran turned around awkwardly, apologizing and trying to huddle into herself for a moment to regain her composure. However, embarrassment quickly turned to annoyance as she reprimanded the intruder, demanding that he knock before entering in the future. After taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, she asked him what he wanted. From where he sat on the bed, Han Seong-hyun explained that a letter had arrived for her and handed over the envelope. Upon opening it, she discovered photos serving as evidence of the radical group's crimes, prompting her to wonder who had sent such material. She noted that the actions depicted in the photos bore a strong resemblance to the methods of the Haho mask. Suspicion began to take root, as she remembered that Lord Hines was the only person she had entrusted with the radical group's location, and these anonymous tips had only started arriving after that exchange. She stared intently at her visitor, trying to determine if he was working in tandem with the vigilante or if it was all just a coincidence. Later, under a starry night sky, Han Seong-hyun positioned himself on a rooftop overlooking a specific mansion. His avatar had reported that the radical leaders were gathered inside to devise countermeasures against the Ha-Ho mask. Utilizing his perception skill, he detected an invisible barrier coating the building's exterior and pinpointed the group on the first floor, specifically noting the energy signatures of the Gamma-level members. He decided on a strategy. Hans would remain hidden in the shadows while he advanced to invade the hall and eliminate them all at once. The avatar smashed through a window to breach the hall, and Han Seong-hyun landed immediately after, warning the criminals to prepare themselves. However, confusion struck him as he looked around. The room was empty. Suddenly, reflections in a broken mirror revealed a group of unknown vampires who questioned the appearance of a new face. One of them stepped forward, remarking that perhaps he could hunt this intruder too, before asking his companions if Beta Wan and Beta Shin knew anything about the stranger. One replied that they didn't know him, but estimated his level to be at least 7, suggesting he had returned from an unknown location. Recalling memories stolen from the radicals, Han Seong-hyun identified the hierarchy: 1 alpha, 2 betas, and 13 gammas. He deduced that the 2 betas were present, but he reflected that the real threat was the masked group from the Society of Divine Retribution, whose energy remained undetectable. The vampire leader then ordered his men to capture the intruder and to drag out the one hiding in the shadows. Realizing they were already aware of his backup plan, Han Seong-hyun decided to act immediately, declaring that he would deal with them quickly. Stepping forward, he triggered his blood flow amplification skill and surged through the vampire ranks with blinding speed, delivering a direct blow to one of their faces. One of the vampires pointed at him in horror, demanding to know why he was cannibalizing his own kind with that monstrous arm. However, Han Seong-hyun appeared instantly behind the man, warning him that it wasn't the time to be surprised because the real show was just beginning. As skeletons burst from the ground, another vampire shoved his companion aside, yelling that survival was the priority. But his attempt to flee was thwarted when an invisible barrier threw him back with great force. With the exit blocked by Han Sung-hyun remarked that the vampires weren't the only ones capable of setting up a barrier. Turning to the group, his avatar announced the grim reality, which Han Sung-hyun completed by declaring that this was now a fight to the death with absolutely nowhere to run. Amidst the chaos, one of the vampires was decapitated, leaving Beta Wan stunned by the brutality of the confrontation. Questioning if the opponent was insane, he realized the power displayed far exceeded that of a common level 6 or 7. Convinced there must be some trick involved, he advanced with the others just as Han Sung-hyun's fingers elongated into razor-sharp claws. Beta Wan braced himself, activating his skin-hardening ability to create a protective layer against the strike aimed at his face. Although the Beta managed to block the initial attack, Han Sung-hyun simply declared that he would have to try harder. His next fist collided with Beta Wan's defense, shattering the hardened skin and leaving the vampire in disbelief that he had been surpassed in both strength and speed. After Han Sung-hyun threw him aside with a heavy blow, the remaining vampires rushed to protect Lord Beta Wan, ordering the assailant to stop. However, the intruder merely mocked their confidence before easily taking down the entire group of weaklings. Witnessing his subordinates fall so easily, Beta Wan realized the immense danger and decided he needed to eliminate the opponent quickly while he was distracted. Screaming for him to die, he lunged forward with a blade extending from his arm, but Han Sung-hyun casually parried the blow with his forearm. Grabbing the blade, he declared the attack useless as his arm began to regenerate instantly. He explained that by absorbing blood to recover his strength, he was continuously getting stronger, before revealing he had also acquired invisibility and vanishing right before Beta Wan's eyes. The Beta looked around in confusion, wondering where the hell his opponent had gone, only for Han Sung-hyun to silently reappear directly behind him. Stabbing the vampire in the back, he whispered that he was right there and with a smile declared checkmate. As he supported Beta Wan's collapsing body, a system notification appeared, revealing that his ability had evolved into Blood Mystery. He immediately felt the change, realizing that his powers were now subject to his pure will, granting him greater freedom and speed in their manipulation. Witnessing this, Beta Shin insulted him, calling him a scumbag for devouring his own kind and asking if he was a bloodthirsty monster, adding that it explained his strange abilities. Han Sung-hyun dismissed the insults with a simple, "So what?" and asked if he planned to whine all day. He then challenged Beta Shin to attack him just like his partner had, mocking him by asking if he was afraid. Provoked, the vampire charged, but Han Sung-hyun met the advance with his new Blood Mystery skill, the force of which threw Beta Shin backward. In a flash, Han appeared beside the disoriented enemy. When Beta Shin accused him of using dirty tricks, Han sarcastically replied that the comment was a little painful. He then grabbed the vampire, stating he had something to say as well, and delivered a final blow while repeating his declaration of checkmate. From the sidelines, the masked men expressed their shock, admitting they never imagined the Ha-Ho mask would have such a formidable helper. The leader immediately ordered them to prepare the orb to deal with the intruder. One of the men wielded the artifact, firing multiple beams, but Han Sung-hyun deftly positioned himself behind his avatar, Hans. He commented that the attack was interesting, but when the beam struck one of the masked men instead, he noted that the blow actually lacked real power. Realizing the situation was hopeless against such strong enemies, another subordinate tried to flee, only to be grabbed by the neck by his superior. The leader asked where he thought he was going, told him he had done well, and then shoved him toward Han Sung-hyun, shouting for him to die for the sake of the Divine Retribution Society. As the leader prepared to escape using spatial manipulation, Han observed the self-destruction curse placed on the subordinate. Calling the leader irresponsible for trying to run, he recognized the attempt to force a retreat and extended his hand to intercept the cursed man. Dismissing the curse as nothing more than a minor nuisance, Han declared his intention to completely decipher it. He identified 2 orbs within the man's body as the source of the energy and immediately prepared to extract them. As a shadowy figure loomed over the fallen body, Han proclaimed himself the one who governs death, questioning if his opponent truly believed he could escape his fate. A projectile struck the ground nearby, marking the failure of the masked leader's escape attempt. Although the leader realized the barrier was incredibly strong, he felt a moment of relief that he had managed to materialize just in front of it, believing that survival was enough if he simply waited for the right opportunity. However, his relief was short-lived. Han approached from behind and grabbed him by the chin, noting coolly that he had found him. The vigilante remarked that while he had planned to play around a bit longer, he couldn't risk the fugitive escaping again. Consequently, Han decided to handle things his own way, ignoring the masked man's denial. The leader froze as he felt his mind being invaded, realizing his memories were being pried open by force. Han demanded access to every recollection linked to the Divine Retribution Society, but suddenly the man's head seemed to unravel. Identifying this as a security mechanism, Han wondered if it was a specific memory protection technology used by the organization before finding himself pulled abruptly into the leader's mental realm. Inside this psychological space, an unknown figure appeared, admitting surprise that the Haho mask had made it this far. It became clear to Han that the true head of the Divine Retribution Society had been observing him through his subordinate's mind. After confirming his identity, the projection invited Han to join their cause. Finding the proposal intriguing, Han inquired about the organization's true purpose, to which the leader explained that their goal was simple. They sought freedom for returnees and aimed to build a world led specifically by them. Han noted that such objectives seemed overly ambitious for a group that had only recently gained prominence, but the leader corrected him immediately. The figure revealed that they had existed for much longer, fighting continuously for this so-called freedom. This admission made Han realize that they had been carrying out acts of terror for years. As the man behind the mask demanded further answers, a system notification flashed, warning that his mental core was actively regulating his surging emotions. Windows alerting him to this regulation continued to pop up rapidly. The leader asked if the timeline really mattered, and expressed hope that Han would make a wise choice. In response, Han simply punched the projection standing before him. Unfazed, the leader asked if that was his final decision, explaining that within the mental realm, mental strength took precedence over magical power, making it impossible for Han to defeat him there. However, Han pointed at his opponent and challenged the notion that mental strength determined superiority. As he spoke, memories of his past began to surface. Scenes of loss and grief flashed through his mind, and standing amidst the debris of his memories, he remembered exactly who motivated him. With a defiant declaration that defeat was impossible, Heinrich extended his hand and continued his grueling workout. The count steadily climbed, hitting 1,000 and 21,000 as he dragged the heavy chain with all his might. Summoning a final burst of strength, he ripped a gargoyle statue straight from its pedestal, bringing the total to a staggering 1,022,000. Upon finally releasing the chain to survey the fruits of his labor, a system announcement flashed before him. He had not only acquired the holy art of Kudarika's skill, but had also ascended to the power level of a high priest. Strolling down the corridor, he marveled at how he had surpassed his limits through sheer physical training. Now that he met the requirements to become a holy knight, he wondered if it was time to discuss the next steps. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of humming nearby, causing him to pause. In the garden, he spotted Saint Restar, noting that despite her exalted status, she looked like an ordinary girl enjoying the flowers. When she noticed him and greeted him as Lord Heinrich, he turned and respectfully returned the greeting, addressing her as Saint. Curious, Heinrich asked why she was out there alone. By way of explanation, she held up her finger to reveal a ladybug, admitting that she had lost track of time simply watching the cute insect. It became clear to him that her attention had been on the bug rather than the flowers. Suddenly shifting the topic, Saint Restar looked at him and offered her congratulations on achieving the blessing, proving she had noticed his growth instantly. She encouraged him to be proud of his accomplishment, a sentiment he gratefully acknowledged. Just then, the tower bell tolled, prompting her to warn that the service was starting and to invite him to walk to the chapel with her, an offer he readily accepted. As they walked, Heinrich reflected on his history classes, which shed light on her intense fixation with Hans. In the distant past, the first immortal king had turned half the continent into a land of death, a devastation that even a coalition of nations couldn't stop. Although his heart was eventually recovered by a dark sorcerer ally, leading to his rebirth as the second immortal king and the subsequent fall of the Great Western Empire, the threat persisted. The chosen one of the evil order had managed to destroy the heart, but it shattered into 3 pieces that were scattered across the continent. Since the Great Divine Order had always stood on the front lines of these crises, Heinrich concluded it was only natural for her to harbor such deep-seated hostility toward the immortal king's legacy. However, he privately noted that, contrary to her fears, Hans was surprisingly kind and good-hearted. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Han Song-hyun was observing a clash between his avatar and a spiritual manifestation. Sensing the need for support, Heinrich prepared to channel his mental energy directly to Hans. In a dimly lit room miles away, the silence was broken by the sound of coughing as a vampire leaned forward and spat out blood. When an assistant rushed over to help, the vampire roughly pushed him aside, ordering him to get out of the way for breaking his concentration. He realized with dread that he was being overpowered in the battle within the mental realm, just as Han Song-hyun's avatar delivered a crushing punch to his spiritual manifestation. The force of the blow launched the avatar across the distance. Although the manifestation managed to recompose itself, the vampire realized that while he had held the advantage at the start, the opponent had now become uncontrollably strong. It felt as though multiple people had merged their strengths into a single entity. As his spiritual form began to crack, he questioned whether this overwhelming power came from raw strength or superior skill, but quickly told himself this wasn't the time to analyze it. Grabbing his assistant, the vampire issued an urgent directive for the Soul Branch. He ordered them to cease all operations immediately, erase every piece of information, and go into hiding, marking this as the highest priority for the Korean branch. Shouting for them to inform the commander, he made his final arrangements. Meanwhile, Han Song-hyun's avatar collected a fragment of the entity, deciding to study it thoroughly. A system notification appeared, informing him that he had absorbed the karma of another being, and that his dark magic skill had evolved into the sorcery path. He realized that the fragment was a remnant scattered through the mental realm, and noted that absorbing its karma had cost him a reduction in his level. Preparing to read the memories left within the fragment, the avatar located a building hidden in the forest, identifying it as the Society's Korean branch. Declaring that he wouldn't give them any chance to escape, he promised to uncover all their secrets right then and there as the building came under attack. On the ground, a wounded man complained that although they had been told to evacuate, no one had warned them that a monster of such magnitude would be coming. Approaching him, Han Song-hyun's avatar asked if the evacuation order had indeed been given. The man replied that at least his efforts hadn't been in vain as energy enveloped his arm, but the avatar observed that they had already eliminated all the important material. Asking what the man planned to do now, the avatar retrieved a document from his hand and stated that the attempt to save a single piece of data had actually ended up revealing everything. He began to read about the crimes committed by the organization in the past, but suddenly froze. Staring at the document in silence, he fixated on a specific incident. As the man's body behind him disintegrated, he declared that he would never forgive this. He swore to kill every member of the Divine Retribution Society for stealing his entire life. Previously, he had believed there was no other choice and that everything had been just an accident. But now he discovered that the group behind the incident that destroyed his life was the Society of Divine Retribution. Covering his face, Han Song-hyun realized they were on a completely different level from any enemy he had faced before. Regardless of how much time or resources it demanded, he decided he needed to expand his influence to make them pay. To achieve this, he stated that he needed a plan and immediately began to concentrate. He resolved to test his new skill, Refined Blood Crystal, which involved refining and compressing the blood accumulated within Heinz's body. This concentrated blood would then be implanted into another vampire to strengthen their vampiric factor. Although he knew this blood inheritance would create a binding link to him, he decided that he would welcome those who obeyed while ruthlessly crushing anyone who dared to resist. Elsewhere in the city, inside her home, Jin Saran reacted with surprise. She asked if it was really Heinz who had resolved the problem with all the hardliners, and if he truly wished to meet the leader of the moderate faction. Heinz confirmed that he had indeed dealt with most of them, and insisted that he had matters to discuss with her leader. When Jin Saran asked him to wait so she could verify the facts, Heinz questioned the necessity of such a step. Instead, he released a surge of energy, asking if that served as sufficient proof. The demonstration left Jin Saran completely astonished. She realized his power was at least level 7 or higher, a level she found impossible to even evaluate. Later, in the presence of the faction leader, it was noted that Heinz had eliminated the hardliners single-handedly, and now intended to absorb the remnants. As an assistant served a glass of wine, the leader remarked that the proposal was surprising, perhaps even disturbing. However, Heinz assured her that he did not intend to impose absurd orders. His goal was simply to maintain peace and order, while rooting out anyone linked to the Society of Divine Retribution. The moderate leader asked if those two objectives might conflict, to which Heinz responded that it depended entirely on where one set the standard. Realizing she wouldn't be easily convinced, he briefly considered using force if she refused. However, the leader simply agreed, stating that it was fine. When he asked what she was relying on to accept so quickly, she replied that she trusted herself and offered to help Heinz absorb the hardliners. The leader of the moderate faction instructed Heinz to take Saran as a liaison between their groups, a role she readily accepted. However, Heinz suspected the arrangement wasn't quite that simple for them. As the leader proposed a detailed discussion on how to absorb the hardliners, Heinz watched silently while his glass was filled. She raised a toast to the emerging centrist faction, prompting Heinz to reveal his plan to assimilate the remnants of the hardliners and lead this new group himself. Together, they drank to the first step of taking control over the Blood Pact. Later, he warned Jin Saran to remain perfectly still to avoid injury. Once she agreed and stood quietly, Heinz positioned himself behind her to begin the procedure, inserting the refined blood crystal directly into her back. She immediately described a sensation of intense heat surging through her, noting that her blood circulation felt more powerful, while her muscles and bones seemed to expand. It felt like a rebirth, she admitted, as if her body no longer belonged to her. Meanwhile, Heinz observed that the crystal had reached its enhancement limit of 30%. When she stood up and addressed him as master, Heinz was initially surprised but quickly accepted the title, explaining that they were essentially forming a new clan. Agreeing that they needed a proper name for this new lineage, he pondered something distinctive. Realizing that his dominant hybrid traits would cause mutations in those who accepted the crystal, he decided on heterosis. He announced that from that moment on, they would be known as Hybrid Vigor, vowing to transform the remaining hardliners into the strongest force within the Blood Pact. Back in the safety of his room, Han Seong-hyun concluded that while the situation on Heinz's side was resolved, it was still insufficient to confront the Society of Divine Retribution. Although they appeared to have vanished from Korea, he knew they were a global organization, meaning he would need much more preparation before facing them again. To expand his influence in the other realm and accumulate karma, Han Seong-hyun initially considered instigating major events like war or terrorism. However, he quickly second-guessed this train of thought, realizing that such drastic measures would inevitably harm innocent people. Instead, he sought a method to engineer an incident that wouldn't involve bystanders. His eyes fell upon a book lying on the table, and while he briefly considered simply cleaning up the situation, flipping through the pages sparked a brilliant idea. The story described a conflict between the wicked demon king Hans, who threatened humanity, and the righteous hero Heinrich, who stood against him. According to the narrative, Hans would gather evil forces, providing Heinrich with enemies to defeat in his journey to become a hero. It seemed like the perfect, virtuous cycle. The prospect of simultaneously eliminating villains and gaining karma excited him, so he decided to implement this plan step by step. Consequently, he summoned Harley, his fifth avatar known for the adaptation characteristic, and informed him that it was his turn to act. Han Seong-hyun explained his desire to push the limits of this specific trait, convinced there must be a method to do so. An idea soon struck him. Donning a mask, Hans traveled to a ruined city, where a secret passage led to an underground laboratory previously used by the remnants of the society. Upon entering the facility, he noted that they had conducted twisted experiments there, creating chimera-like beings by transplanting demon parts into humans. Scouring the samples in the tanks, he finally located the specific item he had been searching for: dragon's blood, a substance capable of continuously absorbing strong characteristics to evolve. Holding the vial containing the liquid, he reasoned that if Harley could adapt to it, he could combine the blood with his own knowledge. He then declared that through this process, Harley would become the ultimate biological weapon. Elsewhere, rain pattered against the leaves on a gloomy, overcast day. Saint Ristar stood outside the cathedral, gazing at the structure until a monk approached her. Shielding her with an umbrella, he inquired about what was troubling her, asking why she looked so lost in thought amidst the downpour. She replied that it was nothing serious, attributing her mood to the cloudy weather, though she admitted to feeling a suffocating sensation, like a blockage in her chest. Concerned, the monk warned that she might catch a cold and urged her to come inside, a suggestion she quietly accepted. Observing from a distance, Hans admitted that the saint was truly impressive. Despite the isolation of the mountains and the protection of double barriers, she had still managed to vaguely sense his secret hideout. Fortunately, she hadn't fully pinpointed it yet, which meant he could proceed with his full experiment. The core of his plan involved dragon's blood, a substance that continuously evolved by acquiring the characteristics of the prey it consumed. By combining research data from the Society of Divine Retribution with his own forbidden knowledge, he finally had everything ready for the perfect test subject. Harley, sensing the moment, shouted that it was time to begin. Meanwhile, the bishop addressed Heinrich as the sword and shield protecting the righteous, asking if he swore to become a holy knight dedicated to defending the innocent. After Heinrich affirmed his vow, the the bishop officially named him Heinrich Landguard, a holy knight of the Great Divine Order. At that moment, a notification appeared, informing him that the entity had met specific conditions to achieve enlightenment and had acquired a skill called Blessing Leap. The spectators murmured among themselves, commenting that receiving a blessing during the ceremony was a rare grace and proof that the divine was watching. Heinrich reflected that he had felt the divine will once again, a sensation similar to being directly observed during his first baptism. He wondered if this connection existed because he was from another world. Seizing the chance to check his new ability, he discovered that Leap allowed him to transcend space, effectively functioning as a top-tier teleportation skill. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he knelt once more to offer his prayers, prompting two older men to remark on what a devout young man he was, and how eager they were to see which order he would join. A fellow knight then congratulated him, explaining that he would now be temporarily assigned to various holy knight orders for training. He introduced the representatives who had come to recruit him, one from the Order of the Celestial Shield, who specialized in defending fortress perimeters, another from the Order of the Solar Wolf, known for wielding great swords on the front lines, and a veteran from the Order of the Thundering Claw, masters of sword and shield techniques. When they asked which order he wished to train with, Heinrich stated firmly that he didn't need to think twice about his decision. To the astonishment of everyone present, Heinrich announced his ambitious plan to train with every single knight order, secretly intending to use his unique abilities to absorb all their combat techniques. However, his attention was drawn to a purple-haired individual in the hall who had remained silent. Curious, he asked why this person, who appeared to belong to an order as well, hadn't spoken up. The other knight hesitated before explaining the situation, prompting the female knight to finally turn and address him. She stated that her order accepted only the absolute best, but after evaluating him, she admitted that he wasn't bad. She noted that his divine power, which rivaled that of high priests, might allow him to take their entrance test. When Heinrich inquired about the specific criteria for her order, she simply commanded him to follow her. As they walked, she revealed that her specific order was responsible for guarding the temple's most critical fortress. Heinrich asked what that meant, but as she opened a large door, she replied that she would only explain the meaning if he passed the test. Stepping inside, Heinrich immediately identified the hooded figure waiting in the room as a heresy inquisitor. The female knight instructed him to read the text on the table aloud, ensuring that even the divine could hear it. Realizing this was likely a trap designed to root out spies, Heinrich questioned the procedure, claiming he was offended that his faith was being doubted. However, she dismissed his concern, stating it was merely standard procedure and asking if there was any specific reason he couldn't read the text. Left with no choice, he began to recite the oath, promising to maintain absolute silence under any circumstances. As he continued reading, vowing to throw himself into the fire to protect their secrets, the Inquisitor raised his head to observe him. The moment he finished, a burning sensation struck his lips as a mark formed on his mouth. While the Inquisitor allowed others to enter, Heinrich asked if the mark was a prohibition against revealing secrets. The female knight corrected him, explaining that it was actually a blessing of silence that prevented him from divulging certain information. Despite his insistence that it was literally a prohibition, she moved on. Stopping before a door to begin her explanation, she revealed that they belonged to the Order of the Radiant Shield. The knights explained that their sworn duty was to guard the basement of the main temple with their lives. One of them sternly warned Heinrich that this moment would be the first and last time he ever set eyes on the place, advising him to commit every detail to memory. As two guards pushed open the massive gates, he told Heinrich to look closely at what they were protecting. Upon entering, the reason for stationing the Order's elite forces there became instantly obvious. Seeing a feminine figure bound in chains and enveloped in energy, Heinrich grasped the severity of the security measures. He realized that the final fragment of the immortal king was sealed within the temple's deepest recesses. An armored man then reassured him, promising that the secret would remain safe. Meanwhile, in a laboratory, a hooded figure mused about the unexpected stroke of luck in finding that final fragment. However, his attention quickly shifted to the procedure being performed on Harley, which appeared far more unstable than he had predicted. As Harley coughed violently while restrained on a medical bed, the masked figure demanded to know what was going wrong. The patient, covered by a sheet, managed to say that it felt like something was boiling inside him. Glancing at the monitor, the researcher confirmed that the dragon blood had successfully bonded to the host's body and decided to adjust the intensity of the process. To his astonishment, a notification suddenly announced that his skill had grown and the number of avatars had increased. He was confused by this growth while looking at the single body before him, but a new message clarified that the entity had acquired the special skill, physical mutation. Realizing that the adaptation skill had evolved, the masked figure celebrated, declaring that the gamble had paid off and their minds were finally connected. Harley wondered if these changes were the result of the mutation, noting that he felt as if he had become an entirely different species. The masked figure began taking notes in a book, observing that the good news didn't stop there. The increase in avatars through natural growth was an unprecedented achievement. Harley, taking the book, mentioned that he would figure out how to use the new avatar later, but proposed testing his current abilities first. He remarked that the mutation was incredible, sharpening all his senses to a superhuman level. Turning around, he stated that he could even hear the breathing of a beast watching him just before a large black panther lunged from the bushes. Later, stretching in a forest, he noted that his expanded physique was highly advantageous for combat. A final notification informed him that he had gained the gluttonous feast skill, allowing for rapid digestion, which led him to comment that using physical mutation made him incredibly hungry. Clutching the creature's heart, he felt confident that his new skill would prevent any adverse effects, so he took a bite of the raw meat. To his surprise, the blood tasted refreshing and the meat unexpectedly sweet. As he ate, he recalled rumors of a barbarian tribal alliance in the southern continent and began to weigh his next move. Later, upon arriving in the port city of Terok to change his class, his presence caused a stir outside the Sailors Guild. Inside the establishment, customers whispered among themselves, wondering what a barbarian from the south was doing so far west. When Harley entered, he sensed the immediate tension in the room. Ignoring the stares, he slammed his hand on a table and announced his intention to exterminate the monsters inhabiting the northern mountains. A man agreed to transport the novice mercenary on his ship, and Harley readily accepted the offer. Elsewhere, Heinrich received confirmation that he had achieved complete mastery over weapon techniques. Declaring his training complete, he walked down a large hall, satisfied that he could now wield any weapon to perfection. However, he paused when he spotted the saint standing outside in the rain, dressed in full ceremonial attire. When he approached to ask what she was doing, she greeted him warmly before explaining that she was sharing her holy power with the earthworms to cheer them up. The comment made Heinrich worry, as he vividly imagined the creatures growing to giant sizes due to her influence. Heinrich asked the saint why she was dressed so formally. She replied with excitement that an extraordinary guest, one capable of tracking the immortal king, was about to arrive. Although Heinrich privately doubted anyone could penetrate Hans's barriers, he listened as she admitted she couldn't explain the details fully. Instead, she invited him to participate in the event as an honorary guardian knight, an offer he accepted immediately. In the main hall, a priest announced the entrance of Lord Granwood. Standing in formation, Heinrich found the organization of the guards peculiar and remained skeptical about this guest's supposed capabilities. Deciding he needed to verify the truth with his own eyes, he watched intently as three figures cloaked in green approached. Inside a luxurious shop packed with magical artifacts, and man quietly marveled at the interesting texture of a bronze object. A shopkeeper soon approached, politely but firmly asking if he actually intended to buy anything after browsing for 2 hours. The man sincerely apologized, admitting his knowledge was still limited. This man was Hubert, the protagonist's 6th avatar, unlocked through Harley's recent achievements. Hubert possessed an appraisal skill that allowed him to identify basic item details like material and weight. Although his current proficiency was quite low, refining this ability could eventually help him monopolize the continent's market. However, reaching that level meant overcoming rival merchants. To guarantee this success, Harley's heroic reputation needed to keep expanding so they could mutually support each other later. Meanwhile, the scene transitioned to a frozen mountain range where Harley had finally arrived at his destination. Confronted by a massive bear, he identified it as the area's greatest threat just before the beast launched a ferocious attack. Gripping his axe, Harley countered with heavy strikes that injured the creature and forced it back. Seizing the opportunity, the warrior jumped above the beast to deliver a fatal blow to its head, but his weapon broke in half upon impact. Before Harley could even curse the broken axe, a heavy paw swatted him away, sending him crashing through the trees. As the bear charged again, the warrior quickly activated his body mutation ability, covering his arm in thick dragon scales to boost his strength. Delivering a massive boxer-style punch directly into the animal's mouth, he sent the enormous beast flying. Though Harley acknowledged that fighting bare-handed was currently more effective, he worried that displaying such monstrous traits would prevent him from ever being recognized as a true hero. Hoping to control his evolution, he wondered if he could absorb a monster's vitality without altering his own physical form. Concentrating solely on extracting the beast's raw energy instead of its physical attributes, he successfully triggered a system notification. It announced that he had achieved enlightenment and gained a new special ability called Aura. A bright orange glow immediately enveloped his arm, proving he could finally increase his power while remaining entirely human. His relief was cut short when a colossal ogre suddenly emerged from the freezing mist. The towering creature immediately kicked Harley, sending him skidding violently across the ice. Unfazed by the relentless dangers of the northern mountains, the warrior simply smirked and cracked his knuckles. Letting out a wicked laugh, he decided that this new opponent provided the perfect opportunity to test out his newly acquired power. Convinced of its victory, the ogre stomped heavily on Harley and let out a deep, guttural laugh. However, the warrior was still very much alive, firmly gripping the monster's foot. Smirking, Harley asked the beast if it found the situation amusing and promised to show it something truly funny. Treating the massive leg like a training weight, he lifted it upward, threw the creature off balance, and used the resulting momentum to vault onto its back. Wielding a new glowing weapon, the warrior roared like a god of war, commanding the slumbering forest beast to awaken. He then ruthlessly carved into the monster, delivering brutal blow after blow until only lifeless remains were left. Standing victorious, Harley admired his new axe and silently vowed that it would finally make him a hero. Suddenly, a revolting yet oddly nostalgic stench, reminiscent of a rotting wound, permeated the air. Turning toward the dark forest, Harley spotted two armored legs emerging from the shadows. With a cold and calculating tone, he identified the newcomers as the Oath of Rebellion. He declared that while their specific scheme in such an isolated place remained a mystery, their identity was obvious. Tightening his grip on his weapon, the warrior swore to eradicate the root of their corruption before it could spread, instantly lunging forward with incredible speed. Meanwhile, in a much more elegant location, an elf expressed deep satisfaction with his exquisite tea and warmly thanked the saintess for her hospitality. Honored by his praise, she smiled and replied that she was glad he liked it, adding that the great divine church sincerely appreciated his visit. This new ally was actually a high elf from the Enamel continent, a kingdom where the people worshipped the world tree. Despite holding different religious beliefs, the church and the elven kingdom had a long history of mutual respect, regularly exchanging culture and knowledge. After all, acknowledging another nation's existence was completely separate from sharing their faith. Since high elves represented the pinnacle of their society, the saintess wondered if his long journey meant they intended to use the world tree's power to locate Hans. Distracted by his unique appearance, she marveled at his star-shaped pupils until the guest noticed her staring with a knowing smile. Flustered, the saintess quickly averted her gaze and apologized for her rudeness. The high elf politely dismissed her concern, explaining that his celestial eyes were a fascinating topic anyway, as they served as the distinct mark of his kind. He clarified that elves born with these eyes acted as priests who connected their people to the world tree. Because such births were incredibly rare, limited to just 2 or 3 per generation, with most current priests being quite elderly, the arrival of a new high elf was a matter of immense hope and urgency. When the saintess asked if his sudden request for assistance was related to this issue, the high elf confirmed her suspicions. He revealed that a recent divine prophecy indicated a child of tremendous potential had just been born on the Ion continent. The high elf explained that before his people could protect the child, slave hunters had captured and sold her to a dark sorcerer as a sacrifice. Because time was rapidly running out, they had come to the great church to request urgent help in locating her. Shocked by the terrible news, the saintess asked for any clues regarding the girl's whereabouts. When the guest revealed that she had been tracked deep into the treacherous northern mountains, the saintess noted how dangerous that remote area was and immediately requested a physical description. At that exact moment, right in the heart of those freezing peaks, Harley was surveying the desolate landscape. His attention was quickly drawn to a young elf girl who was bound in heavy chains. Meanwhile, back at the church, the high elf continued his explanation. He noted that since her celestial eyes had not yet awakened, she simply looked like a normal elven teenager by human standards, possessing light green hair and orange eyes. Hearing this specific description, Heinrich took a sharp breath. His expression shifted as he suddenly realized the impossible coincidence. Simultaneously, deep within the mountains, Harley stepped toward the captive and gently asked what she was called. After a brief hesitation, she softly replied that her name was Cecily. Shortly after this quiet exchange, piercing screams began to echo throughout the frozen forest. In a frozen cave strewn with the bodies of black-robed men, a lone figure fled into the background. One of the surviving men ordered his companion to keep Harley away from the storage room, but the other man despaired, wondering aloud how they could possibly deal with such a monster. Meanwhile, Harley advanced through the chaos, knocking down their enemies while carrying Cecily on his back. Turning to the girl, he asked if this was the storage room she had mentioned earlier, recalling her insistence that they find something specific before making their escape. After the young girl confirmed it was the right place, she pointed to a chest and stated that the World Tree branch was inside. Harley retrieved the branch and handed it to her with instructions to hold it firmly. He then hoisted her onto his back once more and announced that they were leaving immediately. Although Cecily pleaded for him to go slower, Harley ignored the request and leaped toward the cave exit at high speed. Back at the meeting, Heinrich raised his hand to offer a suggestion regarding the missing child, Cecily. When Rafferty asked what it was, the knight declared that he believed he knew where she was. Skeptical, Rafferty asked if this was true and whether Heinrich possessed a tracking blessing, but the knight denied it, explaining that he could simply sense her presence. This admission drew a sharp reprimand from another group member, who warned him not to trust such uncertain feelings at a critical moment. However, the Saintess intervened, asking Heinrich to provide a more detailed explanation. At the same time, Harley finally reached the mouth of the cave. Seeing him, one of the robed men ordered a subordinate to call it to stop the escape, prompting the underling to blow a whistle. Still carrying Cecily, Harley stopped short as he sensed something strange. Suddenly, a giant worm burst from the snow, leaving him perplexed. With no other option, he decided to force his way through, ordering the creature not to block his path as he launched an attack. The worm gaped its mouth wide to swallow him, but Harley held his ground, declaring that he would save Cecily like a true hero. He threw the girl clear of the beast before asking where she used to live. Landing in the snow with Cecily safely on his back again, he advised the young girl not to let herself be captured again and to live a long life. The situation quickly escalated as two enormous wolf-like beasts cornered them. Faced with an absurd number of monsters, Harley found himself questioning the Vow of Defiance's actual plans, though he quickly concluded that the details didn't matter. His only option was to defeat every single one of them. From a distance, the black-robed men watched the intensifying combat, trying to figure out the warriors' true identity. Elder Nurabe, their leader, grew increasingly irritated, lamenting that he had planned to offer the half-elf and the branch as sacrifices the following day. Declaring that this was the end, one of his subordinates voiced his belief that there was no way the opponent could survive such an onslaught, announcing that Harley was surely finished. However, the tide turned when one of the creatures sank its teeth into Harley's transformed arm, only to immediately recoil in pain. Although Harley acknowledged that the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming, he grabbed the beast and threw it aside. Upon its defeat, a magic stone emerged from the monster's corpse, which he consumed without hesitation, affirming that as long as he continued to devour these stones, his vigor would remain limitless. Finding the combat fascinating, he delivered a punch to another creature, only to notice that his body had begun to move on its own. Without any conscious intervention, his limbs blocked attacks and struck back with lethal precision. A system notification then appeared, stating that the conditions had been met and illumination achieved, resulting in the acquisition of the Wild Instinct skill. As Harley attacked, one of the robed men screamed, calling him a monster. Fearing that their encirclement was about to be broken, a subordinate frantically asked Elder Nurabe what they should do. The leader grimly ordered the activation of all summoning circles to release those two. He admitted that he regretted having to reveal his trump card so soon, but acknowledged there was no other alternative. Just as Harley commented on how much he appreciated this beastly fighting style and prepared to end the battle, a crystal arrow pierced the air and struck his arm. Confused, he stared at the projectile embedded in his flesh, before a volley of similar crystalline attacks threw him backward. Through the chaos, he saw a hand made of crystal holding a bow, and soon found himself reflected in countless floating panels. A gem-like entity then revealed itself, radiating overwhelming telekinetic power. Before he could fully process this new threat, Cecily shouted a warning about another figure plummeting from the sky at high speed. Landing with a heavy thud on the snow-covered ground, the demon announced that Harley wouldn't be taking another step. It grabbed him, sneering as it called him a half-breed, which left Harley shocked to discover that actual demons were involved in the ambush. The monster arrogantly declared that brute force alone would never be enough to overpower it. Despite the overwhelming odds, Harley's body continued to struggle as he insisted that he could not be defeated. However, the lingering effects of the crystal arrow began to take their toll. sluggishly influencing his movements. Seizing the advantage, the gem person made a sharp hand gesture, sending a heavy blow crashing into Harley's face. The demon demanded that the half-breed give up, attacking him once more while proclaiming that he was finished. Surprisingly, Harley agreed, noting that it was indeed over, and adding that even a demon could speak the truth sometimes, a comment that baffled his opponent. Suddenly, a massive explosion of holy power erupted, confusing the robed men regarding the energy's origin. Turning to the figure who had just freed him, Harley remarked that the arrival was perfectly timed as Heinrich stood revealed on the battlefield, sword in hand. Prior to this moment, there had been a debate regarding Heinrich's guidance. He had questioned the Saintess, asking if she truly intended to trust such an uncertain feeling, a comment that earned him a sharp reprimand from one of the green-robed men. However, Saintess Ristar had firmly defended him, stating that Sir Heinrich was trustworthy. She argued that even without a specific divine blessing for exploration, the divine had shown interest in him, suggesting he had been granted some form of revelation. Ref had then rejoined the group, declaring that whether it was a divine revelation or a simple hunch didn't matter. He assured everyone that he would follow any decision that led to finding the child, asking Heinrich to lead the way. Back in the present, an explosion tore through the trees of the snowy landscape. Heinrich skillfully blocked a charging demon's sword and immediately readied his weapon for a counterattack. With a single decisive blow, he struck the beast, forcing it to retreat as the creature recognized the potency of his divine power and weapon mastery. Elsewhere in the forest, a separate battle raged against the gem person. A man advanced on the crystalline figure, mocking it by asking where it was looking. Although the entity crossed its arms to block multiple projectiles, the resulting impact of its counterattack threw the man backward. Regaining his composure, he touched the creature's face and cheekily asked if that had been too bad. Clutching a gem, the injured man stated that he would demand a price for his lost eye, declaring that this prize would serve as his compensation. With both hands, he began to pry the gem from the creature's forehead before destroying its chest with a single decisive blow. Standing panting beside the remains of his opponent, he pulled a splinter from inside his own mouth. As he held the gem, he commented that since the creature had taken his eye, it would now serve as a substitute. A system notification immediately announced that a new body part had been successfully transplanted, followed by another window informing him that he had acquired the Gem Eye Psychokinesis ability. Smiling, he remarked that he could now attack from a distance, casting his gaze toward the mountaintop to wonder if even those two had been defeated. Meanwhile, panic was setting in among the men in black robes. One of them demanded to know who the hell that holy knight was, but Elder Narabe warned him not to act rashly. Stating that there was only a man and a child present, he ordered his subordinates to release the remaining monsters to cover their retreat. However, when a subordinate turned to question the order, he was abruptly interrupted by a mace striking his face. Leading the charge for the Order of Holy Knights, a warrior rushed forward, declaring his intention to crush the skulls of the damned heretics. Desperate, one of the men asked Elder Nurabi what they should do and if the teleportation device was ready. In response, Nurabe crushed the object in his hand, stating that there was no turning back now. He announced that he would offer the souls of his followers as a sacrifice to summon the archdemon. Beginning the ritual, he cried out for the incarnation of greed to descend upon them, raising his arms as he ordered the creature to burn everyone. As a massive demonic claw emerged from the summoning portal, the demon pulled itself fully into the world, and Nurabe commanded it to burn his enemies to ashes. Suddenly, however, the elder was blinded by an intense light and cried out in confusion. The summoned demon recoiled, sensing an overwhelming divine power approaching just before it was hit squarely by an attack from above. Archbishop Ladius appeared holding a scroll. He apologized for the intrusion, but extended his hand to state that the only one burning today would be the heretic. Observing the resulting explosion, Heinrich commented that everything seemed pretty much resolved. Harley then turned and called out to the girl, telling her she could come out now. Cecily ran to him, admitting that it had been scary, but the man simply replied that her fear just showed she was healthy. Patting her head, he added that as long as she wasn't hurt, that was all that mattered. As Sir Heinrich turned to contemplate the scene, Sir Tuscan approached with Rafferty, noting that thanks to him they had arrived just in time. The paladin asked how Heinrich had known where to go, but he replied that he wasn't sure. He had just felt it. Hearing this, Rafferty ran past them toward the girl, calling out Cecily's name. Kneeling before the young woman with a warm smile, the elf introduced himself as Rafferty from the Elven Kingdom. Harley approached them, expressing his relief that she had managed to reunite safely with her people. When Cecily thanked him and asked how she could possibly repay him, he insisted that he hadn't acted with the expectation of a reward. Rafferty declared that Harley's attitude was admirable, though he suggested that the warrior should graciously accept her gratitude. The young elf then asked Sir Harley to sit for a moment. As she approached, she wished for the blessings of nature to be with him. Feeling a sudden surge of power, Harley asked if the energy was coming from the World Tree. Rafferty explained that such a blessing was typically something only high elves could bestow, prompting Cecily to point out that the effect might be weaker since she did not hold that rank. Asking Harley to extend his hand, Rafferty created a symbol on his wrist, stating that it represented a promise. They would come to his aid if he ever needed it. Although Harley replied that there was no need to go that far, he accepted the gesture as Cecily handed him a bundle of branches. Observing the scene, Sir Tuscan commented to Heinrich that the young man possessed an impressive physique. The paladin asked if the two knew each other, but Heinrich clarified that, although it was their first meeting, he felt it would be a good connection. Trusting his companion's judgment, Tuscan stated that if it was Heinrich's intuition, then it was reliable. He added that the order must express its gratitude, concluding that if Harley supported Hubert, the man could become an unbeatable merchant. Rafferty then thanked Lord Tuscan for resolving the problem, saying that it was now their turn to repay the favor. The paladin replied that hearing this gave him confidence, and stated that he had only one request: to find the immortal king. It was then that Heinrich realized that the contact with the High Elves had been established precisely for this purpose. It was explained that the World Tree is the root of all trees, allowing High Elves to borrow its power and sense energy anywhere vegetation exists. To utilize this, Rafferty said he would need some assistance. When Heinrich asked what it was about, the elf explained that to begin, he required specific knowledge of the energy he was looking for, that of the immortal king. Heinrich reflected that he never imagined visiting that place again so soon. As they approached, Rafferty commented on the sacred barrier, noting its immense proportions and admitting that its level was something even he did not fully comprehend. The group advanced into a dark corridor where the path seemed deliberately distorted, resembling a labyrinth designed to confuse unwanted visitors, until the Heresy Inquisitor announced they had arrived. It was clear that breaking a barrier of that magnitude would take too long. Furthermore, if someone were to force their way in, every holy knight and high priest in the building would appear immediately. The Inquisitor approached to observe through an opening in the door, aware that an assault could begin at any moment. Peering inside, Rafferty asked if the object before them was a fragment of the legendary Immortal King, and immediately prepared to track the trace. Realizing that the High Elf would be tracking Hans, Heinrich understood that the elite forces would inevitably be mobilized against his target. A smile crossed his face as he recognized that this distraction opened a possible path for him. Clutching a fragment in his hand, he resolved that he would secure the final piece that very day. Meanwhile, in a dark room, a voice announced that the time had come to begin the executive meeting of the Challenge Vow. As the shadowy figures confirmed the presence of representatives from both the Empire and the East, the presiding voice noted that Narabe would not be attending, as he was dead. The speaker assumed everyone was already aware of the news, but pointed out the lingering mystery regarding how the Order and the High Elves had managed to track their fallen comrade. One member questioned if they were becoming careless, citing Marcos's cultivation of the fragment and Narabe's subsequent defeat, while another suggested that the Order's resurgence was likely a reaction to the appearance of the Immortal King's heir. When the second figure proposed using this new heir to their advantage, the first retorted by asking if they were seriously suggesting an alliance with the imposter currently cornering them. The proponent simply replied that the idea was interesting. Elsewhere, Saint Restar remained puzzled by how their location had been discovered despite the countless barriers she had erected. Holding the fragment, Hans deduced that the saint had used the object itself to track him, meaning his only option was to hide it effectively. He attempted to stash the item in a subspace he had created, but when the attempt failed, he realized that a common subspace was insufficient for such an object. Reflecting on how an awakened individual had managed to transport the fragment back to Earth, he concluded that he needed to create a storage space within his own body. He began the process of merging with the fragment, successfully incorporating it to absorb its power and completely eliminate any trace of its energy. With his biggest headache resolved, Hans turned to the final step, cleaning up the crime scene. Snapping his fingers to burn everything to ashes, he walked away from the blazing inferno, declaring that preparations were complete. He then lowered the barriers that hid him, allowing his scent to spread across the land as a direct challenge to the great divine order to find him, while vowing to claim the last fragment of the Immortal King himself. At that moment, in a distant forest, a point of light manifested among the trees and fixed itself onto a trunk, indicating the target had been located. Rafferty announced that he had found the traces, pinpointing the Immortal King's location to the monster forest in the west of the continent. Wasting no time, Archbishop Ladius ordered the immediate summoning of all paladins and any available archbishops. A paladin named Pyre, hailing from the Great Temple of Jiran, approached the group and expressed his offense at not being summoned for such a crucial task. After introducing himself, he declared his intention to join the mission, which brought a sense of relief to the archbishop, who realized the expedition would now consist solely of the elite. However, when Saint Restar approached Ladius and insisted on accompanying them, arguing that even the cardinal was going, her request was firmly denied. Ladius emphasized that she had to remain behind, reminding her that she was the vital pillar of the great divine order. Consequently, the archbishop turned his attention to Lord Heinrich, instructing the knight to stay back and protect the great temple alongside the saint. He specifically asked Heinrich to ensure her safety should anything untoward happen during their absence. Watching the group of paladins depart, Heinrich assured Latius that he would keep the holy woman safe. As Latius drew his sword and proclaimed that the continent's recurring nightmare would be vanquished under divine watch, the surrounding crowd cheered for peace and salvation. Turning to Saint Restar, Heinrich told her not to worry so much, affirming his confidence that everyone would return unharmed. When she asked if he had received a divine revelation, he clarified that it was merely a premonition. Meanwhile, a hooded figure approached the perimeter of the great temple. Spreading his dark mana to stay alert, Hans could sense the sacred barriers embedded in the walls without even looking at them. He realized that the internal defenses would remain active regardless of his stealth abilities, so he decided that misleading the guards about his location was necessary to buy time. At midnight, a display of fireworks was launched into the sky, startling the sentries. From atop the wall, a guard pointed downward in horror, shouting that a horde of undead was advancing against the gate, prompting an immediate order to summon everyone for defense. Far away in the forest, the search was proving problematic. Knights reported to Pyre that they had meticulously scoured the area where the presence was detected, but found the cave empty. Rafferty insisted this was impossible, arguing that the World Tree would have warned them if the target had moved. Suspecting a trap, Ladius questioned if the target had noticed the tracking and employed a trick. Realizing that this was all a distraction orchestrated by the enemy, he ordered everyone to return to the Great Temple immediately. His fears were confirmed as he understood the temple was likely already in flames. Unaware of the panic he caused, Hans finally reached his destination. Standing before the last fragment of the Immortal King, he announced that they had finally met. He held the energy against his chest, readying himself for the next step. As energy surged through him, he proclaimed that the moment for the Immortal King's resurrection had finally arrived. Almost immediately, the tower bell began to toll, accompanied by urgent voices ordering everyone to move. Knights sprinted through the corridors, shouting alerts that they were under attack by the undead. Observing the frantic movement, Heinrich concluded that the defenders were in serious trouble, a realization that brought a faint smile to his face. Since he had been assigned to guard the garden, he decided to wait there, planning to use the chaos to sneak in unnoticed. A knight leading a large group screamed for everyone to follow him without stopping. However, Heinrich noticed there were far more soldiers than expected, including many faces he didn't recognize. Despite this, he calmed himself, realizing that they were still distracted by the undead outside and had no idea that Hans had already reached the depths. Suddenly, the Heresy Inquisitor appeared, yelling that the undead assault outside was merely a distraction. He revealed the grim truth. The heir to the Immortal King had already infiltrated the lower levels. Consequently, he ordered everyone to advance immediately to the sealing chamber. Wondering how they had discovered the intrusion so quickly, Heinrich started running, knowing he had to intervene before the situation turned into an absolute disaster. When the group arrived, they found the sealing chamber completely destroyed. Archbishop Latius demanded to know how an intruder could have entered without detection, noting the lack of signs of external invasion. One knight suggested it might have been teleportation, but Saint Restar stated that there was simply no way to know for sure at that moment. Despairing over how the enemy could have gotten so close, she blamed herself for her inadequacy and questioned what they would do if the king truly returned. Her thoughts were interrupted by Heinrich, who finally appeared and apologized for the delay, explaining that the route had been congested. As he announced that he would take the lead, Saint Restar called out, pleading for him to lend his strength to the group. Elsewhere, Hans surveyed the fallen bodies, noting that a significant number of his undead minions had been eliminated. He realized that the Guardians were far more resilient than he had anticipated, acknowledging that Malcolm in particular had not been an easy opponent. Bidding farewell to the fallen warrior, he told him to rest well, for he had fought bravely. Reflecting that it had taken quite a while but that he had ultimately succeeded, Hans stretched out his hand and commanded his creation to come forth. As the immortal king's final legacy materialized before him, Hans knelt to commence the ritual. However, a nagging sense of incompleteness bothered him, leading him to wonder if the merging process simply required more time. His concentration was suddenly broken by a sharp movement of his head, alerting him to the presence of intruders. Identifying them as advancing knights, he immediately prepared to launch a counterattack. With a single, fluid motion, he repelled the two men assaulting him, leaving one of them gravely injured. Archbishop Ladius shouted for the man to hold on, while the Bishop of Ceremony quickly announced that he would provide immediate healing. Moments later, soothing energy washed over the injured knight's armor. Witnessing this, Heinrich declared his intention to join the fray, but Saint Ristar intervened to stop him. She explained that he could not enter yet because they needed to analyze the immortal king's power first, asking him to hold his position a little longer. Heinrich agreed to the request, though secretly, his plan had always been to merely buy time by pretending to fight against Hans. Meanwhile, Hans ordered the Order's minions to surrender, claiming the fragment belonged to him, but Ladius ignored the demand and commanded his forces to keep attacking. Although Hans briefly considered obliterating them with full force, he decided against taking innocent lives. Just then, two swords were launched in his direction, striking him directly. Perplexed by the nature of the power, he soon recognized it as the saint's enchantment. Noting its impressive speed and strength, he realized that without his enhanced regeneration, he would have been in serious danger, and concluded that he couldn't prolong the battle without causing unwanted casualties. Having made his decision, he resolved to take down the command tower first, and advanced menacingly against the knights. To his surprise, the Bishop of Ceremony blocked the attack instantly. Hans questioned how the man could react so quickly, noting that they not only blocked his strike, but also counterattacked with firm determination. Suspecting that someone was anticipating his strategy, he decided to peek into their minds. Suddenly, Heinrich appeared beside Archbishop Ladius, asking Hans where he thought he was looking before delivering a solid strike. Observing the impact, Saint Risdar realized that the enemy had not yet fully absorbed the fragment. Seizing the opportunity, she rallied everyone, stating that the time to act was now and insisting they could do it. Even as Hans raised his guard to block the attacks, it became clear to him that their strategy relied on overwhelming him with a barrage of enchantments and physical strikes to stifle his regeneration. Calling the trick painfully obvious, he struck one of the knights down. Undeterred, Pierre advanced and challenged him, prompting Hans to retort by daring him to block his next move as well. Mocking the knight, he asked if they really thought such a slow attack would provoke him. Suddenly, Pierre found himself trapped by a containment spell, bewildered as to how it had happened. He questioned how Hans was reading every move, insisting that he should have been able to block any psychic invasion. At that moment, Heinrich offered an apology to the veteran, explaining that he had inadvertently heard the plan within his mind. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Archbishop Ladius prepared to join the fray, but Hans declared that it was already too late. The fragment of the immortal king within him had begun to react, finally merging completely into a single entity. As Hans levitated into the air, he released a wave of energy so overwhelming that Saint Ristar and the others recoiled. Lamenting their failure, she admitted that they had arrived too late. A shadowy figure now floated in the center of the room, confirming to the saint that the immortal king was truly reviving. Turning to face them, the entity caused the Order's members to tremble in fear, disparaging them as dogs of the Order. A system notification flashed, announcing a triumph. A new achievement titled Overcome Death had been unlocked. The immortal king then proclaimed his return as the Calamity of the Outer Dimension. Meanwhile, a group of knights sprinted toward the sealing chamber, shouting to one another to hurry and help the saint. However, upon arrival, they stopped abruptly at the entrance, questioning if the figure before them was truly who they imagined. Standing before the resurrected king, the knights feared they were too late, but Archbishop Ladius shouted that it wasn't over yet. He explained that the sacred space they were in suppressed the immortal king's power and declared that they would risk their lives to stop the demon, ordering everyone to attack immediately. The immortal king, however, questioned their belief that they could stop him, pointing out that they couldn't even see his status window. As a system notification announced the evolution of his abilities, he declared himself invincible. Covering part of his face with his hand, he challenged them to come closer and witness his true power. The Eye of Darkness skill was activated, immediately washing over the knights with its ominous energy. A single glance from the entity was enough to sow fear and confusion among his opponents, while simultaneously granting him control over low-level demons. Recognizing the legendary ability, the Archbishop shouted a desperate warning for no one to look directly at him. The immortal king, however, simply stated that it was their turn and prepared to attack. Raising his hands, he commanded his legend to rise again, causing bones and corpses to gather around him. As the knights watched in horror, a golem formed from the remains, prompting Archbishop Latius to alert everyone that being hit by such a creature would be dangerous and to order them to dodge. Despite the warning, one knight was struck head-on. Observing the scene, the king dismissed their resistance as pathetic. Realizing that hesitating now would endanger not just the church but the entire continent, Saint Restar decided she had to act. Recomposing herself, she called for Sir Heinrich and entrusted him with her symbol. Handing over the object, she instructed him to retreat, become stronger, and eventually stop the immortal king. She then turned to the other knights, ordering them to clear a path for Sir Heinrich and protect his escape with their lives. Although the knights advanced to stop him, the king merely swatted them away like buzzing flies. He grabbed one of the attackers, threatening to end them all at once before turning abruptly to strike another knight who had tried a repetitive move. The injured man, however, remained defiant, declaring that it didn't matter because their objective had been achieved. He claimed he would sacrifice his body as many times as necessary to save Sir Heinrich, their hope. Calling him a fool, the king prepared to crush the knight's skull, but before he could finish the motion, a fist slammed into his face. Heinrich had landed a direct blow. Activating his leap blessing, the young knight moved past the immortal king with blinding speed and struck Hans. The king acknowledged that Heinrich's reflexes were excellent, though he noted that the sword was too blunt to pierce him. He then countered with an attack of his own, hitting Heinrich head-on. As the knight recoiled, realizing the blow had penetrated his armor and sent shockwaves through his body, Saint Restar called out to him in distress. She asked why he hadn't fled after she had entrusted the future to him, to which Heinrich simply replied that he hadn't joined the church just to save his own skin. Holding the symbol he had received, Heinrich wondered how anyone could claim to protect the world if they were willing to abandon their companions. Channeling his energy, he prepared for the next attack and questioned the immortal king. He declared that although his sword had no edge, it would still bring about the end of his enemy, even if the blade itself shattered. At that moment, a system notification appeared, announcing that he had acquired a third blessing, the special skill, Sword of Light. Ready to bring the confrontation to a close, Heinrich advanced and struck the immortal king head-on. The king praised the splendid attack and stated that it was time for their final words. Bidding farewell to the onlookers, which left Saint Restar and the Bishop of Ceremony in shock, the immortal king gripped the blade, plunged into his chest, and demanded to know the name of the church's minion. The young man shouted his full name in reply, Heinrich Landgard. The immortal king asked how he dared to wound him, while a system notification informed that the death immunity skill had been activated. Declaring that he would remember that name, the king launched a counterattack. As he fell to the ground, exhausted, Heinrich wondered if he had managed to escape. However, Pyre caught him, offering support and expressing disbelief that he had actually managed to strike the immortal king's heart. A smile spread across Heinrich's face as the paladin called it the resurrection of the Chosen One. Watching the scene unfold, Han Sung-hyun applauded, sarcastically calling it a heroic tale that brought tears to his eyes. He explained that in the end, Hans had been reborn as the immortal king, only to be defeated by Heinrich with the blessing of the gods. Sitting in his chair, he concluded that it was the perfect rivalry between a hero and a demon king. Turning to a panel, he stated that all that remained was to collect his payment. On the Karma Shop screen, he was surprised to see that the value had risen by about 1 million. Without hesitation, he selected the unique skill enhancement option. A notification informed him that his unique skill had grown, and that he had acquired a special customization skill. Approaching the screen, Han Sung-hyun asked what customization meant. Upon accessing a menu to alter the appearance of the immortal King Hans, he declared that this was exactly what a game was all about. The new ability opened up 2 possibilities: an enhanced Create Avatar function and a new Change Avatar function. The new Change Avatar function allowed him to modify the appearance and attributes of existing characters, whereas the Create Avatar feature was designed to define their initial state from scratch. However, Han Seong-hyun noted that the most significant update was the addition of a gender selection category. Driven by a "you only live once" curiosity, he decided to test the female option, but he was surprised to find the selection locked. Turning his attention to the Essence selection menu, he realized that this feature generated specific species by consuming an item. He immediately wondered if the World Tree branch Cecily had given him would work as an essence. Although he had grown fond of using the vase as an air purifier, he acknowledged that he had no other choice. Holding the vessel, he concluded that the branch inside should be sufficient to create an elf. The system detected the item and immediately initiated the generation process, transforming Han Seong-hyun's body. Once the creation was complete and customization unlocked, he set about refining the avatar's look. He decided to give the face a more beautiful aesthetic while lengthening the arms and legs to create a slender silhouette. Since elves are natural elementalists, he focused his status distribution on maximizing nature affinity. Finally, he named the new avatar Harris, who possessed the Son of the World Tree trait. Admiring the well-defined physique and striking face, Han Seong-hyun remarked that it was exactly the kind of look one expected from an elf. However, the newly created avatar suddenly spoke, complaining that the sensation was unpleasant. Confused, Han touched the elf's face, fearing that Han's dark magic might be consuming Harris. Panic set in as he realized that his mental core was failing to function due to the elf's high natural affinity, meaning he was on the verge of losing the new avatar. Reacting quickly, he ordered Hans to cancel the invocation. Deciding to set Harris aside for the time being, he turned to his bookshelf and picked up a volume, wondering if he should write the legend of the mercenary king next. Later, the avatar mentioned liking the function that allowed his ears to twitch, a comment that seemed to bring relief to the woman present. After thanking them for their sponsorship, he left the shop. As he walked through the streets of Tarek, he noted that Hubert had found a perfect item, proving that this truly was a city of artisans. However, recalling rumors that some men had been meddling in Hubert's business, he considered that it might be time to teach them a lesson. In a tavern, a man openly mocked their attire and tattoos, sneering that it was no surprise the South was ridiculed as a den of savages. He went on to claim that they had brought this reputation upon themselves. The avatar immediately stood up and glared at the heckler, demanding to know what he had just said, but the seated man simply dismissed the confrontation, muttering that it wasn't worth the effort. Suddenly, another man approached the group, furiously asking who had dared to insult the Southerners. Pointing at the first man, he threatened to beat some sense into him with a wooden club. However, the avatar intervened before the blow could land, snapping the weapon with just one hand. Shocked by this casual display of strength, the attacker could only shout an insult in disbelief. Realizing that these newcomers were authentic Southern warriors, the avatar saw a golden opportunity. He understood that by approaching them and building a relationship, he could gain the supportive companions he needed to become a true Southern hero. However, the interaction didn't start smoothly. One of the warriors reprimanded him for his appearance, telling him to dress properly because his clothes were intended only for festivals. When the confused avatar asked if people no longer wore such outfits, the warrior grew annoyed, stating that he couldn't stand to hear such ignorance anymore. Consequently, he challenged the avatar to a traditional Southern duel. The avatar accepted the challenge but imposed a condition that surprised them. He wanted all three men to attack him at once. One of the warriors questioned if he intended to insult their honor by requesting such a lopsided fight, but the avatar arrogantly corrected him, suggesting that two should attack while the third stayed back to help them up when they fell. The three men charged simultaneously, but after a heavy impact, two were instantly left on the ground. The last man standing, calling him insane, insisted that he couldn't be from the South, demanding to know how someone with such high-level skills could lack the traditional warrior's mark. Realizing he had overlooked that detail, the avatar quickly fabricated a justification. He approached the man and explained that while he was indeed a Southern warrior, there was a story behind his lack of marks, beginning his tale with a significant event that had occurred 20 years ago. A duel had been held to elect the next tribal chief, and his father, widely considered the best warrior, won the championship with flying colors. As he raised his arm in celebration, the chief congratulated him and, following tradition, offered his daughter's hand in marriage along with a wish. However, when asked what he desired, the victor replied that his mind was already made up and refused the marriage proposal. The woman, finding this unacceptable, demanded an explanation for such an absurd request. He stated that there was a valid reason, revealing that they were actually blood-related siblings. When she turned to her father to ask if he would permit such nonsense, the chief apologized to her but confirmed the warrior's words, admitting that she was not his biological daughter. Immediately, the chief ordered his guards to kill the insolent man. The warrior shouted to his beloved that he would buy her time to escape. Since his mother was pregnant with him at the time and could not fight, his father battled alone to protect his wife and unborn child, falling heroically against the tribal warriors. His mother managed to flee to a remote cave where she raised him in hiding, though she had recently passed away from an illness. Finishing his story, He explained that this isolation was why he lacked the traditional marks, asking if the situation now made sense. Moved by what they believed to be a tragic past, the warriors apologized for their misjudgment and embraced him, calling him a true Southern warrior. One of them admitted he never imagined such a sad story behind his appearance, while the Avatar internally congratulated himself on an insane performance. They toasted their new brother, and soon one asked what had brought him so far from the South. He replied that there was a story behind that as well. He explained that after his mother's death, he was left with nothing but his own body, feeling completely lost on how to continue living. It was then that a young merchant named Hubert, the only person who didn't simply walk on by, approached him to ask if he needed help. The Avatar explained that Hubert had helped him get established, but the merchant was now facing threats from bandits. He insisted that he couldn't simply ignore the struggles of the man who had saved him, which was the primary reason he had returned to help. The warriors immediately declared that an enemy of their brother was an enemy to them all, promising to do their absolute best to assist Hubert as well. As he thanked them and they embraced in celebration, the Avatar was already secretly planning to use these men to silence the scoundrels threatening the merchant. Once that issue was resolved, he intended to launch a genuine economic project by importing pepper from Earth. In exchange, he would distribute magical tools, which were abundant there but scarce on the other side, creating a win-win trade situation. He calculated that this income would fuel even more explosive growth. When one of the warriors suggested heading to his friend's shop first, the Avatar agreed, noting to himself that having reliable subordinates made life significantly easier. Later that night, with Hubert's problem resolved, Harris approached a large gate. He greeted the guards and asked if he had reached the great temple of Roselia, before introducing himself as a skilled mercenary named Harris, a close friend of Harley. He explained that since Harley was an ally of the Order of Holy Knights, he had come to request an audience with the elven envoys. The guard examined the letter of introduction, commenting on the drawing and the ridiculously sloppy handwriting, but confirmed that there was no doubt it was a handwritten note from Mr. Harley. He invited Harris inside and guided him to the elven envoy's quarters. Upon reaching the door, the guard informed him that Lord Rafferty had already been notified and that he was free to enter. Asking for permission as he crossed the threshold, Harris was greeted by the elf sitting at the table, who expressed that it was a pleasure to meet him. The host introduced himself as Rafferty Granwood, a high elf from the Elven Kingdom, and invited his guest to sit down. As he took a seat, Harris thanked him for the opportunity, internally reflecting on how difficult it was to pretend not to recognize such a familiar face, though he found the entire situation fascinating. Viewing Rafferty through the eyes of a high elf, he noticed that the envoy's eyes seemed to shine with an intense brightness, creating a sensation of being drawn directly into his gaze. Rafferty took a sip of his drink and asked if he was truly a close friend of Sir Harley. Spotting the bracelet he had originally given to Harley, Rafferty noted that the claim appeared to be true. Although Harris apologized and offered to return the jewelry, Rafferty insisted that he was actually honored to see a fellow kin wearing it. Moving on to business, Rafferty mentioned hearing that Harris had a question. Harris explained his desire to learn how to harness the power of nature and form contracts with spirits, admitting that he never had the chance to develop those skills properly. Rafferty listened attentively, clearly perceiving Harris's aptitude without a shadow of a doubt. He then invited his guest to step outside for some fresh air, an offer Harris readily accepted. Once they were outside, Rafferty returned to their earlier topic, explaining that he unfortunately could not teach Harris personally, as he would be leaving soon. Instead, he extended an invitation for Harris to accompany them to the Elven Kingdom. The mention of this land on the Enamel Continent, which housed their prestigious educational institution, took Harris by surprise. He asked if there were special qualifications required, assuming admission was restricted to the children of high elves. Rafferty admitted that while this was originally the case, there was an exception for individuals who possessed the specific qualities of a high elf. He then asked if Harris hadn't felt a strange sensation when looking into his eyes. Almost immediately, Harris realized that the odd feeling from before was returning. It felt as though he were being pulled or sucked directly inward. Suddenly, he found himself standing in an unfamiliar location. Although he speculated that this might be a mental realm, he noticed that the energy surrounding him was far purer and cleaner than anything he was used to. A realization struck him as a single leaf floated gently into his palm. Watching it, he saw a figure manifest before him. At first, he wondered if it might be the goddess of the elves, but looking upward, he questioned if he was actually standing before the World Tree. While Harris tried to compose himself, the female figure approached and touched his face, leaving him thoroughly confused. She simply stared at him with a faint smile, rendering him speechless as her hands lingered. Holding his face, She invited him closer and beckoned him to travel to the Elven Kingdom. Desperate for answers, Harris shouted for her to wait, extending his hand and admitting he had no idea what any of this meant or if she was truly the World Tree itself. Snapping back to reality, Harris stared at his own hand, wondering what the vision represented. Rafferty explained that Harris had just felt the presence of the World Tree and asked what had happened. When Harris replied that he had seen an elf and asked if that was the entity, Rafferty confirmed it. He revealed that the World Tree had chosen a familiar form to greet him, apparently developing a particular interest in him. This surprised Harris, who reflected on the fact that after the divine, now even the World Tree was paying attention to him. Elsewhere, a man aggressively addressed Hubert, reminding him that he had spoken clearly the previous week. He threatened the shopkeeper, reiterating his demand to close the business and leave town immediately, asking why he was still there. Hubert, maintaining his composure, apologized for any perceived rudeness and offered a cup of tea, mentioning that an excellent batch had just arrived. However, the man slapped the cup away, stating angrily that Hubert clearly hadn't gotten the message. The aggressor issued a final ultimatum to Hubert, demanding he either abandon the shop immediately or face death right there. Hubert, seemingly unfazed, simply asked if the man didn't care for tea, noting that his friends appeared to enjoy it. Before the confused thug could figure out what Hubert was babbling about, Han Sung-hyun's avatar seized his face and hurled him out of the establishment. The remaining men were left wondering who these people were before the avatar, and his new companions charged at them, filling the air with screams as the aggressors were tossed onto the street. Later that night, the mood shifted to celebration. Hubert proposed a toast, thanking the brothers for ensuring his safety and announcing that the drinks were on him. During the festivities, one of the warriors insisted that after seeing the avatar fight, he definitely needed a mark. To demonstrate, he removed his shirt to display a large, proper warrior's mark on his chest and suggested seeking out a specific southern shaman in Tarak who knew how to sculpt such designs. Wasting no time, the avatar grabbed Luwang by the shoulder and hoisted him up, declaring that they would find this woman immediately. Despite being carried off, Luwang protested that he hadn't even finished his drink yet. Elsewhere, a violent scene was unfolding. A man threw ingredients onto the floor and verbally abused an old woman, calling her a wretched hag while demanding protection money. He asked if her age had affected her hearing, to which the shaman replied that the amount was absurdly high and she had no way to get that much money. Frustrated because he had already had a terrible day, the man grabbed and pushed her, shouting that he didn't care how she found the funds. Just as the old woman tried to speak, the man's expression turned to shock, and he let out a scream upon seeing a sudden arrival. Han Sung-hyun's avatar appeared out of nowhere, sending the tormentor flying. While effortlessly holding on to another enemy, he greeted the old woman and explained that he had come to get a mark sculpted. When the shaman asked what he intended to do about the bandits, he dismissively replied that they would leave on their own once they woke up. Although she remarked on what a big mess he had made, she invited the group inside. Once they were seated, the shaman verified that he had indeed come for a warrior's mark, a request he urged her to fulfill immediately. She warned him that while the mark granted great power, it also drained a significant amount of life force. However, he confirmed that he was already aware of the risks. Impressed, the shaman noted that it had been a long time since she had encountered someone with such a monstrous level of vitality. Admitting that his potential made her greedy, she speculated that he might even be able to withstand the mark of the Supreme Warlord. Excited by the prospect, he urged her to sculpt the Warlord's mark, but she immediately shot down the idea. She explained that it wasn't happening because she simply didn't know how to do it, noting that the technique hadn't been successfully performed in hundreds of years. Disappointed, he complained that her refusal was a total mood killer. Since the legendary option was off the table, he decided to settle for the Great Warrior mark that Liu Wang had mentioned earlier. However, she responded that this too was a problem, which took him by surprise. She clarified that she was low on materials, as it had been an eternity since she last sculpted such a mark. Furthermore, she added that receiving one required a significant warrior feat, specifically, a great deed. To earn the Great Warrior mark, he would need to travel to the Iron Fortress in the northern mountains and defeat the ruling ogre single-handedly. Hearing this, Liu Wang was astonished and angrily questioned if she knew what kind of monster an ogre was, accusing her of trying to get his brother killed. He pointed out that the monster's head alone was the size of a man. In response, the avatar simply lifted a massive skull he had brought with him and asked if this was what she was talking about. Shocked, the shaman confirmed it was indeed an ogre's skull and asked if he had hunted it alone. He merely replied that an ogre was nothing to him. Although the shaman agreed that he was an impressive warrior, she asked him to return in a few days. She explained that her energy was low, sculpting the mark required stamina, and she hadn't even eaten properly in a while. He told her to leave the food to him, claiming that restoring vitality was his specialty, which left her confused as he abruptly departed. She could only hope he wouldn't cause any more trouble. Later, one of the bandits spotted him approaching and questioned his presence, only to be immediately silenced by a punch from the Avatar. Turning to the fallen leader, the Avatar commented on how often they were meeting that day. When the man asked who had sent him, the Avatar replied that they had messed with the wrong people by laying hands on their shaman. Realizing the old woman was actually the revered southern shaman, the bandit became terrified. He apologized profusely, claiming they didn't know and had assumed she was just a common healer. He implored the Avatar to stop, promising never to repeat the error, but the Avatar struck him on the side of the face, warning him that he had better keep that promise. Just then Luang approached, stating that he had resolved things on his side and asking what they should do next. The Avatar commented that he had suspected a bandit hideout would be stocked with supplies and asked Luang to help him carry some boxes. Revealing several cuts of meat, he announced that they would be having a barbecue that night. Shortly after, the Southern Warrior Avatar arrived back at the shaman's home and announced his return as the grandmother turned to receive him. The shaman was initially taken aback by the sheer volume of provisions, but the young warrior explained that the meat and drinks were intended to help her recharge her energy and restore her health. Smiling at the gesture, the elder remarked that if her son were still alive, he would be about the young man's age, though she quickly added a complaint that her teeth could barely handle chewing meat anymore. However, when he pressed her to eat, she agreed to try a little out of respect for his effort. To the surprise of both young men, she proceeded to devour a massive piece of meat and drank wine directly from the bottle. Watching her polish off the food, the Avatar smiled and noted that he always knew Southern women had impressive appetites. With her hunger satisfied and a pile of empty plates before her, the shaman declared that the meal had hit the spot and asked if they were ready to begin the engraving. As she heated the tip of her instrument over a candle flame, she warned him that the procedure would be quite painful. Lying on the bed, he confidently assured her that he was mentally prepared and used to such things. Despite his bravado, the southern shaman insisted on placing a doll in his mouth, instructing him to bite down on it once the pain started. She attempted to pierce the warrior's chest with the tool, only to stop in surprise when the needle failed to penetrate his incredibly tough skin. When Luang asked if there was any other way to proceed, the shaman reassured him that there was, promising that the meal she had just eaten would be fully repaid in effort. With a loud scream, she channeled her energy into the instrument, declaring it was time to demonstrate the true power of a tribal shaman before driving the needle successfully into his chest. A system notification immediately appeared, confirming that the conditions for enlightenment had been met and that he had acquired the Chalco-style combat symbol ability, specifically the Great Warrior mark. Touching the fresh design on his chest, he remarked that this method was far more efficient than trying to improve via bio-aura. He clenched his fists, feeling a surge of power that made him certain he could now kill an ogre with his bare hands. However, his celebration was cut short when the shaman stumbled in the background. Concerned, he called out to check on her, but the elder quickly reassured him. She explained that she simply hadn't used that much strength in a long time, and just needed a little rest. The Avatar then turned to Luang, and announced that they still had work to do. When his companion asked what that entailed, the southern warrior shouted that they needed to get more meat. The shaman called him thick-headed, explaining that Grandma couldn't simply feel pain to finish the other symbols, and insisting that they let her rest. Meanwhile, Saint Restar remained by Heinlich's bedside, praying continuously for his recovery. Approaching from behind, Cardinal Pion asked if she was still at it, warning her that her own body would suffer if she didn't take it easy. However, she replied that she couldn't forget the sight of him facing the immortal king without retreating until the very end. Lying in bed with his body heavily bandaged, Heinlich listened as the cardinal stated that watching him fight was like witnessing the birth of a new hero. As Saint Restar contemplated this idea, Heinlich suddenly spoke up, remarking that his eminence flattered him. The saint called his name in surprise, while the cardinal asked if the pain was bearable. The young man assured them that his body was fine, thanks entirely to the Holy One's care. Approaching the bed and holding his hand, Saint Restar then proclaimed him not merely a champion of the order, but the hero of Auterica. To this, Heinlich simply replied, "Finally." Observing the narrative unfold, Hansi Yonghyun noted that he could now toast Hans, who was playing the part of the Demon King. With the roles of hero and villain officially cast, the avatar wearing the Haho mask decided it was time to fulfill his duties as the antagonist using his magic. Declaring that he would spread his infamy even further than before, his eyes lit up as he gazed over the city. He stated that he could now see clearly, spotting the filthy stains of evildoers, and leaped from the building, promising to drag them all to hell. Later, paramedics rushed a patient on a stretcher into the hospital, shouting for everyone to move away. One staff member cursed, wondering what the hell had happened, while another deduced that the scoundrel in the Haho mask had struck again. A hand reached out to examine the dark energy emanating from the patient. It belonged to Han Seong-hyun, identified in this context as the dark mage Han Seong-jin. When the detective asked if he had any idea what was happening, the mage stated that these people had gotten involved with someone seriously dangerous. Observing the bandaged body, he warned that handling this the wrong way would lead to death, calling the masked individual an insane monster. As chains consumed the patient, Han Seong-hyun explained that this level of black magic was beyond comprehension, noting that the soul had already been enslaved. With a grim smile, he commented that if he were caught like that, he would rather not have been born. When the detective wondered how that information helped, Han Seong-hyun's expression turned serious. He admitted that he was far from that level, realizing the terrifying implication of having a mage of that caliber as an enemy, leaving the detective in disbelief. Han Seong-hyun confirmed that the Haho mask was indeed the culprit. Intending to analyze the curse more deeply, he placed his hand on the bandaged man's forehead, but an image of the mask suddenly flashed before his eyes. Overwhelmed by the sensation, he collapsed to the floor, confused about what had just transpired. His leader immediately grabbed him by the hood, demanding to know what he had discovered. Wearing a strange expression, Han Seong-hyun muttered that he felt like he needed to die, a statement that left his superior incredulous. While the leader cursed the bastard behind the mask, Han collapsed into his arms, revealing in despair that the Haho mask had looked back at him. Convinced he was doomed for tampering with the spell, he believed there was only one way out. He suddenly bolted toward the window to jump, claiming it was the only way to cross to the afterlife. However, his superior caught him, calling him an idiot, and explaining that since the Haho mask only targeted villains, he would be safe. Comforted by this logic, Han admitted he felt slightly better, though the other man questioned his intelligence. Just as the leader felt the mage's body relax, Han Seong-hyun lost consciousness, prompting his superior to scream his name and call a nurse for help. Outside, the avatar wearing the Haho mask watched the chaotic scene with interest. He noted that the man appeared to be a capable dark mage, and sensing no evil aura from him, decided that he wouldn't mind crossing paths with him again in the future. Later, the scene shifted to the real Han Seong-hyun sitting at his computer, where he realized that Hans's popularity had spiraled completely out of control. Reading the news, he discovered that the public had dubbed him the Shadow Hero, a title that brought him more worry than joy, as he foresaw it becoming a significant problem. Clutching his head in pain, he wondered how he would manage his operations moving forward. His thoughts were interrupted by a noise, and looking toward the door with doubt, he asked who was there. A voice announced a chicken delivery, but when he opened the door, he was surprised to find Kang Tae-san standing there with a smile. Tae-san greeted him, asking how he had been, and commented on his friend's appearance as he entered. Showing off his police uniform, Tae-san questioned Han Seong-hyun's reaction to seeing him after such a long time. Han Seong-hyun let out a nervous laugh, as Kang Tae-san was the last person he expected or wanted to encounter at that moment. He remembered that Tae-san, who now worked for the Skill Management Department's Criminal Investigation Division, was his only childhood friend and the one person who had sought him out even when he was in hiding. Taking a sip of his drink, the officer commented that Han looked different, almost as if he had found a new purpose in life. Han replied that he couldn't stay trapped in the past forever, knowing his parents wouldn't want that. Raising a glass, Tae-san admitted he had been deeply worried about him all this time. When Han mentioned that things weren't so bad and that he even left the house occasionally, his friend was visibly surprised. Han simply thanked him, and when Tae-san stared back in confusion, he explained with a smile that his friend had always shown up like this during his worst moments. Opening another can, Tae-san said that seeing Han's improved state meant he could finally share the real reason he had joined the investigation division. He recalled how Han had been like a son to his own parents and revealed his belief that the tragedy wasn't just a random accident. He explained that a shadowy group known as the Society of Divine Retribution had been operating for a long time with meticulous care. However, he noted that the mysterious Haho mask had recently provided them with their first real lead. This caused Han to laugh nervously again, wondering internally if he had perhaps been too generous with the clues he left for the department. Tai-san promised to keep him updated on the condition of secrecy, to which Han dryly replied that he had no one to tell anyway. As they ate, Han remarked on how impressive the Haho mask was, and asked why the police were hunting him. Visibly annoyed, Tai-san slammed the table and questioned the logic of chasing someone doing such good work. Relieved to see his friend was on his side, the young writer agreed. Tai-san then proposed drinking the night away to celebrate Han's fresh start, though he bluntly advised his friend to give up writing. When Han asked what was wrong with it, the officer criticized the hero versus Demon King plot as too cliché and called the name Hans boring, though Han defended it as a classic. However, his friend shot back that it wasn't a classic at all, it was just cringe. Tai-san suggested that since the concept had been used to exhaustion, he should pretend Hans was actually an abbreviation for something like Hannibal Strauss. Admitting that was a decent idea, Han Song-hyun listened as his friend reminded him that if he was really going to commit to being a writer, he could always reach out for help. Just then, Tai-san's cell phone vibrated on the table. Checking the time, he announced that his team leader was calling and he needed to leave immediately, a sudden departure that took Han by surprise. As Tai-san said his goodbyes and reached for the doorknob, Han Song-hyun asked if his grandmother was doing okay. The police officer hesitated before revealing the grim truth. Her condition had worsened significantly, and Han might need to prepare himself emotionally for the worst. When the young man asked if there was anything he could do to help, Tai-san told his dear writer friend to just focus on his own life, insisting that he would handle everything himself. Left alone, Han Song-hyun clenched his fist as a flashback took him to a moment where he held Tai-san's grandmother's hand. She had asked if the food was good, smiling warmly and telling him that if he ever wanted to eat anything else, he just had to ask. She had always treated Tai-san's friend no differently than her real grandson. Young Han Song-hyun agreed, fondly remembering how she had always taken care of him. Now, discovering she was gravely ill while his friend, who had always stood by his side, was going through such a difficult time, he felt completely useless. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He realized he possessed something that could actually help. Standing before a digital interface, he declared that Kang Tai-san would have to apologize for making fun of his names, stating that those cringe characters were exactly who would save the day. The screen displayed Heinrich's profile. To heal a person, a priest was needed, and Han Song-hyun realized he had access to one. Since Heinrich possessed divine power and was recognized by the archbishops, he could certainly heal Tai-san's grandmother. However, the problem lay in getting Heinrich out of his current world, as the disappearance of an official hero would cause many misunderstandings. For now, Han decided he would simply have to wait for the right moment. Meanwhile, in a village, young Aaron was walking while clutching a bag of apples. Although Diana asked if the load was too heavy, the boy assured her he was fine. Suddenly, one of the apples tumbled from the paper bag, and despite Diana asking him not to run, Aaron chased after the fruit. The apple rolled down the stone street until it stopped at a man's feet. Heinz picked it up and handed it back to the boy, advising him that he needed to hold his things more carefully. Diana recognized the man immediately and addressed him as Lord Heinz. He greeted her warmly, inquiring about her well-being, but Aaron was more focused on his appearance, noting with surprise that he looked different. The newcomer admitted that his face had indeed changed a bit. When Diana asked why he had only shown up now, he realized that nearly 7 months had flown by. She guessed that his return meant he had business to resolve, but Heinz corrected her, insisting he had come solely to see them. Although Diana claimed not to care, she told him to speak up while emphasizing that he needed to visit more often. Admitting defeat against the two of them, Heinz handed over a coin and asked if he could hire her once more to utilize her information-gathering skills. The young woman accepted the offer with a bright smile. Later, inside a house, the vampire called for Soren and asked her to review the locations he had acquired for selling magical tools. Jin Saran was impressed by the quality of the items and asked where he had found them, to which he simply replied that he always had a way. He explained that, thanks to Diana, he had secured both high-quality tools and intelligence on Drax Black, adding that the pepper he requested was already in the warehouse waiting for a friend to sell. Soren then informed him that the purge was complete. When he asked for clarification, she revealed that she had identified and executed everyone who had faked their surrender or tried to hide. Relieved that the clan would now be normalized, he agreed that their focus should shift to negotiating the tools and pepper. However, he surprised her by announcing that she would be responsible for the administration of the group. When she expressed doubt about her ability to maintain the clan on her own, having never done anything like it, he assured her that she was competent. He added that she was someone he trusted and was sure she would do well. Moved by the confidence her lord placed in her, she promised to handle everything. Walking toward the door, the vampire mused to himself that he sounded like he was using dramatic lines from a small company, wondering if it was time to begin the true conquest. Relying on the information Diana had provided, the vampire determined that the source of his blood was located in a specific city. Standing before a building, he convinced himself that this was the base of the Drax Black clan. Suddenly, one of the guards at the entrance collapsed to the ground. As the establishment's door opened, the remaining guard stood confused, wondering why his partner had fallen on his own. Meanwhile, in a room inside, Rosalica drained the contents of a goblet. Finishing her drink, she declared with satisfaction that this was what she called life. Wondering how much longer she would have to keep drinking alone, she laid her head on the table in a drunken stupor. A voice cut through her haze, calling her a drunkard, which caused the young woman to lift her head. Suddenly, a vampire appeared in the room as he released his concealment ability, commenting that there were many familiar faces present. Confused, Rosalica asked who he was, and he introduced himself as Heinz. With a smile, she apologized for her bad memory while refilling her goblet, stating that since a guest had arrived, she needed to show some hospitality. Although she offered him freshly squeezed blood, he refused the drink. His attitude suddenly shifted as he recognized the high-level blood magic she was using. He questioned how she dared to invade the sanctuary of Brokislak. In response, Rosalica lunged to attack him, promising that she would not let him get away with this, but the vampire merely smiled at her charge. Effortlessly, he manipulated the very blood she had used, turning it against her. Surprised to see her own blood attacking her, she realized that he possessed the power to manipulate another person's blood. Now fallen on the ground and bound, she accused him of violating the treaty by invading Brokislak territory. Deciding to turn the situation to his advantage, the vampire claimed that he was also from the indirect lineage of Brokislak. The young woman begged him not to lie, finding it hard to believe, though she recalled hearing rumors about a persecuted clan in the past and wondered if they were true. When he confirmed he was indeed from that clan and asked for her cooperation, Rosalica retorted that she had no reason to listen to him. However, grabbing her face, he smiled and informed her that she simply did not have the option to refuse. A scream echoed from inside the building as the scene returned to the interior of the establishment. Rosalica wondered about the overwhelming sensation she was feeling, realizing with dread that her master had changed. When he asked if she could reveal everything she knew, she found herself unable to refuse the order. She revealed that the true bloodline overseeing Thalaria was Lady Frisia, adding that Frisia was undoubtedly a user of demonic eyes. Meanwhile, as Frisia sipped her tea, a butler asked if she was enjoying the human world. She replied that it was always interesting to see how they struggled to live with such inferior bodies while observing the city from above. The butler then informed her that a recent Protestant denomination was expanding its influence in Raffleshi. With a confident smile, Frisia reassured him that the kingdom already belonged to Brokislak. Disguised as human nobility, she stated that they just needed to pressure the kingdom, and everything would be resolved. Suddenly, a cough escaped her lips, interrupting the moment. A voice cut through the air, asking if she was Frisia, which prompted her to turn and face the visitor. As the vampire approached, he commented that he had never seen her face before while licking blood from his hand. Frisia, observing him closely, noted that he didn't seem to possess true blood, but he simply suggested she consider him part of a branch bloodline. Scoffing at the idea, Frisia called him an inferior branch member who dared to fight without knowing his place and declared that she would make him kneel immediately. She lunged at him, yet to her surprise, he remained motionless. Confusion set in as she wondered how he had managed to dodge her demonic eye. Closing the distance, the vampire stated that he already knew her ability and asked what it meant if it didn't work on him. He then retorted, questioning who exactly didn't know their place now. Frisia questioned whether the intruder watching her was truly a pureblood, asking what he was thinking by attacking right in the center of Brokislak's territory. The vampire responded that the answer was obvious. He intended to take everything that belonged to Brokislak for himself. Calling him either foolish or daring, she acknowledged his ambition but warned him there was something he needed to keep in mind. She, too, was a pureblood. He reacted with surprise, barely able to keep up with her speed as she advanced, asking if he really thought his weak plan would work. He was further taken aback when she created a weapon from her own blood and sent him flying with a powerful kick. Spitting blood onto the ground, the vampire realized she was a physical-type fighter. As she approached, asking if he could block the next attack, he noted that her sword technique was perfect and that her umbrella wasn't just for show. Although he narrowly dodged her blow, Frisia warned him that evading wouldn't help forever. Preparing for her next move, she launched a blood blast in his direction, declaring it would be his last. The vampire readied himself for the area attack, deciding to cut through it, but suddenly realized she had vanished. Wondering where she went, he was caught off guard when she reappeared beside him and struck him in the face, the impact sending him flying once more. Frisia turned away, remarking that the fight was boring and had already ended. However, he suddenly appeared behind her, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle, and asked who said she got to decide when it ended. As his body regenerated, he stated that for him it was just beginning. Frisia couldn't understand how he survived a broken neck or healed so quickly until the vampire revealed that he possessed something called hybrid evolution. Stunned, Frisia admitted she could count on one hand the number of purebloods who had endured her attack and survived. Admitting that she possessed talent, the vampire pointed out that she still had some flaws. He then began to speak, leaving her confused as he extended his hand and proposed to make her stronger, inviting her to follow him. Gripping the handle of her umbrella tightly, she questioned what he was talking about. Enraged by the insult, Frisia swore she would turn him into a pincushion so he could never rise again. However, as she tried to advance, her body suddenly froze. A magic circle formed on the ground, trapping her, and the vampire concluded that since she left him no choice, he would have to use force. Rows of blood emerged from the earth to surround her, prompting her to ask when he had cast such a spell. It was then that the vampire revealed he was not actually a martial artist, but an expert blood mage, demonstrating this by creating an object from blood. He pierced her neck with the construct and injected a substance known as rafalashi into her body. Frisia reacted violently as the liquid infiltrated her veins. Noting that a small dose was insufficient for a high-level vampire, he released a large amount of power toward her, causing her to fall to her knees. When she stood up, she demanded to know what he had done without her consent, vowing never to forgive him. He called her ungrateful, asking if she truly couldn't perceive the difference. It was only then that Frisia noticed her senses had changed, and her physical statistics had evolved to another level. The vampire asked if she finally felt it, to which she responded that she now had enough strength to finish him. She charged forward to attack, but her punch stopped mere inches from his face. Her body refused to move, leaving her wondering what was happening as she felt as if she were bound by invisible chains. He explained that this was the power of his blood domination, meaning she would now move exactly as he wished. Although she refused to believe it was possible, the vampire confirmed that for him, it was simple. He then asked an important question, demanding to know where her clan lord was. Frisia tried to resist, but she was shocked when her mouth moved on its own, revealing that he was at Duke Bright's house. The vampire congratulated her as if she were an obedient servant, which only made her furious. Deducing that the clan chief must have already realized a pureblood had been captured, he decided it was time to wrap things up quickly. Later, in front of a mansion, Frisia called out to the Lord, asking to be let in because she had something important to report. The Lord authorized her entry, but upon crossing the threshold, she complained about the darkness. Dismissing her concern, he stated that they did not need light and requested that she get straight to the point. Frisia attempted to speak, but Lord Mullo cut her off, stating that he had already sensed the unwanted guest standing behind her. Still hidden, the vampire was impressed by the leader's sharp perception and decided to drop his camouflage, remarking that it would have been shameful if the clan chief had failed to notice his presence. Mullo, however, focused his disappointed gaze entirely on Frisia, accusing her of treason for serving another master. Although she tried to explain that there had been a mistake, the Lord confronted her, revealing that after 100 years together, he had detected a distinct change in the scent of her blood. Branding her a traitor, Mullo lunged forward to attack, but the vampire intercepted the blow with a single hand, calmly declaring that he would not let that happen. The Lord stepped back, visibly surprised that his assault had been stopped so easily. When the intruder mentioned his hope for a peaceful resolution, Mullo dismissed him as a bluffer and threatened to cut out his tongue along with the traitors. A magic circle then spread across the floor as he summoned the children of Brokoslak, ordering the creatures to devour the flesh and drink the blood of his enemies. In response, Frisia forged a weapon from her own blood, asserting that the area was not meant for intruders. However, as the fight progressed, Mullo realized something was wrong. Only a dozen subordinates had appeared, and they were being defeated far too quickly. Puzzled, he wondered if his followers had left the capital. He grabbed Frisia and demanded to know what she had done to his army. Dropping her umbrella, she apologized and explained that most of them now served Lord Hines. Mulo could not comprehend how they had accepted another's blood without resistance. The vampire chipped in, noting that the process wasn't much different from the cannibalism typical of their kind, a statement Mulo found maddening. When Frisia revealed that this was possible because Lord Hines came from the collateral lineage of Brockoslak, Mulo dismissed the claim as ridiculous. He then unleashed the mixed blood technique, a powerful Brockoslak blood magic, and ordered them to witness his power. The vampire immediately recognized the barrier of a true blood sorcerer as he felt his body become twice as heavy under the enemy's dominion. Mulo warned them that it was too early to be surprised, stating that his servants answered his call regardless of their location, just as a staff began to rise from a pool of blood. Invoking Obor, Lord Mulo watched as a figure rose from the pool of blood, asking why he had been summoned so suddenly. The vampire, however, was left wondering what the hell was happening. Without time for conversation, Mulo ordered Obor to kill the traitors immediately. Asking for just a moment to prepare, the newcomer took a combat stance and in the blink of an eye appeared behind both the vampire and Frisia. The vampire recognized him as Obor, a pure-blood assassin type, and though he had anticipated his speed, he was still impressed. Activating his acceleration ability, the vampire decided he couldn't afford to be left behind as Obor attacked Frisia. However, his weapon was blocked by blood magic, causing Obor to question how someone could wield such power within the Lord's dominion. Straining to advance against Mulo, the vampire was taunted by the assassin, who asked if he really thought he was going anywhere. Distracted, he was struck by Obor's attack and knocked to the ground. Surprised by the force of the blow as he recovered, he realized he had no choice but to use his acceleration to deal with the assassin first. Lord Mulo watched in disbelief, incredulous that the opponent's ability was comparable to that of any high-level vampire. He was stunned to see the intruder facing his servant as an equal. Seizing the opening, Frisia joined the attack, and together they struck Obor directly. As she held the fallen assassin, she remarked that she had never liked his irreverent attitude, commenting that instead of rushing to his death, he should have stayed to have fun with her. Witnessing the speed with which she matched Obor and looking at his defeated subordinates, Mulo wondered where such power had come from. Suddenly, the vampire appeared beside him, commenting that it seemed the Lord had let his guard down. Mulo called him an idiot for willingly entering the barrier, stating that inside, he wouldn't be able to dodge the attacks. In response, the vampire simply asked why he would need to dodge, declaring that he had never planned to do so in the first place. Using his own arm as a weapon, the vampire drove it straight through Lord Mulo's chest. As the Lord gripped him in shock, he questioned whether his opponent had really sacrificed a limb just to land a single attack. In response, the vampire asked if Mulo realized how economical he actually was, just as the injured arm began to regenerate using the spilled blood. Witnessing the instant healing left the Lord stunned. Holding Mulo in place, the vampire assured him that there was no need to worry because he didn't intend to kill him. When the defeated leader demanded to know his objective, the vampire explained that he was simply there to inherit his lordship. Deep underground, a long spiral staircase led down to a circular room where a solitary coffin rested in the center. As the lid slowly creaked open, a dark-haired woman yawned from within. Raising her hand, she complained about still being sleepy and leaned against the edge, lamenting that she just wanted 5 more minutes of rest. However, as she stretched, she realized that going back to sleep was not an option. She sensed a disturbance, concluding that something terrible had happened to her children. Back in the mansion, the vampire ordered the next subject to step forward. He instructed the subordinate to remain still before injecting the Rafalashi solution into the kneeling figure. Once the procedure was complete, he dismissed the vampire and called for the next one. Wiping sweat from his forehead, he expressed relief that they were finally finished and asked Mulo if all the remaining members had been processed. The Lord confirmed that they had, noting that this method was much more efficient. However, when the vampire reprimanded him for his casual tone, Mulo immediately corrected himself. The conqueror then remarked that having a lord nearby made everything simpler, a comment that left Mulo feeling uneasy as he stood behind his new master. The vampire confirmed that his hypothesis had been correct. He revealed that by draining Mulo's blood to lower his level before injecting the Rafalashi, he had finally obtained the Brockoslak essence. Thinking back to the moment he was first bitten, he reflected on how much had changed now that he had ascended to the top of the hierarchy. Addressing his new subordinate, he ordered Mulo to gather the remaining Brockoslaks from all regions. The Lord replied formally, addressing him as Sir, and agreeing to carry out the command immediately. The vampire called Mulo back to issue a final directive, instructing him to gather intelligence from across the continent. He explained that to succeed, they needed to either construct their own network or forge alliances with an existing one, emphasizing that this was a critical task and that he was relying on Mulo to deliver. Recalling Frisia's earlier comments about uniting their kind and crowning a new ruler, Mulo pledged his absolute loyalty. He affirmed that Lord Heinz had already demonstrated his capabilities and promised to support him fully. With a confident smile, the vampire replied that he was sure Mulo would succeed before turning to leave. Once he was alone in the corridor, however, he questioned his own words, wondering if he had actually mentioned becoming the king of vampires. He concluded that it must have been said in the heat of the moment, though he quickly reconsidered the notion. Admitting that having more vampires under his command wouldn't be a terrible outcome, he decided that he might just handle that ambition personally. Meanwhile, in a different location, Han Sung-hyun sat before his computer, deeply focused on his design work. He tweaked the model by thinning the character's chin and accentuating the orbital bones until he was satisfied. Looking at the finalized image, he declared that this was exactly how the immortal king was meant to appear. Pushing his chair back and standing up, he checked if the avatar had completed its mission. A notification popped up confirming that the Brockoslack vampire saga was finished, which brought a smile to his face as he remarked that their long wait had finally come to an end. He then announced that it was time to visit the Karma shop. Upon opening the interface, he saw that he had accumulated over 1,300,000 points. Curious about what kind of evolution he would receive this time, he selected the option to enhance his unique skill. The choice caused an immediate impact that threw him backward. Recovering, he noticed 2 windows had appeared and wondered if this meant he had acquired double the abilities. However, the first window displayed the skill medium selection, revealing something unexpected. The option to increase his number of avatars was missing. Frustrated, he exclaimed that something was wrong given the 900,000 point cost, lamenting that he had just started to enjoy the process of collecting different races. Confused by the prompt in the second window, he asked aloud what entity projection actually was. Upon reading the description, he learned that this new technique, which was limited to 1 use per day, allowed him to project his avatars directly into his own body. He looked at the various characters, Hans, Heinrich, Heinz, Harley, and Harris, and wondered if he had read the text correctly. However, the realization soon hit him. He could now wield the powers of the clones he had created, utilizing all the skills he had so carefully developed within himself. Smiling at his collection, he remarked that seeing them all together filled him with pride. A sudden, incredible thought struck him. If he managed the Immortal King's ability correctly, he might be able to manifest 2 of them simultaneously. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, concluding that involving Hans without caution would likely end in disaster. Instead, he formulated a new plan and decided that Heinrich would be the first test subject. Upon transforming, he was surprised to find that the armor and weapon were identical to the original, though he noticed his divine power was only half as strong as it was in Auterica. He wondered if this was the sensation awakened beings felt when returning to Earth. Noting that the effect would only last for 10 minutes, he confidently stated that it would be more than enough time to go out for a while. Later, at a hospital facade at night, a dark shadow stretched across the corridor floor. A masked figure moved through the hallway, depositing Han Seong-hyun, who wondered if it was time to begin. As his feet touched the ground and the masked figure walked away, Han approached a bed and announced to his grandmother that he had arrived. Gently holding her hand, he reminded her that it was Seong-hyun, Tyson's friend, and apologized for taking so long to visit. As Heinrich's projection manifested within him, he promised to return more often and begged her to hold on just a little longer. He then prepared to cast a divine spell from Auterica, deciding to pour all available energy into recovery, regeneration, and detoxification. Although he noticed a slight improvement in her condition, he understood that even divine power had its limits against age-related illnesses. Still, he believed this intervention would alleviate her suffering, trusting in the elderly woman's willpower to do the rest. Before leaving, he wished for her good health and promised that next time, he would bring Tyson with him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an elf asked Harris if he was Harley's friend, a fact he quickly confirmed. Harris explained that although his encounter with Harley had been brief, they connected so well that they eventually felt like family. Sensing a particular scent, Cecily remarked that he carried an aroma similar to a branch of the World Tree, an observation Harris acknowledged. She then assured him that they would get along well and promised to take care of him, to which he responded with thanks. Meanwhile, Rafferty simply watched the group interaction with a faint smile. Suggesting they take a break, Rafferty paused the journey, but Cecily pointed out that Harris still lacked a contract with the spirit and proposed they use the time to train. The two elves moved apart in the forest to practice. Cecily concentrated energy into her hands, and when a small spirit materialized in front of her, she celebrated her success. Rafferty called Harris over to see what she had accomplished, but Cecily noticed his struggle and asked if he was okay. Harris was confused, wondering why the technique wasn't working for him despite his maximized affinity, leading him to believe something was wrong. Rafferty approached to clarify the situation, explaining that mages and spirits are companions meant to grow together, so it is essential to form a bond before attempting to summon them. Harris realized his mistake. He had been trying to create the connection after the summoning rather than before. Glad that he had followed the elves' guidance, he focused on his affinity and released the power of nature. As energy began to form in his hands, Cecily was surprised by his aptitude, while Rafferty noted that he learned quickly. Harris announced that he could feel the connection, and soon after, a notification confirmed that the spirit had achieved enlightenment and a new ability had been acquired. Rafferty commented that at such a speed, the two of them would soon be on the same level, prompting Cecily to joke that his rapid growth almost felt like a betrayal. He thanked them, noting that he was now one step closer to mastering spirit magic. Touching the small creature, Harris decided to name it Pikachu. With the training successful, Rafferty informed the group that he would lead the way from that point forward. He explained that since all forests and trees are connected to the world tree, elves, being the creatures closest to nature, can travel between them by opening interconnecting portals. Rafferty stated that he was sure Cecily was also capable of this feat, a revelation that took her by surprise. The concept of a single path linking every forest was presented, leading Harris to conclude that it was essentially a mass teleportation network. As they walked, he remarked that this method was far more efficient than the portals used by the Great Divine Order, asking if this was indeed the power of the World Tree. Shortly after, Rafferty announced their arrival. Looking ahead, Harris was stunned by the sight, wondering if he was truly seeing the real World Tree and admitting it was even bigger than he had imagined. When he asked Cecily if this was also her first time standing before it, she didn't answer. Instead, she was suddenly enveloped by energy and began to float in the air while the others called out her name. Rafferty noted to Harris that this must be his first time witnessing such an event. Before them, the imposing world tree revealed itself in its totality as Cecily completed the eye awakening ceremony, a ritual few elves ever managed to witness. As Harris observed the scene, repeating the name of the ritual, a powerful force caused the surrounding plants to instantly be reborn. The tree's manifestation appeared, holding one of its fruits, which then materialized in Cecily's hands. As she took a bite, Harris commented that she was truly becoming an elite elf. However, he realized he couldn't just stand there watching. Determined not to waste the ambient power, he prepared to absorb as much as his body could withstand. Rafferty noticed the flow of energy moving as Harris achieved enlightenment and acquired an affinity with nature. Celebrating internally, he thought about how he could now get stronger simply by absorbing the energy around him. Just as he tried to justify his actions when Rafferty called his name, the elf interrupted him, telling him to look to the side. A branch was extending in his direction, prompting Rafferty to remark that the world tree seemed interested in him. Harris was surprised and asked if the branch was truly intended for him. Once Rafferty confirmed it, he held the object while explaining that such sacred relics were rare and could be crafted into weapons or accessories. Assuming the elf must have received a similar item during his own ceremony, Harris offered to give it back. However, Rafferty declined the offer, explaining that he had already used his relic to forge a wedding ring for his wife, an heirloom that had since been passed down to their daughter. Impressed by this gesture, Harris remarked that using a sacred relic for a proposal made him a true romantic. Changing the subject, Rafferty announced the conclusion of the ceremony, just as another elf informed them that Cecily needed to rest to stabilize the energy she had absorbed. Rafferty expressed relief at gaining a new elite elf, joking that he could finally think about retirement. When Harris questioned the comment, the elf quickly reassured him that he wasn't quitting just yet. However, Harris clarified that wasn't his point. He was actually asking if Rafferty was even old enough to retire, a question that earned him a confused stare. Later in Drasha, the capital of the Elven Kingdom, Harris managed to secure a spot at the academy with Rafferty's help. He soon realized that the atmosphere was nothing like he had imagined. While he had expected elves to live like fairies in the forest, the reality was quite different. His fellow students were eager to hear stories about the continent, with one remarking that they heard it was too wild for habitation. Another student brought up the humans who had kidnapped Cecily, labeling them as evil. Harris agreed that they could indeed be dangerous, choosing his words carefully to avoid causing offense, but he also noted that he had met good companions during his travels. One colleague was surprised to learn he was a traveler, but the conversation was abruptly interrupted when an elf named Sapphiron slammed her hand on the table. She complained that she couldn't concentrate and demanded silence. The other students immediately apologized for the disturbance and said goodbye to Harris, admitting they had been too loud. As the room finally fell quiet, Harris felt a wave of relief. Harris attempted to thank her, but Sapphiron cut him off abruptly, dismissing him as mediocre. She criticized his background, labeling him a mercenary of unknown origin, which left Harris wondering why she was so irritated, and whether he would ever truly manage to adapt to life in this place. Meanwhile, in the royal capital, Rafferty finished his report, confirming that they had successfully spread information regarding the new immortal king to the other races of the continent. A female voice noted the danger, remarking that an immortal king capable of moving freely could easily cross into their territory. Despite the serious topic, Rafferty expressed relief over Cecily's awakening and even joked about the possibility of retiring. Turning her gaze toward him, the golden-eyed elf mentioned hearing rumors that the person who accompanied Cecily was quite talented. Rafferty confirmed this enthusiastic assessment, noting that Harris had even caught the attention of the World Tree. He assured her that the young man's talent was exceptional, and that with the proper education, he would certainly achieve great feats. Observing Rafferty's animated demeanor, the elf realized that Harris must be nearing the end of his academic training. Rafferty simply laughed, expressing his hope that the student would do well and stating his certainty that Harris would eventually be of great help to her. Back at the Elven Academy, the sun was shining brightly as Harris sat on a bench and let out a long yawn. He commented on the beautiful day and the refreshing air, attributing the pleasant atmosphere to the blessing of the World Tree. Listening to an elf singing nearby, he admired the perfection of the melody and briefly considered the temptation to give everything up and simply live as Harris. However, his daydream was abruptly interrupted when an object flew in his direction. He looked up in confusion just as a book hit him squarely. Sapphiron stood there, warning him that he did not have the luxury of loafing around and cautioning him against getting intoxicated by the World Tree. When he stared at her blankly, she assumed that a mere mercenary wouldn't understand the basics. She explained that because this place was the closest point to nature itself, elves with high sensitivity were prone to becoming intoxicated by the overwhelming harmony radiating from the environment. Harris realized that his dizzy spell was simply a side effect of his high affinity with nature, but his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Sapphiron shouting to check if he was paying attention. After he hurriedly confirmed that he was listening, she shoved a book into his hands, explaining that she had organized the material specifically so that someone like him could understand it. Before walking away, she added a sharp threat, warning that she would not forgive him if the class average dropped on his account. Watching her leave, Harris thought that perhaps she wasn't a terrible person, but then he noticed a ring on her finger pulsating with the distinct energy of the World Tree. He found it odd that such a rare, sacred relic would be worn so openly and wondered if she belonged to a noble family. Suddenly, the memory of Rafferty mentioning that he had passed his ring down to his daughter resurfaced, and the realization left Harris in complete shock. While Sapphiron walked away grumbling about why her father would trust such an idiot, Harris stood there thinking the situation was ridiculous, unable to reconcile how someone with her personality could be Rafferty's daughter. Deciding to focus on his studies, he opened the book and had to admit that, despite her hostility, her explanations were excellent. Smiling, he decided to try a practical lesson immediately. He successfully invoked a fire spirit named Kali in one hand and a water spirit named Pascal in the other, realizing that now that he grasped the essence, the process was a piece of cake. He also noted that Pikachu, the lightning spirit he had summoned previously, was already growing incredibly fast. Convinced that coming to the Elven Kingdom was a great decision, he resolved to keep his head down, adapt to the culture, and avoid trouble, which specifically meant staying away from Sapphiron. However, that resolution was short-lived, as he soon found himself sitting silently beside her, wondering how he had ended up in such a predicament. It had all started 10 minutes earlier when the teacher explained that the secret to maximizing their connection with spirits lay in dance and music. She mentioned that a festival for the new elite elf, Cecily, was approaching, and the evaluations would be held on a rented stage in the city center during the event. Harris immediately thought that since Cecily would likely be watching, he needed to show off his cool side. His plan became complicated, however, when the teacher excitedly announced a special group project in honor of the transfer student, requiring them to create a presentation demonstrating their bond with spirits. Harris sat with his new group, still reeling from the news that they would be evaluated on a stage. After Timer, Coffin, and Curie introduced themselves, Sapphiron took the lead, urging everyone to contribute to ensure a productive meeting. Turning her attention to Harris, she asked if he had any singing or dancing skills, adding that if he didn't, they would figure out an alternative role for him. When the other two members voiced their agreement, Saffron appeared pleased with their cooperative attitude. Realizing that the primary goal was to connect with spirits rather than adhere strictly to tradition, Harris concluded that the performance didn't necessarily require elven music or dance. Standing up to thank them for their consideration, he mentioned that he had just remembered a song he used to sing back in his hometown. Timer Coffin curiously asked if the tune was from another continent, which Harris confirmed, explaining that his parents had loved it, so the melody had stayed with him. Noting his self-assurance, Saffron commented on his confidence, to which he replied that he was certain of it, privately recalling that his karaoke scores had never dropped below an 80. However, Saffron remained skeptical. Crossing her arms and staring at him in silence, she questioned what a mere mercenary could possibly know about elven music. She openly wondered how someone like him could be worthy of receiving teachings from both her father and the World Tree. Slamming her hands on the table, she declared that she would never accept him, challenging him to go ahead, but warning that he would have to take full responsibility if the performance turned out to be trash. Harris agreed to the challenge but proposed a condition that caught her off guard. If the group did well, she would have to teach him more about elven culture. Saffron accepted the deal, though she sternly reinforced that she would only follow through if the performance was actually good. With the agreement set, the group began to sing together. Harris poured his dedication into the song, playing a lute while his spirits floated around him, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, a notification appeared, informing him that he had acquired a new skill called Melody of Harmony. Repeating the name of the technique to himself, he remarked that he felt much more stable, describing the sensation as if the power of nature had settled directly into his vocal cords. Watching him perform, both Timer and Curie were left thoroughly impressed. The group commented that they had never seen or heard anything quite like it before. Saffron, however, looked away and dismissed the situation as ridiculous, though she privately observed that even her own spirit was reacting to the music. She couldn't help but wonder if everyone really liked a foreign song that much. When Timer questioned her expression and reminded her that she had been dancing just moments ago, Saffron vehemently denied the accusation. Suddenly, Harris noticed that his spirits were evolving in sync with the melody. He celebrated the fact that Kali and Pascal had now reached a low rank, just like Pikachu. At that moment, a circle of swirling energy formed in the air, leaving Harris confused as he looked up. Saffron and Curie also watched the phenomenon, with the young woman identifying it as a spirit of sound. As Harris raised his hand and moved toward the center of the energy, a sharp, dark force hit him squarely. Timer was surprised to see the spirit physically manifest, prompting Saffron to question if the music had resonated deeply enough to actually attract a spirit of sound. Smiling, Harris accepted the new being and decided to name the little spirit Decibels. Holding the small creature in his hand, he recognized it as a magnificent gain, recalling from Saffron's book that spirits from the phenomenal realm were excellent for missions. Timer approached, noting that the music had clearly touched the heart of a sound spirit and declaring that the performance would be a success. Curie agreed, adding that sound spirits were well known for their beautiful melodies. Turning to Saffron with a smile, Harris asked for her opinion. She simply crossed her arms and replied that it might be true. Excited by the progress, he suggested that they start preparing the rehearsal schedule and the stage for the performance day. However, just as he was about to walk away, Saffron called him back. She asked if she could learn to play the instrument, admitting that it seemed interesting. The young man smiled at her and assured her that she certainly could, though a look of doubt lingered in her eyes as the group gathered to divide the parts of the performance. As the audience gathered in the large amphitheater awaiting the festival's start, Cecily teased Rafferty about the fact that his daughter was in the same group as Harris. She suggested that he must be feeling quite nervous, and although Rafferty tried to deny it, Cecily laughed and insisted that his anxiety was obvious. Soon, a voice announced that it was time to hear what Harris had prepared. The band launched into their performance, accompanied by spirits floating ethereally around the stage. While Harris played his instrument and provided backing for Saffron, Timer set the rhythm on the drums, and Curie added texture with percussion. In the audience, both Rafferty and Cecily were taken aback by the song's opening. As the vocalist sang about spirits guiding those who run together, Cecily remarked that although she had never heard this melody before, the wonderful tone made her heart race. The song continued with verses describing a shared journey, captivating the crowd. Rafferty watched his daughter closely, wondering if she was truly capable of making such an expressive face. Meanwhile, other students in the audience expressed their amazement, noting that even with their sensitive elven ears, the sound was incredibly pleasant. Impressed by how the group incorporated spirits into the performance, Cecily tried to get Rafferty's attention, only to realize he had vanished from her side. Back on stage, Harris took the lead on vocals, supported by Saffron, who had also been instrumental in tuning the instruments and managing the stage production. Suddenly, Rafferty appeared in the middle of the crowd, proudly yelling to another elf that the girl on stage was his daughter. As Harris and Saffron sang together, he noticed that despite her annoyed expression, she was actually enjoying herself, tapping her feet to the rhythm. The band played with contagious energy until a final crash of the cymbals marked the end of the song. Amidst the applause and calls for an encore, Saffron realized how smoothly her breath had flowed during the concert. Turning with a bright smile, she exclaimed that she had been completely immersed in the performance. A notification then appeared, revealing to Harris that his melody of harmony skill was affecting her, confirming that the ability worked on others. At that moment, the young woman looked out into the crowd and spotted her father, realizing he had been watching her the entire time. Harris approached Saffron to ask for her thoughts on the performance. In a humble gesture, she bowed and admitted that she had misunderstood him all along. Smiling, she apologized for her difficult behavior and confessed that she had officially lost their bet. Meanwhile, Rafferty remarked that listening to the music had a calming effect on him, noting how incredible it was that the performance had impacted so many people. He affirmed that Harris was destined to make a significant difference in the Elven Kingdom. The scene then shifted to an imposing white building where St. Restar was busy analyzing documents at her desk. Upon being informed of Heinlich's arrival, she welcomed the visitor, who had been waiting by the door for permission to enter. She invited him to sit and stated that she needed to discuss something important, a comment that immediately sparked his curiosity. She began by asking if he had ever heard of the Holy Sword. Although Heinlich associated the object with weapons used by heroes in fantasy stories, he replied that he didn't know much other than understanding it was a traditional weapon for a hero. The saint mentioned that a decree had recently been approved by all church members and asked Heinlich to challenge the path of the Holy Sword. When he questioned if he was truly worthy of receiving such an opportunity, she explained that the decision had been made due to the resurgence of the immortal king, confirming that he was indeed the new hero of the Great Divine Order. She informed him that the trial would take place at the Great Temple of Pikal in the western part of the continent, a location that was once the ancient Salb Empire before it was destroyed 300 years ago by the second immortal king. Following that collapse, 4 countries had declared themselves descendants of the empire and formed an alliance. The Great Temple was built in Leska, the southernmost of these kingdoms, marking the exact spot where the immortal king had been subjugated. St. Restar explained that although the ancient hero had defeated the enemy, he could not completely remove his heart, which caused the abyss to spread and contaminate the land. The area was only purified when the hero plunged his sword into the ground, leaving it there so a worthy successor could eventually find it. Heinlich expressed concern that withdrawing the blade might inadvertently break the seal, but the saint assured him that after 3 centuries, the location required purification regardless. She solemnly declared that the moment had arrived for him to inherit the weapon of heroes. With a determined smile, Heinlich accepted the mission, promising to handle it, and asked when he should depart. To his surprise, the saint excitedly replied that he needed to leave immediately. Upon arriving at the Grand Temple of Pikal, Heinlich noted how vast the structure was and how completely it differed from Roselia's temple. He approached a man he deduced to be Cardinal Donovan, who confirmed his identity and inquired if Heinlich was indeed the one set to challenge the Holy Sword. Resting a hand on the young man's shoulder, Donovan remarked that since the saint had recommended him, it was only natural for him to come and offer a personal greeting. He expressed regret over accepting his current office, as it prevented him from seeing the saint, and added that he had been worried someone might be bothering the hero, promising to deal with any such nuisances personally. Releasing the young man, the cardinal stated there was something he needed to say first. He explained that the path of the sword opened only once a year and that countless paladins had failed before him, asking point blank if Heinlich truly believed he was capable. Heinlich replied that there was no need for concern, as he was ready to face the destiny God had prepared for him. Clasping his hands in prayer, he declared his unwavering belief in divine power. As they descended a staircase, Heinlich commented that the path was deeper than he had imagined. When the cardinal asked what he had learned from the saint, the young man explained his understanding that the challenge was unique for every individual. Donovan clarified that because some challengers finished in hours while others took weeks, he could offer no specific advice. Standing before the challenge gate, he offered Heinlich a final chance to turn back, but the young hero assured him that failure was not an option and that he would definitely wield the holy sword. Surprised by this absolute confidence, the cardinal asked if he was serious before warning that the trial would begin the moment he entered. Wishing him luck, Donovan watched as the gate opened. He offered a prayer for the new hero's success as Heinrich crossed into the passage, marking the beginning of the first challenge of the holy sword. The objective was to reach the destination within a set time, but right from the start, the young man perceived the difficulty of the task. Preparing to advance, he used the blessing of the jump, understanding that this was a battle against time, and propelled his body forward with speed. During the run, he realized he must have covered the distance of several cities, yet the end was still not in sight. A memory emerged of the saint explaining that the path of the sword reflected the will of the divine, reaffirming that the challenge was different for each person. Back in the corridor, he continued running, but felt that something was wrong. Remembering that the divine would always observe him and create challenges he could overcome, Heinrich stopped, understanding that this was a divine test rather than just a race to the finish line. He realized the true objective was to push him to his own limits. Given this, he concluded that a common jump wasn't efficient enough to reach that limit quickly, so he decided to switch to rabbit jumps. As he exercised, he commented that it felt like he had been sent to the army. After 40 days, the first challenge was finally completed. Heinrich fell, exhausted, declaring that the experience was insane. Lying on the ground, he stated that he had reached his limit and questioned if 40 days wasn't excessive. It was then that he realized there was a time difference. It was 10 times faster than in Outerica, and on Earth, the proportion was 100 to 1. Crawling on the floor, he admitted that he had almost given up for an instant, and had only managed to discover this truth thanks to his avatars. He remembered that halfway through the challenge, his willpower began to be tested, and he would have lost if not for them. Standing before the door to the next stage, he suddenly felt his body recovering and wondered what was happening. He realized that by pushing himself to the limit, he had actually become stronger. With this in mind, he understood that the tenfold time difference indicated a training event. Excited by the prospect, he decided to beat his own record and complete 2,050 jumps. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a hooded man asked another if the ritual was ready, receiving the reply that it was almost complete. The first man declared that soon, the continent would be consumed by darkness and lie in ruins. As a bloody skull was revealed, the hooded man commented that now that the immortal king had returned, they just needed to give him a push, and he would take care of the rest. Smiling, the man declared that the abyss would soon open, bringing the world under their jurisdiction. As they performed the ritual, he added that all of their efforts were dedicated to the one who defied the heavens. Meanwhile, Jake found himself wondering if, with that kind of power, he was nearing the level of an archbishop. A notification interrupted these thoughts, informing the challenger that he had passed the second stage and was moving on to the next. As a door opened before him, he remarked that everything was proceeding smoothly. However, upon crossing the portal, the challenge continued in a dark and unknown location. Although his mission was to eliminate the enemy, he questioned why he had been dropped in the middle of nowhere. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared floating in the sky. The figure seemed familiar, and he tried to recall where he had seen it before. The enemy revealed itself to be an archlich, a subordinate of the ancient immortal king. Identifying the intruder as a church hunter, the creature demanded to know how he had managed to get this far. Heinrich noticed a resemblance to Hans from before his awakening and decided it would be wise not to underestimate his opponent, noting that even a paladin would hesitate to fight an archlich. When the young man didn't respond, the skeletal being prepared to attack, ordering the church dog to die as it summoned a horde of the undead. Heinrich observed that while the archlich alone would be a problem, facing an army alongside it was even worse. He smiled, noting that the creator of the challenge likely expected him to be rattled, but he refused to be caught by surprise. Confused as to why the young man was talking to himself, the archlich raised its staff and declared that the conversation ended there. It ordered its subordinates to advance, and the horde of undead attacked. Heinrich nimbly dodged an attack from one creature, evaded a blow coming from behind, and kicked another away. The archlich was stunned, wondering how he was managing to dodge all of them, and furiously ordered its minions to finish him off. However, the young man warned the monster not to think that dodging was his only skill. Drawing his weapon, he unleashed his power, cutting through the surrounding enemies. The display of strength led the archlich to question if that divine power belonged to an archbishop. Heinrich teased that it seemed someone was scared, but the archlich denied this, stating it was merely happy to be able to fight with everything it had. Raising its staff, the creature declared this would be Heinrich's end and challenged him to block the next attack. The skeletal mage launched a powerful blow, but Heinrich advanced and blocked the assault with a single slash. Unable to believe what it had just witnessed, the Archlich asked how he had stopped everything with just one hit, while the young man stood firm with his weapon in hand. The fallen Archlich, baffled by his defeat, asked how his opponent had managed to predict every single tactic. Heinrich, however, denied possessing any special abilities. Pointing his weapon at the enemy, he revealed that he simply had a very talented instructor, one who had no intention of letting him die, as an image of his master materialized behind him. Scoffing at this mention of private lessons, the creature dismissed Heinrich's efforts as useless and asked how long he planned to keep prattling on. The Archlich then began casting a spell, challenging the young man to try and dodge the next strike before firing a massive pillar of power directly at him. When the dust settled, the skeletal monster surveyed the impact site and declared that it was impossible for anyone to have blocked his secret technique, telling the Holy Knight to rest in peace. However, he was shocked when Heinrich's voice cut through the silence, asking if that was really his special attack. Emerging from the debris with a smile, the young man confirmed he was still alive and noted that the Archlich hadn't hit him at all. Refusing to believe that a mere Holy Knight could defend himself so effectively, the creature screamed in denial and launched another attack. As Heinrich braced for the impact, he admitted to himself that blocking such blows was difficult, even with an advantage. Nevertheless, he noted that thanks to Hans's knowledge, he could see every weakness. Seizing the moment, he advanced and shouted that it was over. Although the creature was hit, it declared that it could never be killed as long as its core remained intact and its body began to regenerate. The Archlich admitted that the order had created an impressive warrior, but swore that he would make Heinrich pay and feel the consequences upon his return. Ignoring the threats, Heinrich appeared beside the hidden core and greeted it before piercing the center with his weapon. He asked if the monster really thought he wouldn't notice the energy emanating from it, explaining that he had arrived early and simply waited for the right moment. With a final farewell, he struck and destroyed the core, bringing the third challenge to an end. Following an instruction to proceed to the portal where the Holy Sword resided, he commented that defeating monsters and receiving a reward felt like a fair exchange. As he entered the portal and crossed a long corridor flanked by statues, he finally spotted the Holy Sword resting on a pedestal within the abyss created by the immortal king. The final instruction directed him to pull the sword to be recognized as its master. Gripping the hilt, he readied himself for the test, and as he pulled, a massive surge of power was released. As he gripped the weapon, he soon realized that a strange energy was emanating from the blade, flooding his mind with visions of battles fought by ancient heroes. Along with the tactical knowledge of every previous user, he noticed something else hidden within the steel, their raw emotions. Activating his mental cube ability, he declared that while others might have failed under this weight, he would not. Feeling that he had indulged the weapon long enough, he pulled with greater force and impatiently ordered the sword to stop throwing a tantrum. Raising the blade high, he claimed it as his partner, satisfying the final condition and achieving enlightenment in that very instant. A symbol suddenly appeared on his hand, marking his acquisition of the blessing of the Holy Sword. To his surprise, the weapon vanished into a subspace, a feature he realized would be incredibly useful for carrying it. As his abilities combined to form the special technique Logic War, the blade manifested once more. Heinrich commented on how incredible it was to gain the techniques of past heroes, noting that his power felt stronger and his movements more accurate. Turning to face his own reflection, he announced that he had finally secured the Holy Sword. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a cabin in a mountainous area west of the Ion continent, where the immortal king was speaking to a man known as the Dark Mage of the Mountains. When asked for his name, the man knelt and replied that he was Victor Nolan. The visitor introduced himself as Hannibal Strauss, causing Victor to immediately recognize him as the immortal king and beg to be spared. Hannibal explained that he had simply come to recruit talent and activated his Shadow Eye ability, but he suddenly reacted to a disturbance and turned toward the window. When Victor asked if something had happened, Hannibal explained that someone had just performed sacrifice rituals simultaneously in the west and south of the Leska kingdom. Victor stood up, angry that those idiots had acted without consulting the immortal king, and asked what Hannibal intended to do about it. Moving quickly, Hannibal stated that he needed to hear their reasons in person, of course. Elsewhere, a group of sorcerers in black cloaks channeled their energy into a great ritual, with one of them declaring that this moment was exactly what they had strived for. Observing the process, the leader noted that everything was proceeding smoothly and without any issues. The main sorcerer revealed that he had spent 30 years preparing for this exact moment, but his confidence was shaken when he suddenly asked himself what was happening. he realized that the magic circle was beginning to break apart, threatening to ruin the spell. Refusing to stop now, he decided to use the amulet hanging around his neck. Raising it high, he released its stored power. A wave of energy expanded outward, striking the other participants as the force of the spell exploded from the center of the circle. Smiling at the result, the leader announced that the seed of madness had finally merged with the body. He then bid farewell to the greatest wizard he had ever known, promising to remember him, and declared that the world would soon fall into ruins, just as he desired. Meanwhile, the immortal king watched an immense pillar of power rise toward the sky. He remarked that something unbelievable had occurred, realizing that the abyss, which held world-destroying powers, had been opened once again. Admitting that he hadn't accounted for this variable, he stated that it would be too late by the time they arrived and concluded that the time had come to settle the score regarding the vow of challenge. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation in his chest, realizing he was hearing the thoughts and voices of the ancient kings who had once lived in the abyss. A voice manifested, asking what he was doing and inviting the fourth and first kings to join in plunging the world into despair. However, the current king questioned if a mere ghost from the past thought it could influence him, declaring that he had no intention of obeying a loser. The voice laughed in response, claiming to have transcended death while questioning how the king still possessed his senses, even after his transformation. The entity admitted that the newcomer seemed capable, but confessed that its blood boiled with envy because the ancient ones were still chained by death. Holding a heart in his hand, the king finally understood that the impurity he had always sensed was actually made of these lingering thoughts. As the voice explained that they were connected by remorse and cried out for the liberation of its emotions, the immortal king found the noise irritating. He questioned whether calm or emotion even existed for them, ultimately concluding that everyone was simply trapped by the emotion of death. The entity promised to reward him with something he could never otherwise possess, provided he truly granted them eternal death. Irritated, the immortal king told the voice to shut up, though he vowed to guarantee its wish to be erased. As he repeated the words about obtaining something unreachable, he decided he would find out the truth soon enough and activated his persona ability. This power allowed him to control specific emotions, targeting the thoughts engraved deep within his heart. Extending his hand to begin the process, he started to purge the lingering emotions from his body. As the entity announced that it was finally vanishing and achieving eternal death, the immortal king simply wished for it to rest well. Floating in the air, he cursed the old geezers, while ruins materialized above his hand. He had to admit that this was indeed a great reward, surprised to discover that the legacy of the previous immortal kings was hidden everywhere. It was revealed that his predecessors had needed vast armies and followers to devastate continents and empires. Although most of those forces had been eliminated by the Order, some commanders had managed to escape, choosing to be sealed at the bottom of the abyss. Han Song-hyun realized that the first of these ancient legacies had begun to emerge. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Avatar entered a large hall and looked around, confused by the surroundings. Suddenly, the floor in front of him shattered, and Archlish Dwell McCain, a royal guard of the ancient immortal king, emerged from the rubble. The creature cursed the idiots of the Order and declared that he could not leave things as they were now that he had returned. However, he stopped abruptly upon noticing the Avatar's presence. When the Avatar asked if they hadn't met before, the Archlich remained silent. The Avatar apologized for the creature's brief return to the world of the living, noting that it was simply bad luck to have come back at this specific moment. In an instant, the night advanced, and the Avatar destroyed the Archlich, leaving only a crystal where the monster had stood. Collecting the remnant, the Avatar understood that the sacred spring had been trapped between the Holy Sword and the abyss. He observed the object and remarked that normally he would have destroyed it immediately. However, deciding to be kind, he chose to leave the task to Hans, telling the crystal to take good care of its new master. Upon landing at the ritual site, the immortal king scanned the surrounding courtyard, quickly realizing that the group known as the Vow of Defiance had already fled. He identified this location as the source of the abyss that had risen to the sky, noting that the dark energy was now far more concentrated here. Looking up at the hole in the ceiling, the result of an opening capable of piercing the heavens, he was distracted by something glittering on the ground. Bending down, he picked up what appeared to be a piece of metal and wondered if it had been left behind by accident. However, the unstable energy emanating from the object made tracking impossible, so he decided against keeping it. Immediately, he noticed that the madness pouring from the abyss was beginning to resonate. Even in its unstable state, such force could still cause a massive impact on the continent. To counter this, he activated his Eye of Darkness skill and discovered that this energy was actually the origin of black magic within his immortal king heart. Believing that he could master this power if he acted correctly, Han Sung-hyun concentrated all the energy into a single point. Raising his hand high, he began to collect the force, closing his fingers firmly as he decided to absorb everything. As the power of the abyss was channeled directly into his body, he smiled, stating that he could feel the flow of abyssal energy moving through every part of his being. He felt his strength growing and concluded that those idiots had actually done him a favor. Suddenly, a powerful force threw him backward, knocking him to the ground as something began to emerge from the earth. He watched as a colossal skeleton rose from the crater, revealing itself to be a bone dragon named Intrazio. The creature fully emerged, recomposed its form, and let out a deep roar. Although the sight was impressive, the dragon turned and roared directly at him, causing Han Sung-hyun to question why the beast didn't seem to recognize him as its master. However, when he called out to Intrazio, the dragon's eyes changed. The immense beast bowed, confirming that it finally acknowledged his authority. Approaching Intrazio, he commented that, upon closer inspection, the creature was actually quite cute. He declared that this moment did not represent the end of the Immortal King's legacy, but rather its continuity. Suddenly, he felt a presence approaching, and asked the bone dragon if it sensed it too. In the distance, a group of knights appeared on the horizon, prompting Han Sung-hyun to announce that they had visitors. Initially, he considered that it wasn't the right time to face the Great Divine Order, since he hadn't yet learned enough about the Abyss. However, comparing the situation to inviting friends for a ride in a new car, he changed his mind. Realizing that the appearance of a bone dragon and the opening of the Abyss after hundreds of years represented a rare chance, he climbed onto the creature's back and declared that this was his opportunity to gain a significant amount of karma. The Immortal King addressed Intrazio, remarking that the creature had been trapped for far too long. Granting the beast permission to fly as much as it desired, he watched as the dragon's skeletal wings prepared for takeoff. As the massive wings spread fully, he ordered the creature to reveal its true nature to the world. Meanwhile, across the desert, a squad of knights was advancing at high speed. Sensing the lingering power of the void, the commander shouted for his men to accelerate, noting that he could still feel the energy of the abyss. Riding beside him, his companion agreed, emphasizing that even as an elite troop, they needed to be prepared for the immense energy the enemy was emitting. Suddenly, the sky began to darken, prompting one of the men to ask if the phenomenon was caused by the abyss. Surprised by the abrupt change in light, the leader looked up and shouted that it was not, immediately ordering everyone to brace themselves for what was coming. Bursting from the shadows, the bone dragon appeared before the group, with the Immortal King perched on its back. Looking down from atop the creature, he inquired what had brought the order to such a place. A knight responded that they had come after hearing reports about the opening of the abyss. Understanding the situation, the king listened as the man questioned his intentions regarding the event. The knight then laid the blame for the disaster and the sacrifice of thousands of people squarely on him. Reflecting on these accusations of mass sacrifice, the Immortal King concluded internally that his accusers were even crazier than he had imagined. Raising his voice, the knight declared that the damage to the continent would be unimaginable, blaming the sovereign for everything, a charge that left a young soldier standing nearby looking confused. Despite this, the king decided it wasn't worth arguing and chose to simply embrace his role as the villain. Positioning himself on the dragon's head, he arrogantly asked who else but him would be capable of such a feat. In response, one of the knights drew his sword, declaring that judgment awaited him just as expected. However, the Immortal King warned the Order's lackeys not to get too excited, explaining that he was only there to deliver a warning that day. Dismissing the comment as nonsense, a knight advanced to silence him, but Archbishop Latius shouted for him to stop. Leaving the man taken aback, the Archbishop asked if he hadn't noticed that the enemy was keeping his distance. Latius reasoned that the Immortal King would never have come merely to talk, and realized it was likely a trap, a deduction that surprised the sovereign. Latius then demanded to know what kind of warning the Master of the Abyss was offering. The Immortal King revealed that the message was intended for the Holy Knight, Heinrich Langard, the very man who had pierced his heart. Letting out a restrained laugh, he left the Archbishop confused as to the meaning behind his words. However, the king simply declared that this was his victory. When Latius repeated the words to verify if the warning was indeed for Sir Heinrich, he received a firm confirmation. One of the knights, fueled by anger, declared that he could no longer hold back against such blasphemy toward the hero of the gods. Deciding that he needed to highlight Heinrich's name to reach the climax, the immortal king wondered if he should just end everything right there. He ordered Intrazio to show his power, prompting the creature to prepare an attack. In response, the archbishop and his knights united in prayer, declaring that their faith would not succumb to evil. Soon, the bone dragon unleashed its death breath, which collided violently against the knights' defense. Archbishop Ladius shouted for the knights of the gods to hold on as he struggled to sustain the barrier. One of the knights warned him that their shield wouldn't last much longer, but when the attack finally ceased, two young clerics were surprised to find they had managed to survive. Ladius immediately ordered them not to lower their guard and to return to formation. Meanwhile, as one of his men tried to speak about the immortal king, they looked to the sky and realized the enemy had disappeared, leaving the group confused. Annoyed, one of the knights questioned if their adversary truly believed they would fall to a simple attack, stating that they had been underestimated. However, the archbishop remained silent, wondering deeply about what the immortal king was plotting and what kind of plan he had in mind. Far away from the scene, the immortal king complained to Intrazio about the smoke left behind, but congratulated the dragon for its useful breath, which had provided a good distraction and helped deepen the act. Han Song-hyun praised himself for his Oscar-worthy performance, playing the role of the villain who opened the abyss. Suddenly, he sensed a new presence and realized that another legacy seemed to have awakened. In a distant forest, dark energy began to manifest as he stated that he could feel the aura of his comrades throughout the continent. Skeletons began to rise among the trees, and the Donegan Iron Troop emerged, ordering the Aleotropes to move. Meanwhile, in the western lands of the Reinhardt Kingdom, mysterious energy emerged from the heavens as a portal opened. The kingdom's soldiers were ordered to run, but the observing officer immediately noticed that skeletons were appearing from all sides. Alarmed, he declared that they were surrounded, unable to understand how the undead could demonstrate such a high level of intelligence. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air as a dark night appeared, and the soldier realized that the undead were moving as one. As the knight advanced and attacked one of the men, the officer ordered them to inform the Viscount about the appearance of the Death Knight, confirming that the entity had revealed itself in their kingdom. Meanwhile, under the illumination of the moon at a grand mansion, the vampire sat at a table and asked about the current situation. His subordinate informed him that the entire continent of Auterica was now in a state of emergency. Lord Mullo briefed the vampire on the crisis, explaining that the abyss had torn open across the continent and was summoning vast armies of the undead. When the vampire inquired about the status of their base in the Thalia Kingdom, he was informed that the region had escaped significant damage because Hans was successfully holding back the invaders. However, this news did not seem to put the Dark Noble at ease. Noticing his superior's pensive expression, Mullo asked if something was bothering him. The vampire questioned the nature of the insanity radiating from the abyss, only to be told that its true nature remained a mystery. Despite the uncertainty, Mullo reported a sharp increase in conflicts over trivial matters, suggesting that this behavior was a direct result of the anomaly's influence. The vampire was initially skeptical, wondering if that was an exaggeration since everyone was naturally on edge, but his subordinate stood his ground. When pressed to explain his certainty, Mullo paused before revealing that reports indicated strange changes in the movement patterns of monsters, not just humans. Realizing that this insanity affected all forms of life and made them more violent, Heinz concluded that their top priority must be to gather information on the phenomenon. Standing up from his desk, he acknowledged that with Hans occupied gathering the Immortal King's army, he couldn't leave his post. Therefore, they had to focus on collecting data for the time being. The scene then shifted to the Grand Divine Order, where it became clear that Heinrich's intervention was required. Kneeling before the Saintess, he presented the Holy Sword, prompting her to remark that she had always known he would succeed. After he thanked her for her trust, she mentioned that much had occurred during his absence, confirming rumors that something strange, specifically an unstable and dangerous force known as insanity, had emerged from the abyss. Seeing a perfect opportunity to use the Divine Order's reconnaissance force, Heinrich proposed examining the threat personally. Although Saintess Restar suggested he rest first, the knight insisted on fulfilling his duty immediately. Faced with his unwavering determination, she silently accepted that she couldn't stop him, but suddenly remembered a necessary step. She explained that a ritual was required now that the Holy Sword had been recovered, a statement that left him confused. Extending her hand, she commanded the weapon to reveal its true form and asked Heinrich to uncover the truth behind everything, a mission he solemnly promised to complete. As the Holy Sword was brought in on a cushion, two knights whispered about the monstrous energy radiating from the blade. Saintess Ristar then placed a necklace around Heinrich Landgard's neck, proclaiming him the Grand Paladin of the Divine Order for proving himself superior to all challenges. Suddenly, the medallion on his chest began to glow, and a massive wave of power engulfed him. Heinrich realized that if he hadn't paused his mental cube ability for a split second, the sheer intensity of the divine power might have made his head explode. As he questioned the nature of this force, he felt his body being reconstructed. When the energy finally dissipated, revealing his new form within a circle on the ground, the Saintess and the clerics observed in awe. Restar declared that divine grace was with him, confirming that he had met the conditions to achieve enlightenment and acquire the special ability Grand Blessing Night. Touching his own hair, he was surprised to find it had turned white. When he tried to speak to the Saintess, she immediately corrected him, stating that he was no longer just Saint Heinrich Landgard. She declared him the Sacred. Seeing his shock, she explained that the Grand Blessing was a clear sign of sanctity granted solely by the will of the divine. Realizing this title placed him on equal footing with the Saintess, Heinrich watched in confusion as she ordered her attendants to bring out what had been prepared. Two men approached, presenting him with the Guardian of Glory, an elite armor set forged by the Divine Order's finest artisans. As clerics helped him don the gear, they explained that it was crafted from rare ores like mithril and orichalcum, featuring sacred enchantments and barriers that effectively turned him into a walking fortress. Marveling at the perfect fit, he felt an immense flow of divine power just by wearing it. With both the holy sword and the armor, his equipment was finally complete. Saintess Ristar remarked that they would likely be working together from now on, to which Heinrich replied that it would be an honor, though privately he questioned if he truly deserved to stand by her side. His internal doubts were interrupted when the Saintess revealed how happy she was to finally share her workload, admitting that working until dawn had been exhausting. Staring at two massive piles of paperwork, Heinrich wondered if this was actually a punishment. Ignoring his hesitation, Ristar informed him that the Continental Committee was about to convene to discuss plans for eliminating the undead, adding that she was counting on him. He promised to do his best. Then, she declared that both of them would also do their best until the meeting arrived. Meanwhile, the Immortal King descended from the heavens and landed before Karam, the Death Knight, announcing that he seemed to be late. As he introduced himself, his overwhelming power completely enveloped and subdued a nearby warrior. Karam immediately recognized the immense strength emanating from the figure. Finally touching down, the king faced his subordinate and declared himself the new Immortal King. Repeatedly using the title, the Death Knight confirmed his master's identity. The king observed that Karam was not only a swordsman, but also a leader capable of commanding an army, noting that the commander even knew how to use necromancy. He then formally identified him as the Death Knight. Karam affirmed that it was an honor to be recognized. When the Immortal King commented that his subordinate seemed to have enjoyed himself, the knight asked for forgiveness, explaining that he had awakened near humans. Stating that the deed was done, the king decided it was time to strengthen their forces and gather power, ordering a retreat. Karam responded that he would comply, and he and his soldiers dissolved into the shadows. Left alone, the Immortal King analyzed the dark energy accumulated in his hand and observed the destruction around him. He decided he couldn't leave things as they were, recalling Saint Ristar's warning that dispersed forces would be picked off one by one. If that was the case, he knew he had to act. Noting that the damage was extensive and the place cried for help, he saw no other option, even though he wished to avoid this method due to its side effects. He called upon his children, asking them to listen, and announced that their lord, the Immortal King, was there. The call reached his servants as he revealed his presence in bone. Although he knew his location would be exposed, he believed the order would take time to analyze the magic. As long as they could gather quickly and disappear, the risk was acceptable. Demanding a response to his call, he released his energy upwards. Before him, his various commanders finally appeared, bowing and declaring obedience to the absolute command. Affirming that they stood before the true Lord of the Dead, they promised to march immediately with their troops. The Immortal King then promised to guide them to a future never before seen, opening his arms to celebrate before his assembled army. Elsewhere, two men walked through a dark forest. One man asked Mike if it was wise to discuss rumors about the undead, but Mike quickly dismissed his concerns, insisting they were just stories. Suddenly, something struck Mike's hand. He called his companion a coward, explaining that it was obviously just an animal because the undead were never silent. To prove his point, a rabbit hopped away, but his companion ignored it and pointed frantically behind him, asking what was there. Before Mike could turn, a creature attacked the other man from behind, striking him down. Seeing the body hit the ground, Mike stammered in horror, realizing he was surrounded by a group of monsters. Another man ran toward them, shouting to know what those things were and why creatures from deep within the mountain had appeared there. Overwhelmed as he watched the horde approach, Mike fell backward, admitting he had never heard of such a phenomenon, and wondering how different monsters could be joining forces. Meanwhile, inside the Hubert Trading Company, Hubert read a newspaper report detailing how monsters from the northern mountains had attacked a caravan. Suspecting this was a side effect of the madness, he worried that if the situation continued, even Tarek would be in danger. Although he had gathered food and war supplies, he decided that this was not the time for ordinary business. He stood up and declared that while small merchants hunted for pennies, the big ones hunted for hearts. Turning to a map on the wall that showed Aonia County and the Iron Fortress, he debated his next move. Upon recalling news that the Iron Fortress was recruiting mercenaries, he adjusted his monocle and concluded that this was the information he needed. In a tavern, patrons discussed the trouble at the fortress, complaining that the northern monsters were migrating and breeding at an abnormal rate. A group of mercenaries sat at a table wondering what to do, and one of them asked Harley for his opinion. Harley slammed his mug on the table and stated firmly that they were going, arguing that they couldn't possibly miss such an opportunity. His companions agreed, saying that was the Harley they knew, and asked when they should leave. Harley replied by asking if there was any doubt, and before the confused men could react, he ran out, declaring they were leaving right now. The group suddenly wondered if he had paid for the drinks, and upon realizing he hadn't, they all ran after him to demand payment. Later at the Mercenary Guild, the receptionist greeted Harley, leaving him to wonder if they had met before. The attendant remarked that anyone present who didn't recognize Harley must be from out of town. Wanting to keep things moving, Harley stated that it would be quick and informed the staff that his group wanted to take the mercenary contract test. However, the receptionist apologized while explaining that the process was difficult. This frustrated Harley's companions, who asked if it made any sense for a guild to deny work to a mercenary, while one of them impatiently threatened the staff member. Denying their assumption, the attendant pulled out a document and told Harley that there was a special referral request reserved specifically for him. Although Harley questioned the request, since he had already planned to head to the Iron Fortress, he dismissively threw the letter away and decided to reject the offer, a move that earned him applause from his friends. Unfazed, the receptionist stated that he didn't believe Harley could refuse this one, revealing that the client was Lord Talmine Ionia. Upon hearing the name, the mercenary reacted visibly, and while the warrior beside him looked confused, the attendant simply repeated the full name to ensure it sank in. Following this revelation, Harley was escorted to Lord Aonia's territory, where a butler received him and mentioned that the Lord was waiting. Asking if he was inside, the mercenary entered the room and announced his arrival. A man in armor turned around, prompting Harley to stare and ask if he was a knight, while also inquiring about the Lord's whereabouts. The armored man replied that the Lord would not speak directly with a mere mercenary, and introduced himself as Knight Robin, the person in charge of the mission. Harley noted that he had heard of him, describing the knight as great and unique, but he still wanted to know what a knight wanted with him. Robin explained that there was only one reason. They needed someone in the northern mountains. He revealed that the mission was to rescue a VIP named Jaunik Steelstone. When Harley pointed out that the northern mountains were full of monsters, the knight clarified that the VIP was a blacksmith from the territory and a dwarf. Meanwhile, in Seoul, the scene shifted to a hospital, where Han Sung-hyun approached his grandmother, suggesting they should leave immediately. She reassured him that she was fine and that there was no reason to worry. Han Sung-hyun expressed his happiness at her improvement, while Tae-san added that even the doctors were surprised by her recovery, noting that there was something strange about it. When Han asked what that might be, his friend explained that, according to the doctor, it looked as if a high-level priest had used divine power on her for 4 days. Tae-san questioned how he could possibly have such a connection, but Han Sung-hyun privately confirmed to himself that he was indeed responsible. As they walked down the corridor, however, he simply stated aloud that his grandmother had recovered on her own because she was strong. Tae-san remarked that the older woman's recovery was likely a reward for a lifetime of kindness, before asking about their next steps. Han Sung-hyun revealed that he had found a house in the suburbs where they could live more peacefully. Although his friend questioned whether leaving Seoul was a bad idea, Han simply smiled and described the move as a necessary sacrifice. Later that night, he apologized for causing Tae-san so much worry, adding that he could now manage long-distance travel much more easily. The following day, the group trekked through the frozen mountains with Harley leading the way, his expression serious. One of the knights observed that everyone seemed wary. likely because the mission request had come directly from the Lord himself. He also noted how impressive it was that Robin had not only assigned the task, but had chosen to join them personally. As they walked, Robin announced that they were nearing the location where Giannik had left a transmission. When Harley asked for details about the contact, the knight explained that the dwarf had hidden himself to use a magic device after noticing the monsters acting strangely. One mercenary questioned the necessity of climbing such a rugged mountain, but a companion countered that it was nothing new for dwarves searching for rare minerals. As Harley listened to the chatter while advancing along the path, he realized that he was surrounded by well-known mercenaries from Tarek, confirming that this was a true elite squad. Suddenly, he sensed a disturbance in the environment and shouted a warning just as monsters surged forward to attack. Two mercenaries stepped up, confident they could handle the threat, and fired an arrow that exploded on impact. However, their confidence turned to surprise when the creatures emerged from the smoke completely unharmed. The attackers complained that the monsters' resistance seemed to increase the further they went. Realizing he needed to step in, Harley declared that it was his turn to fight. He prepared his body for combat, charging forward to strike two monsters simultaneously before grabbing two orcs by the throat and asking if they were ready. Night fell over a distant mansion where Vampire sat at his desk, reviewing some papers. He noted that Hans had successfully gathered intelligence from the Banshee Queen and the Varkozlak clan regarding the state of the nation, and he counted on Harley to handle matters related to the spreading madness. Despite this progress, a sudden confusing sense of fear washed over him. His thoughts were interrupted when Mulo entered the room, prompting Vampire to ask what had happened. Mulo reported that monsters had begun attacking the demon forest, though Vampire dismissed the concern, replying that he had already sent 2 True Bloods to resolve the situation. Heinz revealed that the situation was even more serious, explaining that monsters from the northern mountains were now descending south with full force. Meanwhile, back in those very mountains, Harley noticed a strange phenomenon spreading in every direction across the landscape. He identified it as madness, realizing that the local creatures were becoming contaminated simply by breathing the air. Turning to check on his companions with concern, the warrior listened as Robin announced they were nearly at their destination. Harley observed that while the madness seemed to have a mild effect on humans, he could still feel its energy coursing through his own body. He realized that although his physical strength was increasing, his control over his body was slipping. Relying on his mutation ability to manage the transformation, he admitted to himself that without it, he likely would have lost his mind. Suddenly, one of the knights called for a halt, prompting the mercenary to ask if there were more monsters ahead. Robin took the moment to joke that Harley was dressed like a monster, to which the warrior replied that the look suited him perfectly. Their banter was interrupted when a figure covered in foliage emerged from hiding, warning that the enemies were already there. It was Gionic Steelstone, the blacksmith, who stated he had been waiting for them. Although Gionic offered to lead them to his excavation site, Harley refused. When Robin questioned this decision, the warrior confirmed his suspicions, warning that the monsters were approaching and insisting they needed to descend the mountain immediately. Robin ordered the group to cover the rear as they began their descent, and they took off running to escape the approaching horde. As Gionic glanced back while running, a monster lunged at him from behind, causing him to scream desperately for help. Harley immediately sprang into action, cutting down the creature threatening the blacksmith. He remarked that taking down such large enemies was quite satisfying, but Robin quickly scolded him, warning that this was no time for fun because the horde would catch them at this rate. Scooping the dwarf up into his arms, Harley continued to flee with the group. Gionic described the pursuit as merciless, and the warrior agreed, fearing they would be annihilated. Searching for a solution, the mercenary asked if there wasn't a better way. After a brief moment of silence, he turned to Robin and requested his share of the magic stones, claiming his energy was depleted. The knight agreed to hand them over on the condition that it was necessary for the mission. Harley took the bag of stones and expressed his thanks. Harley suddenly tossed the dwarf toward one of the knights and planted his feet firmly on the path, refusing to run any further. His companion, alarmed by this reckless behavior, urged him to keep moving because it was too dangerous to stay behind. However, Harley simply turned back and retorted that the other man was the one who had asked for an alternative solution. Taking the bag of magic stones, the warrior emptied the contents into his mouth, chewing them until they were completely crushed. As he swallowed, he felt a surge of madness radiating from the fragments, noting that each stone possessed a unique intensity. He realized that if he could absorb that power, while maintaining control through his abilities, his strength would grow infinitely. Declaring his intention to devour all the madness in the world to fuel his growth, his savagery ability evolved into a new special skill known as Mad Beast. His body began to transform as his muscles expanded rapidly. When the change was complete, he opened his eyes and let out a satisfied laugh, gripping his axe in preparation. As the monsters advanced, he announced that it was time to start the carnage, proclaiming that his entire body felt like it was bubbling with an unbelievably hot power. Leaping toward an attacking monster, he yelled for his enemies to die as he cut them down one by one. Rising amidst the defeated adversaries, he recognized this overwhelming force as the power of the mad beast. His movements were so fast that his companions struggled to keep track of him, prompting one knight to admit that the rumors about him being Tarek's strongest warrior were clearly not exaggerated. Robin, however, corrected him, asserting that Harley wasn't just the strongest in Tarek, but the strongest on the entire continent. When another monster prepared to strike, the warrior simply smiled at the creature before defeating it with a single blow. Standing victorious on a battlefield littered with fallen bodies, he remarked that the problem was basically solved. Robin ran over, clearly impressed, and asked if he was all right. Gionic also chimed in, praising Harley for having the bravery of a dwarf, though the warrior teased him by pointing out that Gionic had been begging for his life and running away just moments earlier. Suddenly, a new energy emerged, causing Harley to wonder what was happening, as he felt a tension that made his body instinctively want to flee, a sensation he had never experienced before. When Robin asked what was wrong, Harley grimly replied that the situation was very bad. He warned them that if they encountered the approaching monster, everyone except him would be annihilated. Despite the warning, Gionic insisted that they had come too far to give up now, and begged his muscular friend to do something. The warrior asked if the dwarf had dug a hole to hide in, which he confirmed. When he questioned whether it was possible to hide everyone in just 10 minutes, Gionic confidently stated that 5 minutes would be enough. Wielding a beautiful tool he affectionately called Ellen, the dwarf caught Harley's attention, making him wonder if the instrument was a magic item. Warning everyone to get ready, a comment that left the group confused, Gionic struck the earth with all his might. As the ground beneath their feet began to tremble and crack, he continued to swing his pickaxe. Moments later, he turned to the group and asked if the place was comfortable. Now gathered inside a newly formed cave, one of the knights commented on how incredible it was that he had created the space with just a few swings. Sitting next to the dwarf, Harley praised his skill, though his internal thoughts were focused elsewhere. A notification revealed that the pickaxe, Ellen, was a medium for his medium selection ability, making him realize the item was even more impressive than it seemed. Staring at Gionic, he decided that he would devour that item one way or another. Suddenly, the cave ceiling began to shudder as loud noises echoed from above. One of the knights noted the disturbance, while his companion asked if it was the monster Harley had mentioned earlier. Robin explained that the creature was indeed right above them, likely feasting on the bodies of the defeated monsters. When a knight suggested running, Robin warned that it wasn't a good idea. However, Harley began to laugh, drawing Robin's attention. The warrior suggested luring the monster away, and although the knight warned that it could cost him his life, Harley insisted he wanted to try. The other mercenaries worried about the plan, asking if he was sure, but Harley pointed to Gionic's pickaxe and stated that he would attempt it as long as he had that tool. He explained that it would serve as a guarantee for dangerous situations. Gionic hesitated, arguing that it was a magic tool with limited uses, but eventually questioned his own hesitation, deciding that life was more precious than the item. The dwarf handed over the pickaxe, yet when Harley tried to take it while saying thank you, Gionic refused to let go. The warrior demanded he release it, to which the dwarf retorted that Harley would probably only use it as a spatula. Finally breaking free, Harley ran off with the pickaxe, promising to return it after use, while Gionic screamed the tool's name in despair. As he ran, however, the warrior silently declared that he had no intention of returning it. Reasoning that since he had saved the dwarf's life, they were even, he believed he had secured Ellen, but then corrected himself, realizing that, in fact, he had acquired a dwarf. Harley emerged from the ground, taking a moment to appreciate the refreshing outside air before planning to introduce the local monsters to one another. He soon spotted a creature far more dangerous than he had anticipated, a two-headed ogre that had clearly fallen victim to the spreading madness. Judging by the monster's massive belly, Harley figured it had consumed a terrifying amount of magic stones. When the creature finally noticed him, the warrior guessed it had been drawn by the scent of the stones he himself had eaten earlier. Seeing a perfect chance to ensure his dwarf friend's safe escape, Harley lured the beast to a secluded area where no one could watch them fight. Once they were safely out of sight, Harley activated his mutation and physical transformation skills. Eager for a true monster brawl, He grew razor-sharp claws and lunged at his enemy, tearing deep cuts into the beast. The warrior thoroughly enjoyed the brutal feeling of ripping his opponent apart with his bare hands. Although the ogre had mistakenly believed the madness made it invincible, it quickly realized that Harley was fueled by the exact same dark energy. Terrified, the monster attempted to flee despite being the one to initiate the attack. Catching up easily, Harley mocked the creature, suggesting it didn't really need two heads, before violently tearing one off and throwing it to the ground. Despite its severe injury, the monster arrogantly claimed that its subordinates would soon arrive as reinforcements. However, a quick glance around revealed that its minions were already lying lifeless on the dirt. Heinz suddenly appeared, explaining that he had killed the underlings to relieve his own boredom while finishing a task. Gathering blood at his fingertip, Heinz fired a concentrated beam that destroyed the ogre's remaining head, finally bringing the beast down. He remarked that working together was definitely more comfortable, even though Harley had initially summoned him for a different reason. Mentioning that Lord Zionic's gift would be quite useful, the vampire safely stored the dwarf's pickaxe inside a dimensional gate. With the battle won, Harley drooled with hunger, eager to consume the ogre's corpse and absorb its power before the madness faded. Heinz was equally curious to taste the tainted blood, but a sudden disturbance ruined their planned feast. A nearby volcano began to erupt, radiating an energy that Harley found strangely familiar. From the flames, a real red dragon named Heratos emerged. Although such creatures were sometimes worshipped as sacred beings, this dragon had been completely consumed by madness and overwhelming starvation, making any rational conversation impossible. Viewing the half-human and the vampire as fine snacks, the beast decided to devour both of them at once to satisfy its hunger. Reacting instantly, Harley and Heinz launched a coordinated attack, piercing the dragon's eyes simultaneously. To their dismay, the colossal creature simply laughed as its wounds healed in a matter of seconds. Harley and Heinz were astonished by the creature's incredibly thick skin and unfair regenerative abilities, considering such power to be completely unbalanced. The dragon, however, arrogantly dismissed them as inferior beings and boasted that he had only suffered a single defeat during his entire eternal existence. When the duo curiously asked who had managed to beat him, the beast revealed that it was the immortal king, the master of death who had originally sentenced him. The creature proudly added that since the king had perished, the ancient curse was finally broken. To the dragon's utter confusion, his opponents simply began to laugh. They mockingly apologized in advance for the trauma he was about to experience, explaining that they had called a friend for backup because the two of them might not be enough to handle the fight. Before the beast could comprehend their warning, a new figure materialized directly in front of him. It was the new immortal king. Observing the madness-tainted dragon, the ruler coldly noted that the monster would make an excellent subject for his experiments. Recognizing the terrifying presence of his ancient enemy, the dragon was paralyzed with fear. The immortal king casually mentioned that he recognized the beast from the memories of his predecessor, pointing out that if a creature like this could awaken from a death-like slumber, it was only natural that the king himself could return from the grave. Overwhelmed by the pressure, the terrified dragon slowly tried to back away, only to strike its tail against an invisible barrier. His enemies quickly informed him that escaping or flying away was completely impossible while trapped inside that confined space. Realizing there was no way out, the beast completely lost its remaining sanity. It began to mutter obsessively about seeking revenge and killing the immortal king. Suddenly, Heratos started to gather an unbelievable amount of energy, absorbing all the surrounding madness from the air. The display was so impressive that even the king silently admitted he could not replicate such a feat. This overwhelming force seemed to act as nature's own will demanding vengeance, prompting the dragon to threaten the immortal king with total erasure for interfering with its plans. Evaluating the situation, the king decided that simply killing the beast cleanly would be a massive waste of all that condensed madness. Annoyed by the creature's nonsensical rambling, he realized that he needed to level the playing field by playing the monster's own game. Opening his dimensional gate, the immortal king summoned his pure-bone dragon, Entratio, setting the stage for a massive clash between the two giant beasts. Mounting his skeletal companion, the king ordered it to attack, specifically instructing Entratio to remove the enemy's curse and rot, while ensuring its flesh and bones remained completely intact for future use. Following its master's strict command, the bone dragon charged forward with full force, immediately sinking its teeth into the fire dragon's neck to completely immobilize it. Deciding it was time to figure out the best way to butcher the creature, the group quickly went to work. By activating a coordinated series of abilities, including gravitational chains, a spatial lock, and shock absorption, they managed to restrain the beast, even though the dragon scoffed at their efforts as mere petty tricks. Seeing their opportunity, the vampire and the barbarian rushed toward the imprisoned monster. Salivating at the sight of its massive, solid form, Heinz eagerly anticipated the taste of its precious blood and launched a devastating blood strike that inflicted heavy damage. Meanwhile, the starving barbarian had already begun tearing into the creature's flesh with his bare teeth, determined to gorge himself on the seemingly endless supply of dragon meat until his strength fully returned. As the vampire savored his meal, he noticed an unpleasant aftertaste, complaining that the madness mixed into the blood was ruining the flavor. This brief mention of madness quickly sparked a brilliant idea in the protagonist's mind. Before they could act on it, however, Hiratos violently broke free from his magical chains. Refusing to sit idly by while being treated as prey, the furious dragon prepared a devastating breath attack, entirely confident that his enemies could not dodge at such close range. However, his opponents were far from defenseless. Ordering a counter-strike, the immortal king commanded his own undead beast to burn the cursed creature. Both dragons charged their unique powers and fired simultaneously, creating a massive explosion of red and blue flames right in the middle of the icy mountain. Using the ensuing chaos as cover, Heinz concentrated his energy, pushing his blood magic to its absolute limits to forge a massive sword. Combining this new weapon with an acceleration skill, the vampire darted forward and delivered a tremendous blow to the dragon. Unfazed, the arrogant beast mocked him, calling him a useless insect and boasting that such a minor injury would easily regenerate. In response, the vampire calmly corrected the monster, explaining that dealing lasting physical damage had never been his actual goal. Chiming in, Harley pointed out that insect was actually the perfect term for the situation. The group then revealed their true strategy. Because the dragon's massive reserve of stockpiled madness was far too appetizing to ignore, Heinz's sword strike had merely been a distraction to slip a vicious parasite into the creature's body, one so stubborn that no medicine could ever remove it. That parasite was Harley himself. Now securely lodged inside the dragon, the warrior noted that the texture of the beast's flesh was actually quite pleasant. Treating Herodos's insides like an exclusive all-you-can-eat restaurant, Harley prepared to see just how much power he could extract, settling in for what promised to be an endless feast. As he burrowed deeper into the beast, rich nutrients flooded his system. In a desperate attempt to crush the parasite gnawing at its insides, the dragon's muscles convulsed violently. Despite the immense pressure threatening to shatter his bones and rupture his organs, retreating was out of the question. The warrior was determined to keep eating until the massive creature was completely paralyzed. Suddenly, system notifications filled his mind, revealing that the monster's healing factor had bypassed its natural limits to become ultra regeneration. This terrifying ability allowed the beast to effortlessly restore its vitality without even needing magic stones. While the dragon arrogantly brushed off the internal damage as a mere scratch from a pathetic insect, the invader realized his efforts were struggling against flesh that continuously repaired itself. Moments later, new alerts announced that Harley had met the necessary requirements for evolution. His previous skill transformed into a special ability called Gluttony, named just like the deadly sin. As the change took effect, a cold shiver ran down his spine, and undeniable dragon scales began to sprout across his skin. This physical mutation brought a thrilling realization. From now on, he could permanently absorb the traits of anything he consumed. Outside, the restless dragon boiled with rage, planning to physically rip the intruder out piece by piece. However, the tide of battle shifted before the beast could retaliate. The immortal king and the vampire executed a coordinated assault alongside their skeletal ally, tearing into the beast's neck while Heinz's blade sliced through with relentless force. This external success was largely due to Harley's gluttony skill, which successfully suppressed the creature's madness and weakened its powerful bloodline. Experiencing an unstoppable tide of energy from just a single taste, the warrior reveled in his surging power. At the same time, the vampire received his own notification, indicating that his bloodline skill had advanced to the sacred stage, a rare evolution triggered exclusively by drinking from a vastly superior opponent. Sensing a vital target nearby, Heinz hesitated for a moment before Harley confirmed his suspicions. They had finally located the creature's heart, which served as the ultimate magic stone. Mentally declaring checkmate and preparing for an absolute feast, the warrior took his first vicious bite out of the organ. The devastating strike sent the dragon into violent convulsions as unimaginable agony erupted directly from the very core of its being. Moments later, the massive creature finally collapsed lifelessly against the earth, signaling the end of the grueling battle. Having fulfilled his duty and guided them this far, Intrashow was finally allowed to rest. Triumphant laughter echoed through the area as the trio celebrated their victory, having successfully overcome every obstacle from the two-headed ogre to the fearsome dragon. They stood together in the aftermath, forming a symbolic image of triumph over the fallen beast. As the dragon opened its eyes for one last dying breath, the immortal king casually remarked that he had no intention of destroying the world this time. He added that the beast shouldn't resent him for taking a few bones, promising to put them to excellent use. In fact, the group wasted absolutely nothing. Acting like a highly efficient cleaning crew, they carefully harvested the horns, the blood, and every other valuable piece of the carcass, treating the remains as a veritable treasure trove of rare magical ingredients. By the end of their efforts, the scene resembled a comical image of an entirely spotless plate. Even the potent, lineage-rich blood was safely stored away for future needs. Despite the incredibly valuable loot, Harley emerged as the true greatest beneficiary of the raid, though he was currently writhing in agony on the ground. Something unnatural was surging through his veins, twisting his body in a transformation that was far from smooth. By absorbing the concentrated madness of all those monsters, he had pushed himself far past his absolute limits, leaving his insides feeling as though they were being ripped apart. As his physical control rapidly faded, he realized that his only hope for survival lay in the methods hidden within the dragon's heart. To save himself, he needed to forcefully weave the overwhelming madness together with the beast's pure essence. Strange markings began to spread across his skin as he slowly aligned the chaotic energies. Soon, a heavy sensation washed over him, accompanied by a series of system notifications. The alerts announced that his race had officially changed to a dragonkin hybrid and that he had acquired a new special skill called Heart of the Mad Dragon. Although he still looked entirely human on the outside, a profound internal shift had occurred. His very essence had undeniably ascended, pushing his being far beyond its previous boundaries. Staring at his scale-covered hand, Harley realized the dragon's heart possessed enough power to alter his entire species. A system alert soon confirmed his new status as a dragonkin hybrid. The notification explained that by absorbing the light dragon's heart, he had gained its immense strength, along with the ability to manage his internal madness while continuously absorbing it from his surroundings. Additionally, his jeweled eyes had merged with the dragon eye, greatly enhancing their overall effectiveness. Although his mutation skill allowed him to access this power at will, he quickly discovered a dangerous drawback when a simple stomp accidentally shattered the ground. Realizing that increasing his body density made his weight unmanageable, he knew that a lack of control would be disastrous. Therefore, he decided to practice handling his new form before rejoining his companions, who were still waiting for him after his encounter with the monster. Before his training could even begin, an enormous surge of energy coursed through his body, signaling the start of the raid's closing ceremony orchestrated by Hans. Nearby, the immortal king was casting a powerful spell over the dragon's corpse, releasing so much dark magic that the sky completely clouded over. As the massive skeleton slowly rose from the ground, the king asked for its name. The creature replied that it was Heratos. Announcing himself as the Lion King of Death, the king declared that he was granting the beast a second life and taking his rightful place as its master. Pleased with the creature's submission, he noted that the undead monster was acting just like an obedient puppy. Meanwhile, in the real world, the protagonist stood admiring his impeccably furnished new house. He had finally completed his dream home, outfitting it to his exact tastes with a personal gym, an arcade, and even a comic cafe. Even though his circumstances now allowed him to go out freely, his shy and introverted nature made the comfort of his own space much more appealing. He had designed the house perfectly so that he would never actually need to leave. Wondering how to handle the yard work, he used his entity projection skill to transform into his elf avatar. By channeling his high elf magic, he effortlessly grew a breathtaking garden. Admiring the beautiful results, he confidently concluded that the typical struggles of maintaining a large, independent house simply did not apply to him. Since he possessed multiple avatars, securing his new home was a simple task. He planned to use Heinz, whom he had already summoned, to establish the initial barrier. Once his projection cooldown finished, he intended to layer Hans and Heinrich's protective spells on top of it. By combining defenses against vampires, dark magic, and holy magic, he confidently concluded that he had created the absolute safest house on the planet, effortlessly checking off another household concern. Moving on to his accounting, he opened the Karma Shop interface. To his amazement, his balance had skyrocketed to an incredible 1,608,961 points in less than a week of Earth time, proving to him that sheer numbers truly made a difference. Hoping that he could finally raise his maximum number of avatars, he accepted that he had to spend the points and initiated the enhancement process. The upgrade was a complete success. His unique skill grew, officially increasing the number of avatars he could possess. Furthermore, the system notified him of significant boosts to his entity's potential, learning rates, and overall cognitive abilities. For a brief moment, a wave of depression washed over him as he worried that his main body might become foolish due to the heavy distribution of mental energy to his clones. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning that since he and his avatars were essentially the same being, it didn't really matter. The evolution of his unique skill also blossomed into a brand new special ability called Avatar Cloud. This feature allowed his avatars to share items through a small subspace, effectively acting as a cross-dimensional transfer system that completely eliminated the need for face-to-face exchanges. Eager to test the mechanic, he successfully moved the item known as Ellen from a clone directly into his own backpack without a single issue. Thrilled by the flawless result, he realized this new system would massively expand Hubert's trading operations and even allow him to seamlessly send Heinrich's Arc glitch source straight to Hans. With his preparations complete, he decided it was time to start the main event. Silently apologizing to Zihanak while reasoning that the action was simply the price for saving his life, the protagonist activated his customized skill and prepared to summon a dwarf. A sudden explosion in the garden marked the arrival of a new clone. Needing a dependable blacksmith like Zihanak to manage his equipment, the protagonist was quite baffled by the initial result. Instead of a seasoned craftsman, the system had produced a muscular, bearded baby with his own face. Quickly opening the customization menu to fix this bizarrely adorable appearance, he maxed out the avatar's height, rejuvenated his facial features, and styled his beard and body. The final result was a proper, authentic-looking dwarf. Continuing his clear preference for the letter H, the creator named his 8th avatar Howard. After they politely exchanged greetings, a system window appeared, confirming that the dwarf had been born using the artisan's pickaxe as a medium. It also highlighted his artisan-esque spirit trait, which granted valuable bonuses to all crafting activities. While the avatar's starting skills were exactly what the protagonist wanted, there was one minor flaw. Just like Harris, Howard lacked basic general knowledge. Since Harley's northern connections were currently unavailable due to ongoing regional chaos, the creator decided to use Heinrich for a quick workaround. Heinrich promptly contacted a loyal subordinate. Once she eagerly agreed to carry out his commands without question, he asked her for an urgent favor. He instructed her to collect an unlimited amount of Earth-based resources related to materials engineering and metallurgy, specifically requesting written articles and videos of working craftsmen. The plan was to use this modern information to teach Howard the theoretical aspects of forging. Afterward, they would set up a workshop in Turok, knowing that hands-on practical training would be much more efficient in Uterica. The scene shifted back to the second planet, where mysterious material began flowing from the protagonist's newly acquired system. Delighted by the sheer utility of the Avatar Cloud, he marveled at how effortlessly he had received Heinrich's gift. Eager to put this new source to good use, he commanded the entity within the crystal to rise, explaining that he had a specific task for it. Emerging from the crystal was McCain, the necromancer who had been in a deep slumber since his defeat by Heinrich. Initially outraged and demanding to know who dared to summon him, McCain's attitude shifted instantly upon recognizing the immortal king. Tearfully admitting he thought the hero had permanently destroyed him, the necromancer praised the king's incredible power and immediately swore his absolute loyalty. Based on the previous immortal king's memories, the protagonist knew McCain was a highly skilled strategist. While having capable subordinates was always advantageous, he couldn't help but think that the necromancer's slightly cute dog-like face made him look anything but tactical. Their reunion was suddenly interrupted by the arrival of a girl named Olivia, who respectfully paid homage to her ruler. When asked about her unexpected visit, she explained that she had come to report on her assigned mission. The king had previously ordered her to track down the Oath of Reversal and extract as much information as possible, a task perfectly suited to her unique abilities. She detailed how her investigation had expanded westward across the continent and into parts of the Central Empire, ultimately leading her to what she suspected was a key enemy fortress. Pleased with her success, the king commended her, prompting Olivia to passionately declare her complete devotion to him. However, this earnest vow left the necromancer visibly confused. He openly questioned how she could possibly devote her body and soul when she did not even possess any bones. Naturally, this insensitive remark earned him a deadly glare from the flustered girl. Moving the conversation forward, the king immediately assigned McCain to assist Olivia with her next steps, a command that left the necromancer feeling extremely nervous about working alongside her. Knowing Olivia's bloodthirsty nature, McCain agreed to follow the immortal king's orders without hesitation. The king commanded Olivia to force their enemies into submission, granting her permission to bring Karam along if the situation required it. She respectfully accepted, promising to execute his will perfectly. With the trail of the Oath of Reversal finally uncovered, the king silently vowed that he would soon hunt them down. The narrative then shifted to Tabishi, a bustling city located within the central continent's Aegirian Empire. Inside one of the local houses, a pink-haired woman briefly paused, thinking she had caught a whiff of Olivia's distinct scent. She quickly dismissed the feeling as mere imagination, completely confident that her enemies could never locate her. This woman was Sienna, a former succubus of the Undying Army who currently led the Oath of Reversal. Remembering her past, she swore to herself that she would never become the immortal king's slave for a second time. Hearing someone approach her door, the succubus swiftly reverted to an ordinary human disguise and invited the visitor inside. A drunken man named Andrew Weaver, another member of the rebellious group, stumbled in and immediately complimented her gorgeous appearance. Annoyed by his flattery, Sienna cut him off and demanded to know if he had successfully identified the Brockeslaw clan's new leader. Andrew confirmed that their target was a pure-blood vampire named Hines. When Sienna questioned how a mere pure blood could take control of an entire clan, Andrew admitted he still wasn't sure, a response that visibly irritated her. During her moment of frustration, Andrew amusingly pointed out that her demonic horns were starting to pop out of her disguise. Defending his lack of detailed information, he reminded her that while his tracking skill functioned similarly to clairvoyance, he needed to upgrade it using karma to see clearer images. This specific mention of karma strongly suggested that Andrew might actually be a human from Earth, just like the protagonist. Refusing to accept his excuses, Sienna ordered him to at least gather some basic data. Andrew argued back, explaining that even a powerful long-range surveillance skill would only produce blurred visions without some foundational information to focus on. Despite the lack of clear details, Sienna noted that they were incredibly lucky the new Brockeslaw Lord did not possess sacred blood, meaning he should be relatively easy to eliminate. When Andrew asked if she planned to handle the assassination personally, she scoffed at the idea. Instead, her gaze drifted toward an ancient clock infused with a magical seal as she revealed her true strategy, declaring that the continent's most formidable vampire clan, Yup Persia, was about to launch a massive war of conquest. Back in the protagonist's world, his new dwarf avatar was already hard at work. A female subordinate reported that she had quickly gathered the requested data on metallurgy, explaining that she had utilized all of Heterosai's resources to fulfill the Lord's special order. Although the protagonist could not comprehend the detailed files on metal properties and hammering techniques just by looking at them, he remained confident that Howard's dwarven instincts would easily make sense of the information. He instructed her to forward the materials to Hubert's workshop the moment the teleportation circle's cooldown ended. The subordinate then shared an additional report, revealing that the Bianchi and Ho group was secretly contacting other factions. She promised to investigate further to uncover their exact identities. Wondering what they were plotting, the protagonist decided not to worry about the issue immediately. He felt completely certain that he could handle any future threats because time was heavily on his side. After all, 10 months of avatar growth in the other world equaled only a single month on Earth. Meanwhile, the narrative shifted back to the second world, where a young child approached a grand castle. When a servant asked about her business, she casually demanded to see Mallow. Highly offended by her informal tone toward his master, the servant asked if she even had an appointment. The child scoffed at the idea, confidently stating that simply mentioning the name Breaky would be more than enough for them to recognize her. Calling her insolent, the servant ordered her to step back while he went to inform his master. Before the guard could leave, however, Mallow suddenly appeared behind him and dismissed the servant, stating that there was no need for such formalities. To the guard's utter bewilderment, Mallow immediately dropped to his knees to welcome the child, respectfully addressing her as Master Brokislack. Acknowledging the warm greeting, the child noted that it had been a long time since they last met, leaving the servant completely shocked to hear that legendary title being used for a little girl. Realizing that the young child was actually the clan's legendary founder, the sacred blood Brokislack herself, Mallow nervously apologized for his inadequate greeting as he served her tea. The ancient vampire noted that Frisia was absent and instructed Mallow to simply call her Breaky, insisting that her full title sounded far too formal. Internally, Mallow panicked over this massive problem, wondering why she had arrived when her scheduled visit was still 20 years away. Breaky then commented on the strange encounter with the guard at the door. She observed that while the servant's core essence remained the same, he had undergone too many incomprehensible changes, which explained why he had failed to recognize his own master. When Mallow tried to feign ignorance, Breaky warned him not to deny it, pointing out that Mallow himself had experienced similar unusual alterations. Knowing he could never win a fight against the powerful founder, Mallow silently cursed his terrible luck, stressing over the fact that she had shown up exactly when Lord Hines was away. Curious about how a descendant who shared her blood could change so drastically, Breaky demanded to know the whereabouts of the person responsible for these mutations. Realizing she had known the truth all along and was merely testing him, Mallow admitted that Hines was currently absent. Unbothered, Breaky decided to stay and wait for his return, ordering the guest quarters to be prepared. Left to her own thoughts, the founder found the entire situation deeply fascinating. She had always dreamed that strengthening their bloodline through evolution could one day allow vampires to walk in the light. Waking from her long slumber to discover someone who had actually turned that dream into reality was thrilling. She eagerly anticipated meeting this individual, viewing him simultaneously as a praiseworthy descendant and a traitor who had dared to rebel against his own blood. Meanwhile, deep within the freezing forest, a man began shouting loudly, ordering anyone hiding nearby to reveal themselves. Shaking the ground with a massive leap, Harley suddenly landed alongside the dwarf and the young elf girl. Startled by his dramatic entrance, his companions admitted he had scared them, but quickly asked if he was all right. They noted that his successful monster hunt had left him looking remarkably energetic, despite claiming it was a tough battle. When one of the men pointed out that strange scales had suddenly appeared on his skin, Harley simply laughed it off, casually pretending he hadn't even noticed the mutation. Eager to move on, the warrior warned the group that another beast could show up at any moment, urging everyone to hurry back to the Iron Fortress. Following his lead, they immediately sprinted toward the city as fast as their legs could carry them. As Harley carried the dwarf, Gionic pointed out the warrior's incredible strength, noting that he had returned from his solo hunt even more powerful than before. However, the dwarf suspiciously asked why he could no longer feel Aline's presence, wondering if Harley had failed to protect the tool or if an unexpected accident had occurred. Knowing that he planned to leave Gionic in charge of Howard's education, the protagonist realized he could not afford to let the situation become complicated. To smooth things over, Harley told the dwarf that there was a deeply touching explanation for the item's disappearance, proceeding to invent a completely fabricated dramatic tale. In his fictional narrative, Harley explained that his battle with the primary beast was going as expected until he suddenly found himself trapped by multiple layers of enemies. Although he fought with everything he had, the overwhelming numbers slowly pushed him to his limits. Just as a surprise attack approached from behind, leaving him bracing for certain death, a sudden shattering noise echoed across the battlefield. Turning around, he discovered Aline broken on the ground, having bravely intercepted the fatal blow to save his life. Stricken with fake grief, he swore to avenge her sacrifice and promised never to forget the debt he owed. Driven by this sorrow, Harley claimed he let out a ferocious roar, suddenly growing scales and emitting a blazing red aura like an awakened legendary fighter. Before the terrified monster horde could even process his transformation, he mercilessly obliterated every single creature in his path, dedicating the absolute slaughter to Aline's memory. Hearing Harley's tragic tale, the dwarf began to sob uncontrollably. The warrior continued his fabricated story, explaining that just as his thirst for revenge had reached its absolute peak, He suddenly realized that dragon blood flowed through his veins, a miraculous discovery made possible only by Aline's final sacrifice. Deeply moved, the dwarf deduced that Harley likely had a dragonkin ancestor from about 300 years ago, noting that such historical knowledge was probably lost during the Great War. Pleased with this highly plausible explanation, Harley agreed with the dwarf's theory, secretly deciding to adopt this convenient backstory permanently. The dwarf praised the concept of a hero awakening his dormant dragon blood during a crisis, stating it was the perfect material for a heroic legend and confirming his initial belief that Harley was truly extraordinary. The warrior simply offered a modest, awkward reply to the compliment. Their conversation was cut short when the knight spotted their destination just beyond a nearby ridge. Pointing toward the iron fortress, he suddenly froze in horror and urged the group to look closer. The city's entrance had been transformed into a gruesome battlefield, completely littered with the corpses of various monsters. Standing victorious above the carnage was an imposing mutant minotaur. Realizing that the beast had already reached the gates and that everyone inside was in terrible danger, the knight insisted they hurry. Eager to consume the giant creature, Harley accidentally suggested they hurry up and eat, but he quickly corrected himself, stating they needed to go save the citizens. The terrifying minotaur had effortlessly slaughtered the Holy Order's priests, the Magic Tower's mages, and even a skilled mercenary company gathered from across the continent. Refusing to let the destruction continue, Harley launched himself through the air. Before the beast could even register the sudden aerial attack, the warrior landed squarely on its back and grabbed its horn. Hearing the creature being referred to as the monster of Turok, Harley decided to teach the massive bull what a real monster looked like. He immediately manifested his thick dragon scales and mercilessly tore the beast's horn right off its head. Mocking the creature's pain, he challenged the angry beast to a brutal contest of raw strength, treating the deadly clash like a wild rodeo between man and bull. Driven by rage, the two combatants charged at each other with unnatural speed, creating a violent blur of flying blood as a stunned guard watched from the sidelines. When the violent exchange ended, the giant bull initially appeared to still be standing upright. However, a moment later, the beast collapsed to its knees, missing an arm and its remaining horns, before falling completely lifeless against the dirt. Standing victorious over the massive carcass, Harley casually admitted the creature was impressive, but ultimately inferior to him. Watching the beast fall, the surviving guards erupted into ecstatic cheers, celebrating their unbelievable survival and the final defeat of the monster. While the other fighters celebrated their hard-won victory, Harley quietly tucked one of the Minotaur's massive horns into his inventory. He figured the huge object, which humorously reminded him of a betrayed friend from the real world, would eventually make excellent crafting material for Howard to forge new equipment. Focusing on his ultimate prize, the warrior proceeded to consume the beast's remains along with its valuable mana gem. As he ate, a system alert confirmed that his internal skill was successfully keeping the newly absorbed madness under control. Feeling the fresh surge of energy, he amusedly noted that absorbing Minotaur genes would undoubtedly enhance his lower body strength. Impressed by this incredible performance, a royal knight approached to congratulate Harley, crediting him entirely for their survival. The protagonist modestly brushed off the praise before the soldier informed him that Lord Tarman Aeonia had personally requested an immediate audience. Although the guard suggested taking a moment to rest after such a grueling fight, Harley had already darted off toward the destination. Approaching the snow-covered castle, he reached for the heavy doors but was quickly intercepted by the guards. His companion anxiously reminded him to mind his manners, fearing that Harley's usual foolish demeanor might cause political trouble. Slightly offended, the warrior defended his etiquette, confidently insisting his manners were flawless, before boldly announcing his arrival to the room. Stepping inside, the mercenary was officially welcomed by Tarman Aeonia, the wealthy ruler of the county. The lord invited the famously strong warrior to take a seat, mentioning the countless praises he had heard about his combat skills. Prompted by a subtle nudge from his companion to behave properly, Harley awkwardly offered a formal greeting. He loudly claimed that he simply performed the tasks he was paid for, accidentally spraying a bit of saliva toward the nobleman in his loud excitement. Despite this clumsy attempt at respect, the lord remained highly amused and genuinely impressed by the mercenary's raw presence. Acknowledging Harley's massive contribution to the recent battle, the lord declared that a proper reward was in order and offered him a prestigious position as an official knight of the county. To the absolute shock of everyone in the room, Harley flatly rejected the grand offer. When an angry guard loudly scolded the mercenary for his disrespectful refusal and clueless expression, the Lord quickly intervened to calm the room. Instead of an official title, Harley simply requested a high-quality axe for combat. The nobleman generously agreed to commission a custom weapon from Geonic, prompting Harley to praise the ruler's expected generosity. Beneath the polite exchange, however, a silent battle of wits was taking place. While the Lord confidently believed he would eventually find a way to recruit the stubborn warrior, Harley secretly planned to continuously string the nobleman along to maximize his own profit, proving that both men were simply trying to manipulate one another. A sudden chill filled the air as the focus shifted back to the merchant avatar. An assistant soon informed him that Howard's workshop was completely finished, assuring him that top-tier facilities and personnel had been arranged to support the dwarf. Pleased with the update, the merchant instructed his subordinate to fulfill any of Howard's future needs through the guild, emphasizing that the craftsman should be treated with the exact same respect as himself and Harley. The assistant readily agreed to follow these orders. While strolling through the area with his usual detail of 4 guards, the merchant quickly sensed that something was wrong. He noticed an unexpected 5th presence sneaking among his escorts. Before he could fully process the danger, the disguised attacker praised his sharp instincts but coldly declared it was too late. In a sudden flash of violence, the protagonist was struck down, collapsing to the pavement in a pool of blood as his life slipped away. Amidst the chaos and the panicked cries of his real guards, he shockingly realized his attacker was a vampire, wondering why such a creature would target him. Although the fatal blow momentarily ended his life, a system notification instantly flashed, and the merchant miraculously gasped back to reality. As his frantic guards checked on him and urged him to get to safety, another alert explained his sudden revival. His passive immunity to instant death had automatically triggered, downgrading the lethal strike to critical damage and locking the skill for 24 hours. He knew perfectly well that without this specific ability, he would have been permanently killed. Judging the attack, he deduced the assassin was at least a pure-blood vampire, which made him question why such a high-level agent was sent after a simple businessman. Realizing the enemy would inevitably return upon discovering his survival, the merchant decided to retreat immediately and leave the investigation to Hans. He informed his bewildered guards that he would handle all future business matters remotely through Howard. Because these guards had been recommended by the 3 southern warriors, he felt he could trust them. Stating his urgent need for medical treatment, Hubert abruptly unsummoned himself, vanishing into thin air right in front of his shocked escorts. Later that evening, inside a distant castle, a leader gathered his key followers to ensure everyone was prepared for their upcoming plans. Addressing Clan Lord Visk Yup Persia, a true-blood vampire named Theodore delivered a crucial update regarding their operation in Tarek. He confirmed that they had successfully eliminated the merchant secretly allied with the Brokazla clan, successfully diverting their rivals' attention. Highly pleased with the news, the leader praised an operative named Klein for the successful hit, proudly declaring that this assassination had officially opened the gates of war. Modestly dismissing the praise, the operative stated that the assassination had been a very simple task. The timing proved to be excellent, as the group had just finished verifying the intelligence gathered from the challenge oath, and they were proud to announce that the Bloodgate was finally complete. After the leader verified that the portal's coordinates were set correctly, the subordinate detailed their strategy. They planned to regroup in the city of Rapella first before advancing toward Teleria, noting that the final leg of the journey would only take about half a day. Pondering the situation, the clan lord thought about the mysterious vampire who had recently seized control of Brokazla. Eager to personally confront this unknown ruler, he excitedly ordered his entire army to prepare for the immediate march on Teleria. Far away, Olivia relentlessly continued her intelligence-gathering mission for the immortal king. Her spectral servants bitterly complained that the intense workload would surely kill them, but the lady completely ignored their exhausted pleas. Alongside tracking the challenge oath, she had also been assigned to locate the vampire responsible for Hubert's murder. Even though her banshees had thoroughly searched the entire continent, they had failed to find a single clue. Deciding to conclude the day's search at the city of Rapella, she suddenly noticed something highly unusual. A suspicious portal radiating red energy opened in the distance, and several unnaturally pale figures stepped out. Relieved by this lucky discovery, the spirits happily informed their mistress that they had found their targets. Knowing the critical importance of this event, Olivia immediately reached out to report the situation directly to the King of the Undead. Observing the events from a great distance, The immortal king quickly recognized the situation as a full-scale invasion by a rival vampire faction. This revelation made him realize that the recent assassination attempt on Hubert was actually a calculated distraction meant to divide their forces. Since the Central Eupersia clan boasted the strongest military among the three major vampire families, with the Eastern Opepo being the other remaining power, both he and Olivia strongly suspected they were the culprits behind the attack. Concluding that Brokosla's current defenses would easily fall against such a formidable enemy, the king knew he had to deploy reinforcements right away. Meanwhile, back at Heinz's castle, the servant Mulo was busy managing paperwork. His quiet work was briefly interrupted when Lady Breaky announced her presence at the door, prompting the servant to politely welcome the ancient princess inside. Sensing an unusual shift in the atmosphere, Lady Breaky suddenly commanded Mullo to brace for an imminent attack. Confused by the abrupt order when everything seemed peaceful, the servant asked what was happening. She explained that she was experiencing a strong premonition and sternly warned him to stop chattering, asking if she looked like someone who made up nonsense. Even though preparing for battle so unexpectedly was hard to accept, the intuition of a sacred blood vampire was absolute. Despite her holy status, her fierce combat presence was often compared to that of a demon. Since Heinz was still absent and could not be relied upon for support, she stressed that they had to set up the castle's defenses right away. Meanwhile, the Yup Persia clan had assembled its entire elite army, bringing together 4 true blood vampires and 44 pure bloods. Confident that Brokosla would be wiped out effortlessly, the clan's leader decided to skip any lengthy speeches and ordered an immediate march on Teleria to catch their enemies off guard. His loyal subjects quickly agreed to the plan. However, just before setting off, the Vampire King suddenly felt a cold chill. He stared suspiciously at the moonlit sky, prompting a servant to ask if anything was amiss. Dismissing the unsettling sensation as mere imagination, Lord Visk Yup Persia, a sacred blood vampire himself, reassured his troops that they were merely facing a leaderless rabble. Certain of his overwhelming power, he boldly promised to eradicate Brokosla before the day was over. Watching the situation unfold from high above using his Eye of the Abyss, the immortal king noted that the enemy army had started its advance. Realizing that fighting a sacred blood vampire from Yup Persia would be incredibly difficult, he quickly considered his options. Since Heinz's summoning ability was still cooling down, his own direct intervention would draw too much attention, and Heinrich was strictly confined to the holy ground. Thus, he concluded that the perfect candidate for this mission was Harley, the mercenary who already harbored a deep grudge against the vampires for attacking Hubert. Wishing the warrior would arrive quickly, the king watched as Harley struggled with a completely different problem elsewhere. The massive fighter was currently arguing with a group of screaming guards who mistook him for a dangerous ogre. Despite showing them his official identification, the soldiers refused to believe someone of his size could be human and ordered his capture, leaving a highly frustrated Harley wondering how many times he would have to endure this exact misunderstanding. As the Yup Persia forces finally approached and analyzed the rival city, Lord Visk sensed a familiar, unpleasant presence and noted that the situation had just become much more interesting. When a subordinate asked what he meant, the king revealed that the ancient ghost of Brokosla had apparently returned from the grave. This shocking news caused the servant to stutter nervously, terrified that the legendary Sacred Blood founder was actually inside the castle. Disgusted by his minion's fear, Visk angrily asked why her presence mattered when the mighty king of Yup Persia was leading them. The servant tried to clarify that he was only worried about the massive casualties they might suffer, but the irritated ruler swiftly cut him off. Declaring that their clan had absolutely no equals, Visk commanded his troops to proceed with the attack immediately, completely undeterred by the ancient threat awaiting them inside. Lady Breaky admired Teleria's castle, noting that even a queen would praise its flawless magical barrier. She casually asked Mulo about the rest of their defensive preparations. He reported that they had gathered every available fighter, though he admitted their numbers were still critically low. Remaining entirely carefree, Breaky joked that they had no other option since the enemy was already at their doorstep. When the servant nervously asked if she could pinpoint the attacker's current position, she confidently confirmed that they were about to breach the room at that very second. Right on cue, the invading vampires shattered the windows to make a dramatic entrance. Standing face to face with his ancient rival, the Yup Persia leader mocked Brokoslak for clinging to life, claiming he had assumed she was already on the brink of death. He arrogantly promised to personally close her eyes forever. Unfazed by his threats, the ancient founder simply sighed, calling him a silly, annoying child who only knew how to brag about himself. Standing nearby, Mulot trembled with absolute terror. Being trapped in the same room as two sacred blood vampires was overwhelming, and he realized that even if Lady Breaky could defeat the enemy king, they were still hopelessly outnumbered by 4 true blood opponents. Despite the terrifying odds, Mulot knew they had one remaining advantage. Determined to punish the invaders for stepping onto Brockoslack territory, he activated a powerful blood barrier designed to boost their allies' strength. Calling upon Brisha and the rest of the guard to handle the unwanted guests, he instructed them to protect Lady Breaky at all costs, explaining that maintaining the complex spell prevented him from joining the physical fight himself. Amused but practical, the enemy king decided not to waste time on useless struggles and lunged straight for Mulot, figuring that killing the caster would instantly drop the annoying shield. Before the king's sharp claws could slice Mulot's neck, Lady Breaky intervened. She effortlessly blocked the lethal strike and forced the invader back, asking if the arrogant youngster was foolish enough to underestimate her. Frustrated, the enemy leader warned the ghost not to interfere with his plans, declaring that he would eliminate her first in a one-on-one duel. The ancient founder calmly replied that the unruly child clearly needed to be disciplined. With their leaders engaged, the two opposing armies finally clashed. The Brockoslack defenders were ordered to send the trespassers straight to hell, while the Yup Persia troops were commanded to crush the defending insects and put them in their proper place. As the chaotic battle rapidly escalated, a sudden disturbance caught everyone off guard. A massive, clawed hand suddenly pierced right through the magical barrier from the outside. The vampires froze in shock, terrified by the realization that someone was forcefully tearing down the shield with his bare hands. The intruder was Harley, sporting a psychotic grin and his striking red hair. He stared directly at the enemy assassin, declaring that he had finally tracked down the person responsible for gutting the weak merchant, Hubert. Confused by this unexpected threat, the enemy forces wondered if this imposing warrior was actually talking about their recent assassination target. Realizing the immediate danger of Harley's intimidating presence, Lord Theodore frantically questioned Klein about the exact details of his previous mission, demanding to know if the assassin had truly erased all his tracks as promised. Despite the assassin's desperate attempts to deny any mistakes, his superior quickly pointed out that an enemy had clearly tracked him right to their doorstep. Taking advantage of their distracted conversation, Brissia launched a flawless surprise attack, landing a heavy punch directly on the vampire's mouth. Cursing the situation, the struck vampire demanded that his subordinates call for the other nobles, clearly frustrated by the woman's impressive strength. Meanwhile, the warrior was eager to test out his newly acquired abilities. As system notifications confirmed the activation of his vital aura, berserk mode, and madness, thick dragon scales began to form across his body. The sudden mutation left the enemy servants completely horrified, wondering what kind of scaled beast had just appeared. Grouping all the vampires together as his enemies, the warrior silently vowed to make them suffer for what they did to Hubert. He then proceeded to slaughter the Yup Persia followers one by one, tearing through them as if they were nothing more than ordinary, weak monsters. Observing the massacre, the Yup Persia leader demanded to know who else the ancient founder had brought to the battle. Unfazed, she replied that she owed him no explanations, secretly just as confused as he was about the monstrous intruder's sudden arrival. Dismissing the issue, the enemy king boasted that the fight would be brief due to his men's superior competence. Soon, the two sacred blood leaders engaged in a clash so incredibly fast that an onlooker couldn't even track their movements. To a normal eye, they appeared to be standing completely still, battling entirely with their minds in a legendary clash of causality exclusive to superior bloodlines. Eventually, the enemy king mocked the ancient ghost for making a fatal error, using the opening to completely sever her arm. Acknowledging the severe injury, the founder realized her opponent was fighting with absolute dedication. Remembering that he used to be quite weak in the past, she admitted to herself that age might finally be catching up with her. Returning to the chaotic skirmish, one of the desperately outmatched vampires silently pleaded for backup against the relentless intruder. Embodying the sheer fury of an insane dragon, the warrior crushed everything in his path. During the carnage, he noticed that the sacred blood lady of Brockoslack was in grave danger. Realizing that waiting for Heinz's return might result in a tragedy, he decided to go all out and combine every weapon in his arsenal. Activating his mutagen, raging beast mode, the Kalka combat style, his vital aura, the jewel eye, and finally his subjugation ability, the warrior initiated a massive transformation. By merging all these incredible powers, his body shifted into an entirely new, horrifying form. Even the vampires, who were terrifying creatures themselves, stared in utter disbelief, wondering what kind of nightmare had just materialized before them. They realized that this creature was far beyond a simple chimera. Basking in his new shape, the warrior felt absolutely incredible, finally experiencing the true, terrifying potential of the mad dragon he had recently consumed. Smiling excitedly, Harley announced his readiness and charged forward with the sheer force of a wild bull. Panicking at the sight of the attack, the enemy guards desperately called for cover fire, completely unsure of how to safely intervene to protect Lord Bisk. As the warrior launched his assault directly at the vampire leader, an invisible barrier suddenly blocked his hands, causing his tough scales to crack upon contact. This powerful shield was the sacred blood's domain of causality. Refusing to be stopped, Harley merged the abilities of his jewel eye with the heart of the mad dragon. Letting out a ferocious roar, he physically forced the barrier open with his bare hands, ultimately shattering it into pieces. This unbelievable display of raw strength left both rival lords entirely stunned, prompting the enemy king to demand the identity of the maniac attacking him. After verifying that the enemy leader was indeed the boss of the invading vampires, Harley introduced himself as the representative of their recent victim. When Bisk expressed genuine confusion, the mercenary lost his patience and resorted to immediate violence. He stated that if the culprit did not recognize his own crime, a solid punch to the face would easily make him understand what it felt like to be a victim. Although Harley confidently landed a heavy blow and asked how it felt, Bisk arrogantly brushed the attack off. The Lord claimed the warrior was merely experiencing hallucinations within the causality space, boasting that such a trivial strike could never harm a sacred blood vampire. Unbothered by the insult, Harley calmly pointed out that the arrogant leader had completely missed his true intention, revealing that the punch was nothing more than a calculated distraction. Seizing the perfect opportunity created by the mercenary's interference, the queen swiftly struck the distracted Lord Bisk, dealing a severe and damaging blow to his neck. She gracefully thanked Harley for his help, noting that his actions had successfully restored the balance of their duel. Satisfied with his contribution, Harley turned his attention away from the bosses and faced the angry guards. As the furious minions swore they would never let him approach their lord again, the warrior simply grinned. He explained that fighting them was exactly what he wanted, confidently adding that someone else would handle their boss. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the red-haired assassin found himself surrounded by lifeless vampire bodies. Shocked by how easily the defenders were overcoming their numerical disadvantage, he nervously wondered if Brockislack had always been this powerful. Realizing his life was in grave danger if he couldn't push forward, the assassin suddenly noticed his surroundings shifting as he was pulled into an isolated space. Before he could fully process the trap, a mysterious vampire materialized right in front of him. When the frightened redhead demanded to know the newcomer's identity, the stranger coldly replied that he was there for the man who had dared to harm Hubert. Without wasting another word, their allied vampire swiftly reached forward and grabbed the assassin's heart, leaving the redhead groaning in unimaginable agony. Deeply regretting his decision to accept the assassination mission, the red-haired vampire frantically wondered about the true identities of both the scaled monster and the new vampire standing before him. He couldn't help but question what kind of extraordinary human Hubert actually was to command such terrifying protectors. Meanwhile, having just finished draining the assassin's blood, Heinz silently reasoned that the merchant was destined to become a massive figure who would one day control the entire continent's commerce. Soon after the meal, system alerts informed Heinz that he had collected a new vampiric factor. His physical abilities received a significant boost thanks to a special mixed blood skill. Since it was his first time activating this ability in Auterica, and his very first experience consuming blood outside the Brockislack lineage, a wave of anxious excitement washed over him. Deciding it was time to finalize their triumph, he triggered his concealment, invisibility, and blood mystery skills before moving out. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the bespectacled second-in-command of the Upersha clan was struggling under the relentless pressure of the Brockislack maiden. Frustrated by how wildly the situation had strayed from his careful calculations, he found it impossible to believe that the rival clan was actually this powerful. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a new voice asking if he was indeed the Upersha clan's vice leader. The unexpected question froze both combatants in place, allowing Bredea to recognize the newcomer as her newly arrived lord. Staring intently at the bespectacled man, Heinz realized that if this enemy held the same administrative role as Mulo, he would be an incredibly useful asset to recruit. Remembering how convenient it was to have an efficient manager around, a wicked smile spread across his face. Unnerved by the unsettling grin, the Upersha commander demanded to know why the stranger was staring at him. Heinz formally introduced himself as the new ruler of the Brockislak dynasty. When the bespectacled man replied that he was already aware of this fact, Heinz cheerfully noted that it was perfect, boldly predicting that he would soon become the man's master as well. While the enemy commander internally dismissed the claim as the ramblings of a lunatic, he allowed himself to become fatally distracted by Heinz's bizarre presence. Seizing the perfect opening, Bridea restrained him firmly from behind. As Heinz slowly closed the distance, the captive's terror skyrocketed, prompting him to desperately beg for mercy. Ignoring the pleas, Heinz sank his fangs into the man's neck, initiating the dark modification process that served as his primary method for turning rival vampires into loyal servants. Finally, the focus shifted back to the monumental clash between the two sacred bloodline leaders, where a battered Visk desperately questioned how their flawless invasion had spiraled into such a disaster. Wondering where the treacherous members of the rebellion department had disappeared to, Visk realized the allies who had sworn to protect him in times of danger were nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, outside the castle walls, the immortal king surveyed the battlefield with his Abyssi skill actively scanning the area. Surrounded by fallen bodies, he was genuinely shocked by the sheer size of the rebel forces sent to assist the enemy lord. Eager to meet their leader, the king smiled wickedly as he promised the defeated soldiers a much better place and purpose under his command. Experiencing this triumphant moment warmed Heinz's heart. He reflected on how completely different he felt since evolving into a pure-blood vampire, specifically noting the pleasant absence of his previous painful side effects. Inside the fortress, the ancient founder finally approached the protagonist. The sacred blood vampire admitted she'd always been curious about the incredible boy who had managed to become the clan's new master. After Heinz politely thanked the saint for her praise, she casually requested that he drop the formal titles and simply call her Breaky. Their pleasant introductions were cut short when Heinz pointed out they had kept their enemy waiting long enough. Enraged by the idea of a mere pureblood mocking him to his face, Lord Visk swore that none of them would leave the room alive. Dripping blood from his hands, the furious leader charged aggressively at the protagonist. Drawing his blood sword, Heinz desperately tried to block the lord's ferocious assault. The brutal clash left the young master increasingly wounded with every passing strike, but he eventually managed to land a few solid counterattacks, forcing his opponent to pause and heal. Taking full advantage of the lord's momentary distraction, Harley suddenly reappeared. Refusing to be forgotten, the warrior delivered a devastating punch straight to Visk's ribs, causing the enemy to cough up blood and groan in agony. The battered lord cursed his attackers as shameless cowards who had sunk to the lowest levels of depravity. However, Breaky quickly stepped in to point out his hypocrisy. She sharply asked where his own treacherous allies had gone before launching her own direct assault. Realizing he was now trapped in a desperate 3-on-1 battle, Visk stubbornly declared that the future king of all vampires could not possibly die in such a pathetic place. Driven by madness, the arrogant lord attempted a desperate technique to save himself. Breaky quickly scolded his extreme rudeness, noting that he was trying to steal power by literally devouring his own followers. She sternly warned the foolish ruler that forcefully consuming the blood of vampires outside his direct lineage would only result in a highly agonizing death filled with endless screaming. Having already grown somewhat accustomed to devouring his enemies, Heinz sank his fangs deep into the defeated lord's throat. As his life slipped away, Visk internally panicked, wondering if it was truly possible for this man to inherit sacred blood from an entirely different lineage. Whispering to his dying opponent, Heinz assured Viska that he did not need to worry about his clan's future, promising that he would take command of all his followers and continue the Uparsha legacy himself. Accepting that his end had finally come, the fallen lord reflected on his lifelong dream. He had always wanted to unite every vampire family under a single banner, believing he was the chosen leader destined to guide their kind out of the darkness and into eternal glory. However, that grand illusion shattered the moment he encountered this new, undeniable king. Despite finding himself in such a pathetic situation, Viska realized he was actually laughing, feeling a strange sense of longing for the sheer scale of his conqueror's ambition. Following his rival's death, the protagonist immediately began to transform. A bright red aura of blood enveloped his body, marking the official birth of a new sacred bloodline within Eureka. A series of system notifications quickly popped up, confirming that he had met the necessary conditions for growth. His true blood relation skill officially evolved into the Sacred Blood Ties ability. As his facial features simultaneously began to shift and refine, further alerts announced that his concealment and invisibility skills had merged into a brand new specialized power called Erase Existence. The system updated his status to a Sacred Blood Vampire, explaining that his mixed blood trait had allowed him to forcefully inherit the Uparsha lineage. This evolution granted him a slight degree of control over both the rival clan and the flow of causality itself. Experiencing a sudden, massive boost in his transcendental perception, his senses seemed to overlap, allowing him to perceive time and space with absolute clarity. Feeling the currents of causality flowing around him, Heinz marveled at the incredible power of his newly acquired sacred blood. Looking at the ancient founder, Heinz silently acknowledged that he would have surely lost the battle without her crucial assistance. Unsettled by his intense stare, she grew visibly confused, jokingly wondering if he was planning to devour her next. Meanwhile, Harley broke the tension, laughing as he mentioned that the chaotic situation had allowed him to witness something truly rare. Stating that he had successfully achieved his revenge, the warrior announced his departure, humorously adding that he had literally quit his job just to make the trip. Heinz expressed his deep gratitude for the mercenaries' massive help, but Harley casually brushed off the thanks. He explained that since the enemies had targeted his friend first, getting involved was simply the right thing to do. Clarifying that he wasn't officially affiliated with Hubert's company, the warrior declared he was heading back to Turok before taking off and flying toward his home city. Watching the mercenary fly away, the ancient lady eyed his departure with deep suspicion, questioning if it was truly wise to let such a mysterious young man leave so easily. Heinz reassured her that there was no need to worry because he had already thoroughly investigated the warrior beforehand. Trusting his judgment, she agreed to let the matter go. Turning his attention back to the ruined battlefield, Heinz smiled brightly when he noticed several enemy vampires lying on the ground, still drawing breath. Delighted by the outcome, he happily noted that their family was about to welcome some brand new members. A sudden explosion shattered the peace at an unknown location, which was eventually revealed as the Tulku Kingdom hideout for the Pledge of Challenge. Emerging from the smoke, Karam, a fearsome legion commander of the undead army, left 3 enemy apostles utterly stunned. Having recently lost contact with several of their branches, the apostles had mistakenly blamed the holy orders, only to horrifyingly realize the undead were actually responsible. One of the skeletal warriors openly mocked their slow realization as pure foolishness. Shortly after, the Immortal King's strict orders arrived, commanding Dwell and Karam to ensure there were no survivors. The undead commanders immediately accepted the royal decree without question. Meanwhile, the protagonist was busy inspecting the hideout when the queen approached to ask why she had been summoned. He directed her attention to the captured members of the Pledge of Challenge who had recently attempted to infiltrate Teleria. Pointing out that an executive was hidden among the prisoners, he ordered the queen to interrogate them thoroughly and discover the exact location of their leader. She respectfully agreed to carry out his will, completely ignoring the desperate screams of the terrified captives as they begged the ghostly beings to stay away. The scene then shifted to a much more peaceful setting, filled with the rhythmic sounds of sword forging. Working the metal, the blacksmith noted how vastly different the crafting sensation felt compared to a human's touch, proving he was truly part of an artisan race. While Hubert gathered theoretical information back on Earth, the practical training in Alterica progressed at 10 times the normal speed. By carefully controlling the bellows and managing the rising heat, the dwarf confidently aimed to become the world's greatest craftsman. Watching this progress, the protagonist noticed that Hubert's injuries were healing much faster than anticipated, thanks to a powerful combination of Alterica's holy law and hyper-recovery. Although he considered sending the merchant back via the next teleportation circle, he quickly dismissed the idea upon realizing that Hubert's departure would force him to study metallurgy himself. Determined to avoid that tedious task, he opened his system panel and accessed the Karma shop. His balance had grown to an impressive 120,122 points, largely due to Heinz recently absorbing the sacred blood. Even though the enhancement prices had increased, he knew he had no other choice but to spend his points to solve his current problem. Upon purchasing the upgrade, he received a notification stating that his avatar's potential had increased, allowing him to select a few basic traits during the creation process. Eager to test this feature, he initiated the avatar creation sequence. Among the initial skill options like clairvoyance and ice resistance, a trait called Bond of Connection caught his eye. The system explained that this ability provided special bonuses when forming contracts, making it absolutely perfect for a mage or a summoner like Harris, the spirit elementalist. Thrilled by the fun possibilities, he finalized his choice and watched as a handsome new avatar materialized. He named the young man Hesperon, confidently assigning him the destiny of becoming the ultimate summoner. Finally, the focus moved to the Saintess, who was being informed by an attendant that every single invited faction had successfully arrived at the Continental Summit. She solemnly reflected that these groups had only decided to unite because the spreading madness had finally become impossible to ignore. Despite their previous passivity, she believed that today's meeting would bring about significant changes. Deep in thought, the Saintess quietly prayed that their land's future would finally be guided onto the right path. Meanwhile, a flurry of activity consumed the back of the church as the staff hurriedly worried about food shortages and ensured all the lodgings were properly organized. At the main gate, the highest-ranking church officials stood in quiet anticipation, waiting for the historic Continental Summit to officially commence. This unprecedented gathering brought together all the land's defending heroes. Notably, the Central Assyrian Empire and the Rohan Duchy had only agreed to participate after suffering direct attacks from the spreading madness, guaranteeing that the upcoming discussions would be highly tense. As the magical portal finally activated, the eagerly awaited delegation from the Elven Kingdom, hailing from the Inamil continent's capital of Drasha, stepped through. The narrative then shifted to a recent memory of an elf named Harris, enjoying a peaceful moment in the woods. Basking in the gentle breeze and delicate sunlight, he found the natural environment deeply soothing for both his body and soul. During this quiet time, he affectionately admired his newest treasure, a magnificent bow named Themis. He reflected on how the weapon had been crafted from a branch freely given by the world tree itself, before being enhanced with spirit magic and fairy fire to create a highly versatile masterpiece. Fully embracing his poetic connection to nature, the incredibly skilled and handsome elf cherished the weapon so much that he even kissed it, believing it was a prize meant only for the most worthy owners. While he was marveling at his new bow, a series of system notifications suddenly appeared to inform him that he had met his growth requirements. Simply by relaxing and appreciating his surroundings, his basic familiarity with nature had evolved into a special integration skill. Although he deeply wished he could remain there indefinitely to admire the world tree's beauty, he knew his responsibilities would soon force him to leave. He briefly drifted off to sleep, but was abruptly awakened by his medium-level sonic spirit, Decibels. The spirit, whose sound isolation abilities had grown incredibly useful since its recent upgrade, alerted him that someone was approaching, prompting Harris to immediately drop his soundproof barrier. The visitor turned out to be Sapphire, the current king's daughter. Harris could not help but notice that the princess grew more beautiful with every passing day, and he realized he was likely falling in love with her. Staring at her striking eyes, he noted that she looked remarkably different that morning. She quickly explained that she had dressed specifically for the Continental Summit, carefully styling herself based entirely on the stories he had previously shared about the continent. Harris was secretly amazed that his tales had influenced her preparations so heavily, briefly wondering if she thought he had exaggerated his accounts. He then reflected on how drastically the princess had transformed since their early school days, when she used to treat him so poorly. Now she constantly asked about him and always offered warm, kind greetings. Seeking his approval, Sapphire asked what he thought of the massive amount of luggage she had packed, proudly noting that she had even included his belongings. Although he knew they wouldn't need many supplies since they were taking the fast wind route, he decided not to ruin her excitement. Instead, he warmly praised her thoughtful preparations, allowing her to fully enjoy the moment before they eagerly rushed off to begin their journey. Realizing they were the last ones to finish getting ready, the group quickly prepared to leave. When she worriedly asked if her heavy luggage was too much for him to carry alone, he casually dismissed her concerns and urged everyone to finally set off on their journey. Back in the present day, the attendees safely arrived at the great temple of Rosalia. The saint warmly welcomed the guests, who expressed their deep gratitude while noting how unfortunate it was that such a grave crisis had brought them all together. They shared a mutual hope for a positive and peaceful resolution. Standing nearby, a remarkably shy little elf formally introduced herself as Cecile Granwood, a high-ranking representative of the Elven Kingdom. Finding her incredibly adorable, the saint warmly greeted the girl, expressing her relief at seeing the elf in such good health. While Cecile humbly accepted the kind words, the magical portal behind them remained highly active, constantly bringing in new arrivals. Amidst the growing crowd, the protagonist's two clones discreetly exchanged greetings as the various delegations continued to pour into the temple. Representatives from the Magic Tower Alliance, the Assyrian Empire, and the Mercenary Guild all stepped through the gate. Realizing that the most prominent leaders of Utrecht were finally gathered in a single location, the protagonist recognized a massive opportunity. He figured that if his avatars managed to make a strong impression on these influential figures, he might easily acquire a highly valuable karma treasure. Delighted by this promising prospect, the clones happily followed their guide toward their assigned resting quarters for the night. Elsewhere in the temple, the Elf King discussed recent events with Heinrich, specifically bringing up the grace granted by the Supreme Ruler. After Heinrich proudly confirmed the rumor, the king expressed his immense relief and his eagerness to collaborate in the near future, to which Heinrich promised his full support. Soon after, the guide finished showing the group to their rooms, politely reminding them to arrive at the meeting hall exactly on schedule. Although one of the girls tried to hide her mild disappointment about the situation, having expected it to be somewhat complicated from the start, she told herself to relax, while the narrator politely chose to ignore her awkward reaction. Eventually, all the delegates took their official seats around the grand table. The historic assembly included representatives from the Elf Kingdom, the Assyrian Empire, Titania, the Wildlands, and the Central Swamps, alongside the Duchess and Crown Prince Dennis of Rohan. Looking around the quiet room, Dennis felt deeply frustrated that the other leaders were acting as if everything was perfectly fine. Meanwhile, his own duchy was facing severe, escalating threats from the beasts of the northern mountains. He silently swore to himself that he would not leave this summit without securing some form of useful aid. The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically when the Saint and Heinrich, acting as the closest associates of the High Rulers, finally entered the hall. The sheer authority present made the room feel like an entirely different world. Being relatively new to her holy role, the young saint appeared visibly nervous about leading such an extraordinarily rare gathering. Representing the heavenly order, she formally thanked all the kings and emperors for traveling from far away despite their busy schedules, officially declaring the Continental Summit open. Addressing the attentive leaders, she laid out the terrifying main agenda. She announced that the third immortal king had openly revealed his existence to the world. She detailed how he had cleverly manipulated the celestial order to provoke a brutal war among the vampire clans, while simultaneously conducting twisted biological experiments deep within the monster forest. To make matters even worse, he had also orchestrated a deadly invasion of the Great Temple, resulting in countless casualties. These shocking revelations left everyone in the room completely stunned. Even Heinrich was caught off guard by the sheer scale of the crimes, realizing deep down that this mysterious enemy named Hans was a truly terrifying threat. The fundamental issue discussed at the summit was the Abyss Madness, an affliction that had rapidly infected the entire world. Following a series of investigations, the leaders determined that the only viable solution was to locate and permanently seal the core of this corruption. This revelation sparked immediate doubts among the attendees, who questioned whether such a core actually existed and how it could possibly be contained. Concluding that the immortal king must possess the core since he was responsible for spreading the madness, the Heavenly Order requested the combined strength of the gathered leaders to stop him. Suddenly, a harsh voice rang out across the hall, asking if the religious organization was simply trying to shift its own burdens onto the nation's shoulders. The objector was Simon Cart Assyrian, the crown prince of the Assyrian Empire. He sternly pointed out that if the Heavenly Order had properly managed the immortal king's fragments from the very beginning, the current disaster would never have happened. While his severe criticism visibly rattled the church representatives, the prince secretly rejoiced. He had always planned to undermine the religious regime to boost his own empire's authority, firmly believing he was the sole ruler destined to govern the land. Responding to the prince's bold interruption, the representative of the Heavenly Order firmly stated that avoiding responsibility was an act of cowardice. He defended his faction by recalling their bloody history, reminding everyone that they had never abandoned their duties during the devastating conflicts 1,300 years ago. Although he openly admitted their recent mistakes, he vowed that the Order would personally lead the vanguard in the upcoming war against the Immortal King, demonstrating their unwavering commitment to protecting the world. These profound words swept through the room, leaving the attendees completely stunned. To the bewildered kings and the saintess, the speaker sounded almost like a messiah destined to end the world's suffering. The heavenly order's integrity was instantly restored, leaving no room for further doubt or criticism. Realizing he had been completely outsmarted, the frustrated prince decided to step back and patiently observe the situation. Meanwhile, watching his karma rewards increase at an astonishing rate, the protagonist silently thanked the speaker for the heartwarming speech. He was pleased to see that the heavy tension in the room had significantly eased, and the crowd was now highly energized. Despite the renewed hope, several regions were still struggling with immediate crises. Representatives from the Duchy of Rohan expressed their desperate need for assistance, while another alliance argued that their own situation was even more critical due to being trapped by the northern desert on 3 sides. Acknowledging their deep concerns, the speaker emphasized the absolute necessity of standing united during such difficult times. When pressed for a concrete strategy, he finally revealed the true purpose of the summit. The leadership proposed the creation of a specialized, heroic commando brigade dedicated entirely to fighting the immortal king. The church's unexpected announcement caught everyone off guard, completely surprising the protagonist, who had no prior knowledge of this strategy. The officials introduced the Commando Heroes Brigade, formerly known as the Anti-Immortal King Special Strike Force. According to the proposed plan, the Continental Alliance Army would manage the broader battlefield, while this elite squad, united around the Saint, would carry the monumental burden of directly engaging and defeating the Immortal King to end the conflict. However, it quickly dawned on the attendees that joining this strike force was essentially a suicide mission. As the church explained that exceptional talents from every nation needed to be recruited, the political maneuvering immediately began. An Empire representative quickly nominated Viscountess Isaiah Pristan for the squad. The room generally agreed with this choice, acknowledging her as an incredibly powerful young witch who had rightfully earned her prestigious title during the Triberia Faries. Observing this exchange, the protagonist suspected that the Empire was simply using the mission to dispose of a political nuisance, wondering why else they would willingly sacrifice such a valuable asset. This dark trend soon spread across the room as leaders started volunteering renowned individuals from rival nations, such as a brilliant technician or the highly skilled Marquis of Sarrington from the Kingdom of Lisk. The protagonist realized that these politicians were treating his future unit like a convenient graveyard for their enemies. Despite their sinister intentions, he secretly promised himself that he would turn these discarded individuals into genuine heroes and ensure every single one of them returned home safely. He amused himself by imagining how shocked the manipulative leaders would be when that happened. Shortly after, the assembly wrapped up its first session. As the committee members filed out of the hall, they murmured about how exhausting the day had been, acknowledging that they still had many difficult topics left to discuss the following morning. While the meeting was still underway, the elf casually enjoyed the view while snacking on a meal he had retrieved from the copy cloud, noting that it was the perfect food for such a grand continental gathering. When his companion noticed and asked for a taste, he happily shared, though he secretly wished the summit wouldn't end so quickly now that his popcorn was completely gone. Suddenly, the glass windows began to slowly crack. Even though the elf already anticipated what was coming, the rest of the attendees panicked until someone urged them to keep their composure. The cause of the sudden disturbance was the dramatic arrival of the Immortal King, whose face was hidden behind a terrifying mask. He casually explained to the shocked crowd that his brief delay was simply due to finding a disguise appropriate for the day of reckoning. Outraged by the villain's audacity, the guards immediately commanded the Holy Knights and Knights Templar to assemble. Responding to the saint's urgent call, the knights hastily formed a sacred barrier. As golden light filled the main hall, it created a powerful aura that momentarily caught the Immortal King off guard. When the villain attempted to touch the glowing shield, he was forcefully pushed back, leading him to acknowledge its impressive strength. Still, he confidently mocked the people inside, pointing out how their limbs trembled with fear. Meanwhile, an observer couldn't help but notice how bizarre and cartoonishly evil the Immortal King's mask looked. Addressing Saint Heinrich directly, the villain declared that everything was proceeding exactly as planned. Now that he had boldly crashed the Continental Summit, the world leaders were forced to recognize the immediate danger, officially sparking the start of the war. The Immortal King arrogantly praised Heinrich's courage, but warned that his own strength had grown immensely, rendering the saint's efforts useless. In response, Heinrich firmly stated that the villain would be the one facing defeat. Amused by this bold claim, the king questioned the source of Heinrich's confidence. The saint revealed that he was far from alone, noting that since the enemy had forced their hand, the strongest fighters on the continent were ready to step in. He proudly highlighted the presence of High Elf Lavery, the Wildland representative Lionel, and Conblay, the current leader of the Mercenary Guild. However, the immortal king just laughed maniacally, dismissing the legendary warriors as useless fools. He quickly corrected Heinrich's assumption that the Alliance held the upper hand, instructing the heroes to look beneath their feet. Thrilled to finally test his new subordinates, the villain summoned Lady Ghoul's Fiona, the terrifying ghost Bigus, and the Death Knight Karam, commanding them to fight and bring glory to the King of Death. Refusing to let the vile creatures advance, the Elf King launched the first strike. He cast a powerful purification spell that triggered a massive explosion, instantly wiping out several skeletons, while angrily declaring that such evil souls would never stand in his way. With the first major clash successfully initiated between the ghostly forces and the Elven Kingdom, Zerion loudly ordered the complete destruction of the Immortal King's army, ensuring that all the vulnerable guests were quickly moved safely inside the glowing barrier. While the battle raged, Karam effortlessly tore through anyone who crossed his path, mocking his opponents as nothing more than entertaining scarecrows. He reminded his forces that the king had commanded the total slaughter of their enemies. Observing the chaos, the Alliance leaders noticed that the undead movement seemed strangely calculated, as if they were picking off specific targets rather than fighting randomly. One leader wondered if the scene was merely an illusion, while the Immortal King laughed, noting that everything was going perfectly. He admitted that while the world might find his methods repulsive, there was no way to avoid the coming destruction. His goal was clear: to eliminate the corrupt individuals exposed by his previous investigations. Stepping forward to challenge the villain, a warrior declared himself the Immortal King's true adversary. He was quickly joined by the Saint and Behannibal Sturadubius, who both offered their assistance in the fight. Behannibal accused the king of trying to dismantle the established order. As the two sides finally clashed, the sheer force of their impact began to physically demolish the surrounding area. Satisfied that the world leaders finally understood the gravity of the danger, a hidden observer decided it was time to join the fray and justify the price of his popcorn. Realizing that if Heinrich was the hero of the previous encounter, today belonged to him, Harris prepared to debut his legendary bow, Themis. His companions were baffled by his actions, reminding him that his father had ordered them to stay put. Harris casually explained that he felt a bit stiff and simply wanted to fire a few arrows. His friends were shocked by his relaxed attitude during such a crisis, pointing out that casually was hardly the right word for the situation. Although there was usually an unbridgeable power gap between him and a being like the king, Harris knew a way to close it. Ignoring the warnings about the danger, he explained that he couldn't just sit idly by. Feeling a deep sense of elven duty to protect the world, he prepared to strike. As a young girl raised a shield to protect him, Harris began to channel the power of three spirits, fire, water, and electricity, into his bow. He concentrated intensely, aiming high to ensure he wouldn't hit his allies who were currently locked in melee combat with the villain. Even the Immortal King was startled by the sudden surge of power. A precise arrow made of nature spirits flew through the air and struck the king directly in the face. The king merely laughed at the attack, but the impact caused his mask to shatter and fall, finally revealing his true face. The entire assembly watched in disbelief as the legendary mask crumbled from a single shot. Simultaneously, system notifications informed Harris that his Child of the World Tree skill had evolved into Heir of the World Tree, finally meeting the requirements for him to become a high elf. Harris wondered if the World Tree was giving him an advance on his powers. Furious that they had allowed their master to be hit, the demons lunged at Harris. However, before they could reach him and his guards, the Immortal King ordered them to stop, stating that they had done enough. Looking at Harris with newfound interest, the king admitted he had originally dismissed the elf as a nobody, but now recognized his unexpected talent. Because of this, the king decided he would have to revise his plans. Deciding that his work was done for the day, the Immortal King prepared to retreat. This move angered the Saintess, who questioned how he could simply believe he was allowed to leave such a place whenever he wished. Although the other leaders understood her frustration, they urged her to remain calm, noting that the destruction already caused was far too extensive to risk more fighting. As they spoke, the entire Dark Army began to vanish into the shadows, disappearing as quietly as they had arrived. Before vanishing completely, the villain mocked Hannibal Strauss, telling him to consider their next encounter as the day of his execution. Hannibal boldly threw the threat right back at him, but the king merely told him to look forward to the ruin he would soon bring, warning that the real despair had not even started. He then made a theatrical and mysterious exit. Observing this from afar, the protagonist felt a sense of excitement, noting how the king's acting was becoming increasingly convincing. As soon as the threat passed, orders were barked to prioritize the safety of the envoys and rush the wounded to the infirmary. The leaders were left troubled by the king's parting words, fearing that he had some hidden, larger scheme in motion. However, amidst the tension, the elves gathered to praise Harris for his incredible display of power, admitting they never expected him to be so capable. They pointed out that even the foreign envoys were now watching him with great interest. While Harris modestly attributed his success to luck, the protagonist couldn't help but feel a small, envious sting at how his friend was once again pulling ahead. The brief moment of celebration was quickly cut short by the church. The saintess addressed the group, stating that while the situation was dire, the immortal king's intrusion had finally forced everyone to realize that nowhere was safe anymore. She admitted it was a disgrace that they failed to stop the raid and insisted that universal cooperation was now a matter of life and death. The leaders agreed, pledging their support for the formation of the new heroic task force. While the saintess was pleased to see the nation stepping up, she suspected that some representatives still harbored selfish hidden motives. Suddenly, an urgent report interrupted the gathering with devastating news. The entire defense network of the Rohan dukedom had been obliterated. The attendees were shocked, as they expected the borders to hold much longer. The messenger explained that 3 different fronts had collapsed at once for mysterious reasons, coinciding with terrorist attacks on the duchy's most vital infrastructure. The leaders realized this was the true despair the king had mentioned. The raid on the summit had been a clever distraction to mask a larger invasion. However, the protagonist recognized the signature of these tactics immediately. He knew it wasn't just the undead army at work, but the Pledge of Challenge group. To address the crisis, it was announced that Cardinal Piri from the Jiran Temple would personally lead elite imperial troops to the front lines. The church urged everyone not to lose hope, promising that they would continue the fight until the very end. Since the Continental Alliance had officially united against the immortal king, the protagonist realized that everyone was suspicious of Hans. He decided that the best course of action was to lean into this role and play along with their expectations. Meanwhile, the immortal king focused on his own strategy, carefully choosing the perfect location for his base. He eventually settled on a fertile plot of land that was ideally positioned, not too distant from the Rohan Duchy, yet close enough to remain a threat, and saturated with dark, ominous energy. After praising Queen Olivia for her assistance, the king began to apply forbidden knowledge by reciting ancient spells over a magical pentagram. He addressed his followers, acknowledging the Continental Alliance's plan to halt his undead legions and declaring that they must demonstrate their own resolve in return. He proclaimed that the world should watch closely, as he intended to plunge the continent back into a state of terror, signaling the dawn of a new dark age and challenging the Alliance to a proper war. The scene then shifted to the southern continent of Ion, where a mysterious individual in a black cloak observed the situation. This man noted that the immortal king was finally moving to destroy the Rohan Duchy, adding that such an action was the bare minimum expected given the king's previous unbearable incompetence. This figure, who bore a familiar tattoo, wondered if it was finally his turn to intervene before leaping off a cliff and entering a cave that reeked of madness to test some seeds of insanity. Back at his new fortress, the immortal king analyzed the military situation in Rohan. He compared the duchy to a flickering candle, noting how it was vulnerable and surrounded by mountains. He felt relieved that the empire and the church were preoccupied, as Heinrich would likely be unable to leave his post while the heroic commando brigade was still being organized. During this time, Olivia appeared with a report. She had cross-referenced the list of rebels with data obtained from the recently captured Tuco branch manager and discovered a high-ranking partner located in Tuvia, a city under the Emperor's direct control. This traitor was the one who had secretly manipulated the Ubercio clan. Elsewhere, a succubus was seen in a total panic, frantically ordering her subordinates to evacuate within 10 minutes. She was terrified that her identity and her secret activities had been uncovered. Despite her efforts to remain hidden and her deep hatred for the idea of joining the immortal king's ranks, she realized the undead army was already upon her. Regretting that she hadn't fled much sooner, the savage warrior who had previously fought the Persians suddenly appeared to confront her. Suddenly, her vision failed, and all communications with the Rebellion Department reinforcements were severed. Sensing an immediate threat, she realized that a rival faction had successfully targeted them, creating a dangerous situation if their secrets were leaked. She checked with Andrew to ensure all their ongoing contracts were packed and ready. Sienna's priority was their survival. She believed that as long as they escaped with their most valuable assets, they would be safe. Despite the city's numerous defenses and the palace being even more fortified, she felt they stood a chance against anyone, except perhaps the immortal king himself. Her hopes were shattered when a sudden attack hit them with impossible speed. Panicking, she wondered why an invasion was happening now and in such an abrupt manner. The immortal king, appearing before her, noted how comfortably she had been living. Although she desperately tried to claim she had been waiting for his arrival and had prepared everything in his honor, the king was not easily fooled. He accused her of hiding on purpose and used his eye of the abyss to see through her lies and reclaim control. Sienna was actually a high-ranking devil specializing in psychological operations, having been among the top 10 elites during the previous king's reign. The king found it impressive that a demon could successfully pose as a human noblewoman, making her the perfect asset for covert missions. He mocked her for thinking she could deceive the god of death, the creator and destined ruler of the world. Declaring it was time to honor a 300-year-old contract, he initiated a process of mental domination. The transformation was absolute, turning her into a loyal servant who pledged her eternal life and devotion to the immortal king. Looking at the now obedient demon, both the king and Olivia were pleased, feeling as though they had brought a lost lamb back to the fold. While some might have viewed her return to the undead army with disgust, Sienna appeared overwhelmed with emotion, claiming her tears were purely out of joy to be serving her master again. The king's attention then turned to the man standing beside her. He noticed that while the stranger possessed an immense amount of mana, there were no signs that he had ever studied traditional magic or aura. Prompted by Sienna to introduce himself, the man identified himself as Andrew Weaver. Sienna excitedly explained that she had recruited this hero for their great cause, promising the king he would be shocked by the man's potential. She revealed that Andrew was truly unique, originating from neither the demon nor the spirit realms. Intrigued, the king asked if his suspicions were correct, and she confirmed that Andrew indeed came from a place called Earth.